the Orange County Board of County Commission meeting of August the 25th, 2026. As we begin this morning, I'm going to call on Commissioner Myra Uribe to introduce her guest who will be bringing the invocation. And then after the invocation, I'm going to ask Commissioner Uribe if she will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. After the pledge, our Communications Division Director, Dr. Jeffrey Williamson, will come forward and read proclamations recognizing 1, Fetal Alcohol Spectrum Disorders Awareness Day, and 2, Hunger Action Month. And then he'll introduce the Government Fleet Leading Fleets Award, and we'll have staff come forward for that presentation. And with that, Commissioner Uribe, you're recognized at this time.
Great. Thank you, Mayor. I can barely see you guys over those new desks. Good morning, everyone, and good morning, colleagues. It is my honor to introduce Father Derek Saldana, who's a priest of the Catholic Diocese of Orlando, serves as pastor of St. Thomas Aquinas Parish and School in St. Cloud, and St. Francis Xavier Cabrini Parish and Lake Nona. Father Derek was born and raised in India, where he obtained a bachelor's degree in business, worked in the IT industry for a few years. He immigrated with his family to the United States in 2009 and received his master's degree in educational administration from the Franciscan University of Steubenville in Ohio. He entered seminarian to become a Catholic priest and was ordained a priest in May 25th, 2019 at St. James Cathedral in Orlando. He has served at St. John Vianney Parish in Orlando, my parish, and Annunciation Parish in Altamont Springs before taking charge in his current assignment where he leads people in their faith journey and in the practice of works of mercy. In his free time, Father Derek enjoys reading, especially about history, politics, and economics. And he really does love politics. And if you're fancy yourself on Facebook, he enjoys being on there. I am honored to have him here as my guest, as he's been a leader in our parish and a close friend to our family. So with that, please, here's Father Derek.
Let us bow our heads in prayer. Heavenly Father, we give you thanks and praise for this new day. We thank you for all the blessings you pour out on us, on our communities, and in a special way on our county. We pray today for an outpouring of the Holy Spirit upon our county leaders, upon our mayor and the commissioners in a special way. Grant them wisdom, fortitude, and right judgment in their decision-making and governance. May they always work to uplift the dignity of every person and work for the common good. We pray for unity and understanding during this meeting. May our work give glory to your name and build your kingdom. May peace reign in our hearts, and may peace reign in our world. We ask this in your most precious name. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you very much, Commissioner. Thank you, Mayor. As the Mayor said, there are two proclamations for today. The first one is for fetal alcohol spectrum disorders Awareness Month, FASD Awareness Month. The proclamation reads, whereas fetal alcohol spectrum disorders is the umbrella term that describes the range of effects that can occur to an individual who was exposed to alcohol before birth, and whereas according to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, it is estimated that 14 to 15% of pregnant women aged 18 to 44 reported using alcohol during pregnancy, which can cause lifelong impairments, preventing individuals from living independently. And whereas according to a study published in the Journal of American Medical Association, FASDs affects 1 in 20 children in the United States. And whereas it is estimated that over 90% of children with FASD will develop comorbid mental health conditions. And whereas studies suggest that as many as 60% of adolescents and adults with an FASD have contact with the criminal justice system, a rate 30 times higher than the general population. Whereas early screening, identification, and treatment of affected individuals can improve a child's overall development, and raising awareness of FASD can potentially prevent physical, behavioral, and learning disabilities. And whereas refraining from all types of alcohol in any amount is recognized by medical professionals as a fundamental element in preventing and protecting infants against FASDs. And whereas it is important to increase awareness of how an FASD may present in individuals across their lifespan and the ongoing need for services and support. Now, therefore, Jerry O. Demings, by virtue of the authority vested in him as Orange County Mayor, does hereby proclaim the month of September 2026 as Fetal Alcohol Spectrum Disorders Awareness Month in Orange County, Florida, and invite residents to show their support for those impacted by prenatal alcohol exposure by wearing red shoes or clothing on Wednesday, September 9th, 2026, in observance of this day. Done in order, this 25th day of August, 2026, signed by the mayor and all 6 members of the Board of County Commissioners. Accepting the proclamation as a champion for this cause, please welcome Mr. Spencer Munns from the law firm of Bogan, Munns & Munns.
It's okay. This is a sensitive topic to us, but I'd like to turn the time over to my wife to just say a few things.
And I apologize ahead of time. I am going to read. When you're a disability parent, if you know, you may have gotten 0 sleep or maybe an hour or 2. So to spare us all, I'm going to read so I don't ramble. Mayor Demings, Commissioners, thank you again for recognizing September as FASD Awareness Month for Orange County. For several years, we've had the privilege of coming before this very board to raise awareness about this disability. 5 years ago, much of our challenge was simply making an often invisible disability visible. Since then, thanks to you guys and many others, we've seen real progress. Orlando now has dedicated FASD diagnostic services. Florida has created a statewide FASD program. Orange County is a part of that. And healthcare professionals are receiving more training to recognize and respond to FASD. I'm also working with the University of Florida on a multi-year study supported by an NIH grant. The FASD community is so thankful. Thanks in part to the mayor and Orange County's continued support, Florida is becoming a leader in this cause, but the work is far from finished. Years ago, I was a struggling mother, desperately searching for answers for my children. We were fortunate enough to find them after many years of struggling. But many families don't find that relief. They don't find the answers. Most individuals with an FASD go completely miss or undiagnosed, leaving families in survival mode without even knowing why or how to get out of it. This is why awareness matters. It matters for prevention, early diagnosis, appropriate services, acceptance, and dignity for the FASD community. When we better understand the brain, we can better support the individual. Orange County, thank you for your helping us keep this conversation visible year after year. Around the world, red shoes have become a symbol for FASD awareness through the Rock Your Red Shoes movement. On September 9th, people around the entire world put on their red shoes to start a conversation and to show support for our community that is impacted by FASD. And that brings us to these shoes. Mayor Demings, on behalf of the local FASD community, we'd like to present you with these red sneakers so you too can rock the red shoes this September 9th. As a mother, I'm asking everyone to take action. Wear your red shoes, start the conversation, or simply take the time to learn about FASD. Chances are, with the statistics, we all know someone impacted by an FASD. Together, we can continue to make the invisible visible and help support them. Thank you for continuing to stand and literally walk with us in your red shoes with the FASD community.
Joining the photo is Dr. Tom Hall from our drug-free office here in Orange County. You wore his red shoes. What you all don't know is that the mayor has a pretty mean jump shot, so he may be able to use those sneakers. All right, thank you very much, Muntz family. Thank you very much, Mayor. Our second and final proclamation is for Hunger Action Month. Hunger Action Month, and the proclamation reads, whereas hunger and poverty are issues of vital concern in Orange County, with 15.3% of people experiencing food insecurity and uncertainty about their next meal. And whereas Orange County is committed to working with Second Harvest Food Bank of Central Florida, a member of the Feeding America nationwide network of food banks, to educate people about the critical role of food banks in addressing hunger and raising awareness of the need to devote more resources and attention to hunger issues. And whereas Second Harvest Food Bank of Central Florida and its 305 partner agencies, whereas September is designated as Hunger Action Month to bring attention to food insecurity in our communities and to enlist the public taking action, including volunteering, social media shares, and donations to ensure every community has the thrive. And whereas food banks across the country, including Second Harvest Food Bank of Central Florida and its partner agency network, will host numerous events throughout the month of September to raise awareness and help end hunger in their local communities. Now, therefore, Jerry O. Demings, by virtue of the authority vested in him as Orange County Mayor, does hereby proclaim September 2026 as Hunger Action Month in Orange County and encourage all residents to work together to put an end to hunger in our area. Done in order, this 25th day of August 2026, signed by the Mayor and all 6 members of the Board of County Commissioners. Accepting the proclamation is Derek Chubbs. Mr. Chubbs is the President and CEO of Second Harvest Food Bank of Central Florida. Mr. Chubbs.
Good morning. And my Florida allergies are getting the best of me this morning, so bear with me as I growl through this. Thank you, Mayor Demings and members of the County Commission for this recognition, but more importantly, for your continued partnership in addressing hunger in our community. As you've just heard, last year through our network of over 300 partner agencies, Second Harvest distributed more than 32 million meals to residents of Orange County. Across our 7-county service area, that number rose to 84 million meals. You know, changes in our broader environment made it increasingly difficult for many of our neighbors to access the assistance that they need at a time when 1 in 7 Central Floridians face uncertainty around where their next meal is going to come from. And a large percentage of those happen to be our children. That's why partnerships like this that we have with Orange County means so much and are so important to us. This county has consistently invested in our neighbors and in other organizations like us working every day to serve them. Last year alone, the county's commitment to Second Harvest and to our partner agency network provided more than 3.1 million meals to Orange County residents. But your commitment doesn't stop there. It goes beyond financial support. Mayor Demings and the commissioners, you have personally shown up to our distributions and worked organizing these distributions, working on Saturdays, working on holidays. You've shown up, and I will tell you, that's the type of leadership that really matters. On behalf of Second Harvest Food Bank, our partner agencies, and most importantly, the neighbors who depend on our services every single day, I want to collectively thank you for your continued partnership and unwavering support to our cause. We are so proud to stand alongside you in this war against hunger. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chubbs, for all the hard work you do with Second Harvest Food Bank. And we have one last very special presentation, a very special award and recognition today, the Government Fleet Leading Fleets Award. We have one of the best fleet managers in the country that works for us. I'm going to call on Brian Lucas, the manager of Orange County's Fleet Management Division, to come forward and tell us a little bit more about this award. Mr. Lucas.
Good morning. Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners, Administrator Brooks, for taking the few minutes to recognize our team. This is another top 20 finish for our team this year in 2026. It's the fourth one since 2020. So we're very proud of that with all of our challenges and problems that we have. Government fleets are unique operations and differ from commercial fleets for many reasons. It's a challenge keeping a diverse fleet of well over 4,000 county vehicles and heavy equipment assets moving and in service so that our customers, the departments and divisions of the county, can serve the citizens. This award recognizes our team's dedication to getting that job done well. We are very proud of this recognition because this is a peer-judged award. Other fleet managers, many of them are former #1 winners of this award, are the ones judging it and voting on this. This is the fourth time, like I said, that we've won this award since 2020, in the top 20 since 2020. We are far from perfect. We have many challenges, but this recognition shows that Orange County Fleet continues to follow industry best practices to overcome those challenges now and in the future. More importantly, this award recognizes our team's hard work, and we have a few of them here today. We couldn't bring everybody, unfortunately, but we have a small portion of our team. They're the ones taking care of our customers day in, day out. It's their hard work, day and night, all types of weather. Our shops are not air conditioned, so it's pretty miserable out there the last few months. And then all different other types of conditions that make this award possible. They are the ones that do the hard work, and they're the ones out there taking care of it. We can't bring, like I said, we couldn't bring the whole team, but this is a small representation of all of the areas of our shop operations. Again, thank you for your time, and thank you for taking a few moments to recognize our team for this award. We do appreciate it. Thank you.
I do want to say a few words in recognition of our fleet management division and the leader, Brian Lucas. I want to recognize the best dressed fleet manager in all of America. In the 45 plus years of my public service, I've had the privilege of working with a number of fleet managers, and by far he dresses better than any of the ones that I have worked with. And he talked about the fact that there's over 4,000 specific county vehicles that he manages. One of those is my government vehicle, and I've had to call him sometimes when my vehicle stopped on me in various places, and he got me back up and running. So I'm forever grateful to the work that you're doing. With over 3,000 plus counties in the United States of America, being recognized among the nation's leading government fleets is a tremendous accomplishment. As Brian has said, this award marks the fourth time since 2020 that our county fleet management has been ranked among the top 20 leading fleets. The Leading Fleets Award is open to government fleets throughout the United States and Canada. This peer-judged award is evaluated by government fleet professionals who recognize organizations that demonstrate excellence in efficiency, leadership, innovation, future vision, and the ability to overcome challenges. To be recognized repeatedly at this level speaks volumes about the talent, dedication, and forward-thinking approach of our fleet management team. So congratulations to Brian and his entire fleet management division for earning the respect of your industry peers and for continuing to set the standard for innovation, leadership, and excellence in fleet operations. It is now my pleasure to present the Leading Fleet Award, and the award reads, Government Fleet Leading Fleets, presented to Orange County Fleet Management for recognition as number 17 fleet in 2026. Congratulations, and please come forward and join us.
Your belly's awfully clean, bro.
All right, we're off to a great start this morning with the swearing in of Commissioner Michael Crabb, a brand new commissioner who has joined us on the dais. This is his first Board of County Commission meeting. Won't be the last, however. So as we move forward this morning, we're going to move to the next item on our agenda, and this is the public comment period of time. We're going to invite members of the public to come forward for topics of interest or concern that are within this board's authority. However, there are certain matters which are not appropriate for public discussion during this public comment period. With the exception of the contract award for traffic infraction detectors, these matters would include pending procurement or land use issues or concerns that should be properly brought to another board. Also, we will, of course, solicit public input during each public hearing scheduled for this afternoon. With that, Mr. Thal Mueller, do we have members of the public present who wish to be heard this morning?
We do, Mayor, and my mic works. We have 57 speakers this morning.
Okay. With that, I'm going to advise all speakers this morning that you will have 1 minute by which to plead your case. You can do it. I'm well experienced now. I know it can be done. So stay within the 1 minute period of time, and we invite you to come forward. We do have a full agenda this morning. That's why we do have to, we want you to be heard, but we also have other items on the agenda, and we want all of those for those items to also be heard. So with that, Mr. Thalmuller, perhaps we'll begin in the order in which you have received the request to speak.
Thank you, Mayor. All right, folks, I'm going to call your names in batches. When I do, please line up along the back wall, approach the podium in the order called. When you do approach the podium, please begin with your name and address for the record. Our first speaker this morning is going to be Joseph Anthony Krasinelski.
Let me, excuse me, let me just check and see if there are any elected officials here this morning who want to speak. If so, we'll give the elected officials some grace in their comments. I know I saw a few mayors. Mayor Johnson stepped out. Mayor Critton, I know, was here earlier. Okay. Okay, if you're a former commissioner or a former elected official, I'll even give you some grace, but we'll start with the current ones. Dr. Jim Moyer, Mayor Chapin, were you intending to say anything this morning during public comment? No, okay. All right. Dr. Moyer, you're up first.
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioner. Whoa. My name's Dr. Jim Moyer, and as always, I'm here speaking on behalf of Orange, Sewell, and Woodard Conservation District 2 and myself alone. Congratulations, Mayor Crabb. Congratulations on a beautiful new dais. It looks gorgeous. If I can here. Saving. It's as easy as 1, 2, 3. Save a few drops and save some money. Stop a few pollutants, and together we can make a big difference. And the purpose of Soil and Water Conservation Districts is to work in conjunction with other governmental entities like Orange County and implement land and water resource protection practices by assisting, guiding, and educating the public. I've been honored to have the opportunity to have monthly office hours in the community, including Eatonville, Zellwood, Apopka, and Ocoee. At these office hours, I'll provide one-on-one assistance for a personal plan to conserve water and prevent pollution, water pollution, discuss conservation tips and how everyone can save money, and suggestions for how to stop and prevent pollution of Northwest Orange lakes and water bodies. I've been promoting what I call 3 C's: change your habits, conserve water use, and clean water bodies. Since I'm here at the Orange County, thank you, Mayor and Commissioners, for allowing me to have Zellwood monthly office hours on Willow Street and in Zellwood. And thank you so much, and God bless all of you for everything you do.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Moyer. We'll move to our next speaker, please.
All right, first speaker again is going to be Joseph Anthony Krasinelski, followed by Casey Guledge, Cole Neesmith, Alan Levi, Sana Hafiz, Tom Nurit, Amaya Burrell. Looks like some of the names not be here so first name to the podium may begin.
Good morning. My name is Alan Levi. I live at 535 East Harding Street, Orlando, Florida. That's District 3. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioners. Welcome, Commissioner Crabb. Good morning, Comptroller Diamond. Thank you for all your efforts and your upcoming votes to ensure that the least of us our most vulnerable, those experiencing homelessness, are supported. That is a blessing for us all. This is a reminder that those experiencing homelessness are less likely to commit violent crimes than housed individuals. Most arrests involve sleeping, just sleeping outdoors. Living on the streets is extremely dangerous. You're exposed to weather, to violence, to illness, but you need to sleep, you need to eat, and you need access to those basic needs. That becomes your whole day. In the end, making life affordable, getting everyone shelter for the least of us, promotes a better life for all of us. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Hi, Cole Neesmith, 1312 North Fern Creek Avenue, Orlando 32803. On behalf of Orlando's artists, I want to say thank you for the county's ongoing support of art and culture. I know that we all believe in the power of art and culture, and that is why Immerse, our community's annual performing and interactive arts destination festival, started 14 years ago as a group of artists who believe that artists have the power to transform our community for the better. And here is a little message from about 200 of those artists. So that's about 200 artists from here in Orange County who say thank you for your support of art and culture, and for Immerse specifically as you consider that today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Neesmith. We'll move to the next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Casey Gullidge. Good morning, Commissioners, Mayor. 324498 Magnolia Ridge Drive, 34746. My name is Casey Gullidge. I'm an artist, producer, and someone who has quite literally grown up alongside the Dr. Phillips Center. The Orange County Canvas Cultural Plan calls for greater access for the arts and stronger support for our local creative workforce. I believe the Dr. Phillips Master Plan can make that vision a reality. I know it because I've lived it. In 2014, I was hired at the Walt Disney Theater to open it, my first professional job. In 2015, I was a part of the very first Applause Awards, an event that has now outgrown the Walt Disney Theater. In 2024, I performed at the opening of Judson's Live, and in 2026, I'm returning to Judson's Live to perform my own show. I don't share those things to boast. Honestly, I feel incredibly blessed that I've continued to find myself at the right place at the right time. But I share those things because I grew up in this place. The Dr. Phillips Center gave me a professional environment that helped shape the artist and the professional that I am today. That's why the proposed 750-seat theater means so much to me. It gives us a place to create, direct, produce, rehearse, and perform at a professional scale right here at home. Not just about tourism, it's about shaping the artists here at home. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments. Okay. To everyone present, this will be the only warning you will have, okay, while we're in these proceedings. You cannot outwardly make noise of any type, shout, clap, do any of those things. If you support, you can wave your hands, you can do various things, but do not make noise. This is your only warning. Otherwise, I'm going to ask that you be escorted out. Okay? Are we clear? Okay. Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Thank you. I figured a picture is worth 1,000 words. If I only have a minute, I guess I'm done. But Tom Narrett, 14620 Joe Sayre Drive, Orlando, Florida, 32826. I'm here to speak about Senate Bill 686, along with a fair number of other speakers. We'll be very concise today. I've given you a handout there with a checklist, if you will, on the back. So I think the picture really speaks to things very clearly. We are in dire straits, and we need all of you here. My simple request, as well as the others, is for legal analysis outside of the county here to really look at Senate Bill 686. If you look at that second draft, it's the checklist, if you will. I don't care if you're concerned about costs or proper local land use authority, et cetera. Run down the list. It's not a single item. It's almost every item on the list. We need your help. We appreciate the fact that you guys have helped us shut down the high-density request from Lake Pickett North or Sustany on 2, maybe 3 occasions before. So again, we appreciate the request for outside counsel. Thank you.
All right, I got Tom. What was your last name?
Narut, N-A-R-U-T.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we'll move to the next speaker, please.
Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Amaya Burrell, 5355 Creekside Park Avenue, 32811. I am here on behalf of the Dr. Phillips Center, Department of Education. I believe that their master plan gives a lot of students a unique opportunity to grow and learn as artists. I'm a former Broadway performer. I performed with the Lion King National Tour for 11 years, and I have had the unique opportunity since I moved here to Orlando to work with the Dr. Phillips Center on various projects such as the Applause Awards and summer intensive workshops. And so I've seen firsthand the impact that the Dr. Phillips Center Department of Education has on the community and on students. I love seeing the students' looks on their faces when they are performing. And so I believe that giving them the opportunity to grow and giving them more space to grow is going to be vital and essential to allowing these students the opportunity to find themselves as performers. I was a performer. I grew up within the arts. I had that opportunity within the community, and so giving them that space to do that is so important. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. We'll move to the next speaker, please.
Last 2 names in that bunch, Joseph and then Sana Hafiz. Barring those, the next speaker is going to be Zachary Moldoff, followed by Ben McCarney, Liz Connor, Maria Fernanda Saavedra, Hope Bellamy, and Nelson Betancourt.
Assalamu alaikum, Sana Hafiz, 32801. I attended the meeting on the 12th regarding timber scan with Neighborhood Services Division Manager Jason Reynolds and later Commissioner Mike Scott. Jason reiterated again and again how Orange County had already invested $3.5 million in timber scan, as if to defend the county against the fact that these residents have been underserved. In the same breath, Jason stated how the conditions of timber scan were irredeemable and unsafe. He stated that the county, and I quote, couldn't keep investing tax dollars into timber scan because it isn't fair to the rest of Orange County residents. Interesting words to say to a community of almost 60 families facing displacement after years of neglect. None of the lengthy PowerPoint presentation answered the legitimate questions residents had. 1, what concrete protections will there be so that the roughly 60 families in timber scan will be guaranteed equivalent housing in Orange County? We all know that providing caseworkers alone, who are already overburdened, will not save families from homelessness. We know this. Band-Aids do not help when a tourniquet is needed. 2, what assessments have been made regarding the cost effectiveness of demolition versus preserving and repairing? Who conducted these assessments, if completed, and when? I asked these questions on the 12th and still do not have answers. 3, other residents raised questions about how proceeds from the sale will be distributed and if debt owed to Orange County would be taken off the top prior. Commissioner Scott mentioned, no problem. I urge you to table the vote until an audit has been completed, and please think of the rising homelessness crisis. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments. We'll move to the next speaker. We have a new system, and this is the this is the first time that this system has been used in the public. So we're still getting used to how it operates. So sorry for that. All right, yes, sir.
Good morning, Ben McCarney, 1606 Park Lake Street, Orlando, Florida 32803. Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. I am the General Manager of Grand Bohemian Orlando, soon to be Hotel Bowdoin. And I'm here to speak on the downtown initiatives, Dr. Phillips Performing Arts Center and the master plan. As somebody firsthand that is in the hospitality industry, I see the impact that it has on our revenue, our ability to, employ people of the city. And it's been a great just impact so far. Dr. Phillips annually brings in over $910,000 guests to its theaters, with 175,000 coming from out of town. That impact is $12.9 million to hotels directly in the city. The 800 seat event center will help drive more economy to our downtown facility from that standpoint. So I strongly urge the support of Dr. Phillips Performing Arts Center and also the parking garage for the Florida Citrus Sports.
All right, thank you for your comments. We'll move to the next speaker, please.
Dios mío. Okay. Good morning, Mayor and County Commissioners. My name is Maria Fernanda Saavedra. I am an independent artist, community leader, and artistic director of Ballet Folclórico Huellas de Colombia folk dances here in Central Florida. My journey with this, I'm going to be talking on behalf of Inmerse. My journey with this festival began in 2015 when it was part of the Creative City Project. Later evolved into what we know now is Inmerse. I have had the privilege of witnessing the growth, transformation firsthand. Through Inmerse, I have been able to bring not only Colombians in my community, but also collaborate with artists from different groups representing Mexico, Spain, Venezuela, Panama, Puerto Rico, and other communities. For an independent artist, opportunities like these matter. Inmerse had provided local artists with a professional platform to perform, reach new audiences, showcase their work, and build meaningful artistic opportunities. As someone who has spent more than 35 years in the arts and has built and lead an artistic organization, I understand how difficult it is to create
All right, thank you, Ms.
and
Ojeda.
sustain big organization. We really need festivals like Inmerse. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll move to the next speaker.
Good morning, commissioners, mayor, staff.
Morning.
Pardon me, I'm a little bit extra burdened today, some extra kiddo time. I appreciate the opportunity to come down here and address you all. It's like 4 years I've been coming down here, and I feel like you've all had the opportunity to see me grow and change in this community. After running for, I can pause so you can start that timer. Sorry.
Need to start with name and address.
Oh, my bad, right. My name is Zach Moldoff. My full address is in the written record. My zip code is 32792. I reside in District 5. You know, when I ran for election, I knew to expect some unexpected things, but what I did not expect was for local elected officials to use rhetoric from national politicians that put minorities in our community at risk. And unfortunately, when I brought this to the attention of elected officials who are championed in this community as heroes for justice and freedom, they told me that they didn't know what I was talking about. They pretended that it wasn't happening. Those champions claim that the minorities who are suffering simply don't matter in this community. And I'm just here today to remind everyone that being a Democrat doesn't mean that hate is justified. Doesn't mean that anything you choose to do is okay. Democrats can still be wrong. Democrats can still hurt people. Democrats can still be the reason why people in this community are denied their humanity. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Liz Connor. I live in District 5, Orlando, Florida 32820. I'm here to speak today about agricultural enclaves and the cost of urban sprawl based on the Urban 3 presentation you received last year on September 30th. As you already know, Orange County is sitting at a net negative of $208 million net per acre. Mayor, I could not agree with you more on that day. You said that, I quote, residents deserve to know the facts. The community deserves to know the facts. Our community deserves to know the truth, and it is up to you, the board, to to help communicate that. Another speaker from staff also said that we will eventually share with you, the board, whether or not particular proposals are positive or negative in physical impact. I'm here asking you as a taxpayer, we deserve to know the net negative cost associated with developments, especially giant mega developments in East Orange County, such as LPN. So I would just ask that we be able to see what this would look like in the future and cost inflation included. So thank you for your time and always denying this in the future or in the past. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
My name is Nelson Betancourt, 5350 East Scaly Street, Orlando, Florida, 32812. The TDT task force did not agree to fund the expansion of the convention center or the construction of the baseball stadium. Government is not just a cost center that collects taxes and then hands these dollars to private enterprises. When we develop non-tax revenue streams, we can also create a shield to protect us from unforeseen and autocratic measures. Orange County has a great opportunity now to take better control of its finances, public services, and environmental stewardship, regardless of the impending repercussions of the November vote on property taxes, by using TDT funds to finance a public enterprise in the construction of a publicly owned hotel on the 35 acres of land considered for the construction of a baseball stadium. The hotel complex would create an unbeatable synergy with the convention center, using the $523 million originally requested to expand the convention center. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Betancourt. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, everyone. Hope Bellamy, 1704 Adair Street, Coy, Florida. 1 minute, and I already talk fast. That still ain't possible. But I did have a chance to email Mayor and Council, and his time's already running. So basically, I'm here to speak about 9 years of being ignored prior to a lot of you individuals here now get on board, and then the last 8. I have brought innovation here 8 years ago. Now, 9 years later, we have an innovation center. I was ignored. Film initiative, I was ignored. Now, what we have in the innovation center, LED screens, I said about that 4 years ago. Orange County, we're 8, 9 years behind in tech. Grand Open was great, but when it ended that day, the equipment left. A lot of manufacturers are using our software that we're building right here in Orlando. We have to do better to keep up. We're 9 years behind in tech.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
All right, folks, our next batch of speakers is going to start with Rick Baird, followed by Brittany Rutherford, Bahia Maroon, Kristen Paul, Catherine Phillip, and Deborah Green.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Rick Baird. I live at 5426 Tribune Drive, Orlando, Florida. Rick Baird, and used to work for Orange County. I'm speaking in support of the Tourist Development Task Force recommendations and project rankings. The Orange Audubon Natural History Museum at Apopka Burning Park will be renovated, a renovated truck repair shop, and will be the foundation of a museum reflecting the entire natural and cultural history of Lake Apopka and the communities that have grown up around it on the north shore of Lake Apopka. And I would like to urge you to consider seriously the recommendations and rankings provided by the task force and Mayor Chapin. That group's done a great job. They covered a wide variety of interest groups. They took all of the interested letters, heard presentations from them, and were asked detailed questions from them, and subjected them to a rubric ranking that clearly laid out conditions for acceptance by the broader community for TDT money. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Mr. Baird. Next speaker, please.
Hi, good morning. My name is Britt Rutherford, 5522 Autumn Ridge Road. So Dr. Phillips recently requested $750 million to move forward with a variety of projects, including on-site parking, new theaters, and a large banquet and event venue, where supporters describe these investments as enriching and enhancing additions to Central Florida. It's important to consider the impact these projects will have on the workers who will staff and sustain these venues. Facilities like the Dr. Phillips Center can create employment opportunities, but those jobs come with low wages, unfair tip pooling practices, limited access to health care and benefits, and few opportunities to obtain stable, full-time employment. As a result, workers are forced to take on multiple additional jobs to achieve a reasonable level of financial security in Central Florida's economy. In one case I personally encountered, a worker held 7 additional jobs within this industry just to make ends meet. I urge you to look beyond the physical infrastructure and consider the people who will make these venues possible. Public investment should not only enrich and enhance Central Florida's entertainment and tourism offerings, it should also create dignified, reliable jobs that provide workers with fair compensation, meaningful benefits, and a genuine opportunity for stability. Workers in Central Florida deserve better. One job should be enough.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, I'm Kristen Shiola Paul. I'm at 14428 Whitridge Drive, Winter Garden, Florida, 34787, and I am speaking on behalf of support in the Dr. Phillips Center's master plan. I was actually an actor in the very first show produced professionally by Dr. Phillips Center in 2024 in the Pew Theater, and this year I'm really proud to say that I was just the director for Into the Woods starring Jodie Benson, surrounded by an entirely Orlando-based cast. This was the first time that something was produced by Dr. Phillips Center in Steinmetz Hall, so it was a real big honor to be a part of that. We noticed immediately that this space has kind of become outgrown. Not only has Dr. Phillips Center become a really important part of the city's culture and entertainment and tourism, but also the educational department. The education department has become so big and so important to so many young performers hoping to become professional in this industry, and they just need more space. So I'm in full support of that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning. I'm Deborah Green, Orange Audubon, P.O. Box 274, Apopka, Florida. And I'd just like to thank the commissioners who pushed for wider opportunities in TDT funding, and Mayor Demings for assembling the task force. It was a great experience for us to present. And our project, the Orange Audubon Natural History Museum at the Apopka Birding Park, is perfect for tourism. We are adjacent to the Lake Apopka Wildlife Drive, which gets almost over 250,000 visitors a year. And these visitors are adding that on to their stay at the attractions. So it's benefiting not only West Orange County, but the tourist district by extended days. And we appreciate your consideration.
All right, thank you for your comments. Next.
Good morning, Mayor,
Morning.
Commissioners. My name is Dr. Bahia Maroon, Castleberry, Florida, 32707. The Eatonville Museum of Culture and History, led by Dr. Phillips Charities, is the right project at the right time to achieve a positive tourism impact for Eatonville and Orange County. For more than a decade, Eatonville residents have been clear there needs to be a museum celebrating all of Eatonville's legacy, and there needs to be real action. Members of the Eatonville Initiative Advisory Committee, including myself, have been consistent in engaging Eatonville residents, and the feedback about the Hungerford site on which the Eatonville Museum will sit is consistent. Eatonvillians want the campus to be of service to the community. Today, I am here to put a spotlight on the many Eatonville residents who support Dr. Phillips Charities and the Eatonville Museum of Culture and History, because the time is now for this local gem to become a cherished national treasure.
All right, thank you. Is it Dr. Maroon? Yes. Is that Maroon you have on?
Yes.
All right. All right, next.
Good morning, Catherine Philp, 1911 Weber Street, 32803. I'm a local researcher and practitioner who focuses on youth development and community education. I'm here today because I'm participating in a new national initiative to connect researchers like myself with local policymakers. This project covers any child and family policy challenge that you're facing here in Orange County. The process is easy. After today's meeting, I'll follow up via email and further describe the initiative, including a way to sign up to meet with me. You may also share it with any other individuals who work on children and family issues in the county. For those interested, we'll have a short meeting to learn about the challenges that you're facing and where research might be helpful. Based on that, I will create a short summary of existing research to help guide your decision-making, share it with you, and talk through it with you. All of this is at no charge to you. Thank you. I'll be happy to answer questions that follow up.
Okay, I'll look to the county administrator. Who do we have on point that's going to follow up with? Is it Ms. Phelps?
Oh, got it. Yes, we have our folks from the Community and Family Service who I know have reached out to you as a better way to as a conduit for doing that work. So I know they have your number. They've spoken with. Oh, there she is. I didn't see you, Ben. So she'll follow up with you.
Okay, thank you. We'll move to the next group of speakers.
All right, folks. Next batch of speakers is going to start with Pamela Seibel, followed by Bradley Renner, Terry Olson, Amaria Smith, Lisa Lopez, and Curtis Gulledge Sr.
All right, Ms. Seibel.
Good morning, everyone. It's good to be back here, and this looks really nice. And as a homeowner taxpayer residing east of the Econ and rural boundary, just south of Lake Pickett study, I and others are very concerned about this Lake Pickett North application and the negative implications, including financial to us, the taxpayers in the county. Therefore, myself and others are grateful to the staff for the recommendation for denial for the LPN application. We have been in communication with numerous organizations and attorneys, and they found multiple reasons why this application does not meet the criteria. We are concerned the county staff has only listed one reason for denial when we feel there should be multiple reasons. Whew. Can we please get a legal analysis before this application comes back before the Board of County Commissioners, since the bill preempts our constitutional rights? Even though applicant withdrew their application with their long history, they will be back. Appreciate denial of this high-density development in the past by you. Please stand up for us, your constituents, and have a legal analysis conducted. Thank you. And a reminder, rural boundary and fiscal sustainability were passed.
All right, thank you, Ms. Seibel.
Thank you.
All right, and just the county attorney's office is doing legal analysis. We're already in litigation, so we will brief the Board of County Commissioners at an appropriate time, as well as members of the public regarding that litigation over current state law. All right. Next speaker.
Good morning, Mayor Demings and Commissioners. Bradley Renner, Executive Director at Orlando Ballet, 600 North Lake Formosa Drive in Orlando, 32803. In 2018, Orlando Ballet became the first recipient of Orange County's ARC program, receiving a $4 million TDT investment for Harriet's Orlando Ballet Center. That public investment leveraged an additional $7 million from Harriet Lake, propelling us to become a world-class cultural asset. Orlando Ballet reaches more than 130,000 audience members through performances and educational programs, increasing funding for arts and cultural affairs to 7%. These investments will address through the Canvas plan and ensure multiple organizations throughout Orange County have the resources to serve our community and advance our reputation as a world-class destination.
Comments. We'll move to the next speaker, please. Mr. Terry Olson.
That's my name, Terry Olson, Arts Instigator, 911 North Shine. Be curious, says the eponymous character in the highly rated TV show Ted Lasso. Curiosity brings tens of thousands of tourists to Central Florida. Curiosity also inspires creativity. Two of the natural resources we have in Orange County are great weather and a large community of creatives brought here primarily by the theme parks. Creative City projects immerse, capitalize on both the weather and that creative culture. More than one Orange County plan has emphasized the value of having a creative blockbuster event and of celebrating the many facets of humanity found in our community. Fusion Fest and Immerse started the path towards that end. We can build great buildings, and we do, but it is creative experiences that touch the hearts of people and create lasting memories. I encourage you to support Immerse to be the world-renowned creative event it can be. I'm curious to see what creative experiences they will bring us. These creative experiences are why I'm glad to live in Orange County.
All right, thank you, Mr. Olson. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and members of the board. My name is Amaria, 32801. I am here today not to plead for empathy, but to place a matter-of-fact assessment of legal and financial liability on the record ahead of today's vote. Since 2014, Orange County has allocated $3.5 million to TimberScan. The fact that substandard living conditions persist is not a justification for demolition that will instantly displace 60 families into a historically overburdened middle market. It is an indictment of the county's administrative management. A vote to demolish this complex without a legally binding, fully funded one-to-one housing replacement guarantee exposes this county to severe liability. Relying on standard caseworker relocation is an administrative failure in waiting, as the county has yet to present a line item budget showing where these 60 families can legally and affordably be housed. If this board votes for demolition today without an immediate alternative rehabilitation plan, it is a confession of municipal mismanagement. To the mayoral candidates and current board members seeking an election, the public is no longer listening to your rhetoric. We are tracking the data. We are tracking the $3.5 million already spent, and we will track the exact economic and human cost of the displacement you're about to authorize. I urge this board to table today's vote until a comprehensive independent audit of the $3.5 million is made public and a legally binding housing first protection plan for these 60 families is codified. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Amaria, are you a resident of TimberScan?
No, I'm not. I'm a concerned citizen that doesn't think that this is right what we're doing.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, next speaker, please.
Good morning, Mayor Demings and County
morning.
Commissioners. Lisa Lopez, 2500 Maitland Center Parkway, 32751. And I'm the Vice President at Nonpareil Institute, which is a post-secondary program providing technical skills, work readiness training, and social skills trainings for adults with autism. A couple of those classes involve community and culture and valuing the community. And through Dr. Phillips Center Community Give Back program, our students have had the opportunity to experience the arts, connect with their community beyond the classroom. For our students, these experiences are much more than attending a performance. They are opportunities to navigate new environment, build confidence, share experiences with others, and most importantly, they feel that they belong in the community in which they live. That is why the master plan matters. So expanding access will create more opportunities for people of all abilities to participate, connect, and experience everything our community has to offer. I strongly support Dr. Phillips Center Master Plan and respectively encourage and hope that you guys will support that as well. Thank you so much for your time today.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Mayor Demings and Commissioners. My name is Curtis Gullish, 4498 Magnolia Ridge Court, Kissimmee, Florida. I am super excited to be here to represent Dr. Phillips in the need for the expansion. I am a proud parent of one Casey Gullish, who was here earlier, and he has made me a proud parent these past 15 years and doing all of the work that he has done at Dr. Phillips. We need more proud parents like myself to represent, and I think it will be a great addition to our wonderful community. Thank you.
All right, proud parent. Next speaker.
All right, folks, next batch of speakers is going to start with Alston Phillips, followed by Sean Welcome, Christopher Keogh, Mateo Schulte, David Siegel, and Cynthia Clayton.
Good morning, Mayor
morning.
Demings and Commissioners. My name is Alston Phillips. My address is 9438 Whispering Meadows Lane, Orlando, Florida, 32825. My name, again, is Alston Phillips. I'm a medically retired U.S. Army combat veteran who participates in Dr. Phillips Center Arts and Wellness programs. I can personally tell you how meaningful these programs are to veterans like myself. They give us a place to connect, create, build relationships, and simply feel like we belong. Dr. Phillips Center Master Plan would expand opportunities for arts, wellness, and community programming. What excites me most is the opportunity to reach more veterans throughout the community who could benefit from these programs but may not have found their way. Dr. Phillips Center is already serving our community in an incredible scale, and this master plan will expand that impact, making sure that more people, including veterans like me, have a place at that table. On behalf of the veteran community, I strongly support the master plan because I've experienced this impact personally and want more veterans to have that same opportunity. The arts are not a luxury. They are an essential pillar of public health, education, and economic vitality. By approving this plan, you're expanding hope, healing, and opportunity for every resident in space and for those who have served this country. So I strongly encourage you to support it, and I thank you for the time.
All right, thank you, Mr. Phillips. Next speaker.
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Sean Welcome, address 4625 Tinsley Drive, Orlando, Florida 32839. Earlier this year, we hosted the 34th Annual Southern Fried Poetry Slam Festival, the largest spoken word poetry competition in the country. Across 5 days, we hosted 250 poets from across 44 cities around the United States in a celebration of literary arts through performances, workshops, and community events. Visitors experienced our museums, libraries, restaurants, and hotels while discovering all the cultural assets that make Central Florida unique. We demonstrated how arts and culture drive cultural tourism and elevate Orange County on a national stage. As a growing nonprofit, Literary Arts Council of Central Florida, we see tremendous opportunity to expand cultural tourism. I respectfully ask for your support of the funding recommendations from Arts and Cultural Affairs to strengthen our region's cultural and economic success. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Welcome. Next speaker, please.
My name's David Siegel, 1868 Cornerview Lane, Orlando, Florida. Can't tell my joke. Mayor, glad to see you back. You're feeling okay? I also want to compliment you on the e-bike defense. You won't have any kids trying to run you over. That's a very good. I thought it was anti-terrorist shield, so good job. I want to address briefly the issue of the TDT. I was looking at communities and municipalities that were getting funding, and I'm just saying it might be something to take a look at when you're funding one community of 2,000 people, $82.5 million, and it comes out to $35,000 a person. And then you look at an Apopka that's got 66,000, and if you factored it, they'd get like 2.1 billion. This is kind of an interesting thing, and I know it evolves, but no one speaks for the people being taxed that pay that fee. So it's great to sit up here and say, here's this money.
5 East Pine. I had a short walk this morning. As you consider the TDT task force recommendations of what an investment in Immerse can create, the Orlando Vocal Collective did not exist before Immerse gave us a platform. That opportunity helped turn an idea into an arts organization. And earlier this month, OVC presented sold-out concerts right here in downtown Orlando. 2 guests I met, one from Portland, Oregon, and the other from Columbus, Georgia, discovered us at Immerse for the first time, and they returned to Orlando for this festival, and then traveled here again specifically to see our shows these past couple weeks. That is cultural tourism. Immerse is creating artists, jobs, audiences, experiences, and reasons for visitors to return to Orange County. I'm living proof that its impact exists beyond the festival weekend. I ask for your continued support of Immerse as this process moves forward. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next.
Good morning, Commissioners and Mayor. My name is Cynthia Clater. I live at 2529 Scan Court in Orlando, Florida, 32839. And I'm here to speak on behalf of the people in Tim Scanner, myself and my friend and neighbor, Janet Ellery. We are both elderly people in the community, and we were here a month ago speaking how we are tired. We're ready to go. Timber Scanner is not being treated like a real community. It's been treated more like a dumping ground. We've got people come from the outside that continually dump, party, and do other things that's making it very uncomfortable to live there anymore. I got to admit that about a year ago when we opposed this, we did a valiant effort to try and fix Timberscan. And the Flores brothers did everything they could to try and improve the community. However, it just isn't possible. We tried everything and everything failed. So it's at this point that we think that it's time, and we're just tired. It's just time for us to move on. We're old enough and I'm smart enough to know that sometimes you just got to say, hey, we're done. And that's where we're at now. We just ask that when this does get approved, that you do it expediently. Thank you.
So, Ms. Claytor, since you're here, how old are you?
I'm 72.
All right. And you live there?
I do live in Timberscan. It's my primary residence.
And what is the sentiment of the majority of the people who live there?
It's mixed. It's mixed right now. A lot of us are really tired of it because we've tried to stop the dumping. We've tried to stop the partying. We have a hard time getting the police in there. We can't get cable in there. They've refused to come in. Our mail can't even be delivered in there. It's at this point that people are starting to get tired. And some of them are there because they have no place else to go. So that's why some of them are a little hesitant. And a lot of them are no longer living there, and they are just collecting rent. And those are the ones that kind of like to keep it there. But the ones that are actually living there are ready to go.
All right. Thank you, ma'am, for your candor.
Thank you.
All right. Next speaker, please.
All right, next speaker is going to be Kara Blanco, followed by Johnny Stanley, Miguel Flores, Trini Quiroz, Melinda Sinclair, and Dana Hutchinson.
I think you're up.
Good morning, Mayor,
Good morning.
Commissioners. Cara Blanco, 6016 Montel Court, Orlando 32810. And this was actually geared for Commissioner Crabb. Welcome. Hopefully I'll get him to watch this.
We can start the clock.
I'm with the people of Clark-Ocoee, one of at least 5 community groups. We and the people of Lockhart became nonprofit, all formed under the tutelage of Commissioner Christine Moore and her amazing staff. I read that Commissioner Crabb, you, graduated from Evans, so he knows our area, its charm and its challenges. His 30 years in law enforcement have given him, like Mayor Demings, a unique boots-on-the-ground perspective of how local government plays a critical role in the well-being of its residents. As commissioner, he is now part of the decision-making process, ranging from public safety, infrastructure, protecting the Clark-Ocoee Rural Settlement, business development, environmental protection, animal services, to defending voter-approved charter amendments. He is our new voice. Our group wishes him Godspeed and strength as he takes on his new responsibilities representing our communities in District 2. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Mayor and Board. My name is John Stanley, and I live at 1813 Carrington Drive. Just for the record, I'd like to state that the county was involved in litigation, but I believe that was on SB 180, and that was concluded by a judge. So I want to thank the board for denying custody in the past. It meant the world to us. We are so grateful for your support. Speaking on Senate Bill 686, we're asking for a legal analysis on 686 and for the county to get behind that and really do an in-depth dive. I want to understand how the county is working for us and how it's going to protect us from the unfunded state mandate which this development would bring with Lake Pickett North Sustany. Is it even legal to preempt our comprehensive land use plan? And if it is, how are we going to be reimbursed as a community? We asked the BCC to do the legal analysis and to get behind us like we can support you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Trini Quiroz, 2000 Hillcrest, Orlando. Taxpayers since 2023 up to now, 2026, have been requested that TDT funds be used for more than entertainment. There are human lives that are suffering, and all of this suffering falls in deaf ears from the people that got elected and swore to serve them. Romans enjoy the circus and what happened to the victims. And we seem to be having 2,000 years after that fact, the same pattern. The agenda today is 21 pages full of information as to where and who will get more of a tax dollars. Remember, the people perish for lack of knowledge, and the knowledge is in those who you elect. Judge them for what they do.
All right, thank you. Next.
Good morning, Commissioner. Mayor, my name is Miguel Flores. I am owner of TimberScan Section 2, and I've been assigned by the HOA Board to be the communicator, mainly in written form. We are not opposing termination, but what we are in fear of is how the plan is going to be developed, where different owners of parcels get compensated accordingly to what they own. There's individuals that spend money in fixing their condos. There's individuals that just own a parcel. There's individuals that have not fixed their condos. And what we're asking for, rather than just giving individuals just what Exhibit O framework, in addition to that, provide some type of guardrails, like such as Chapter 718.117, that gives us some protections for homeowners that are the only ones that have standing units from Sections 1, 2, and 3. We just want equal treatment based on the current situation and a true assessment of what's going on. Thank you.
So, Mr. Flores, do you live there or you own units?
I own units. I was living there with my brother. Now I have a cousin of mine living in there due to some emergencies, but my brother still resides there.
Okay, understood. All right, thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
All right, next speaker.
Hello.
Hello.
Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. Well, first, my name is Melinda Sinclair. My address is on record. Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. Our last meeting showed exactly why Orange County should not make a final decision about TimberScan yet. That meeting brought important issues to light, questions about assessments on county-owned properties that may not have been paid to the associations, whether liens connected to the buildings that were demolished can be removed or resolved, and whether redevelopment can occur in phases instead of displacing an entire community at once. Those are not minor questions. That could directly affect TimberScan's finances and the redevelopment alternatives available to us. Yet TimberScan as an entire community has had very few opportunities to sit down with Orange County and fully discuss its future without severe time limitations. Before you decide on receivership, give us the opportunity. We are asking for formal working meetings between Orange County, all three associations, owners and residents, not just separate conversations with individuals. We cannot solve the case of problems in 3-minute speeches. Before you decide our future, give us the time at the table to help us plan it. Thank you.
Ms. Sinclair?
Yes.
Do you live on property or do you own property there?
Well, I own property, and I will be living back on property.
I'm confused. Do you live there now?
Well, not right now.
Okay,
But
that's
I will
the
be
question.
planning, yes.
Thank you very much.
Mhm.
All right, we're going to move to the next speaker.
Good morning. Dana Hutchinson, 19246 Lansdowne, 32833. I'm here to talk about SB 686. Orange County voters overwhelmingly passed Charter Amendment 4, Fiscal Sustainability Analysis. Orange County spent taxpayer money to develop the fiscal sustainability tool. I'm asking you to proactively use that tool to determine the true cost of the SB 686 developments. If the analysis shows that these developments are going to cost the county money, this could be a way to challenge this law. I ask that you do a legal analysis now as to whether this would be considered an unfunded state mandate, which the Florida Constitution prohibits. You have denied Sustany in the past, and we appreciate that so much. Find a way to do so again before they return. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments. And again, we are doing a legal analysis. We've been involved in litigation over this matter for some time now. We're going to continue along that path. Okay. All right, next speaker, please.
All right, folks, next batch of speakers is going to start with James Hunter, followed by Sam Stark, Carl Speak, Christopher Stalder, Kim Buchheit, and Sherrod Kropp.
All right, yes, sir.
Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm James Hunter. I live at 9327 Dole Circle, Windermere. And I've been a long-term volunteer with Florida Citrus Sports, and I'm currently serving as president of FCS. I'm asking for your support of the Camping World campus expansion project. There's a number of exciting things happening on the campus right now with the renovation of the stadium, but also the construction of a new event center, and that's going to bring about 100 events to the campus that we haven't had before, and a lot of families are going to be coming. The biggest deficiency from the current project that was identified the last time it went before TDT was the lack of adequate parking. And this project will fulfill, at least make a step in that direction by increasing parking capacity, make it very convenient to the event center and the stadium, as well as provide some other facilities that will greatly enhance the campus. So I appreciate your support. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Hunter. Next speaker, please.
Morning, Mayor and Commissioners. Sam Stark, Turnberry Terrace, 32804. First, I want to express my gratitude to Mayor Chapin and Eddie Moreton and the task force for the citizens and the TDT review. I may not know much about much, but I do know something about tourism and specifically sports tourism. This county has made a great deal of progress as it relates to Camping World Stadium over the years, and there has been progress in many ways, though to some of us a little slower than we would like for the economic impact and return that we know is there. But a critical next step is in front of you, and that is the funding for and construction of the parking structure proposed by and partially funded by Florida Citrus Sports. The stadium has a much greater potential for much greater economic and community impact, and though not very sexy, this garage is critical. So please continue to fund and enhance the stadium so Florida Citrus Sports, Go Sports, Orlando City, and Orlando City Soccer and the city can bring more major events and ROI to our community. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Stark. Next speaker.
Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners.
Good morning.
Christopher Stalder, 5102 St. Germain Avenue, Belle Isle, Florida, 32812. And I'm here as an advocate for the homeless with Support Orlando Shelters. And I'm excited about the pathway to permanent housing, the Goldenrod project, and I also am hopeful about the purchase of the county of the hotel, 200 rooms near the 33rd Street project. And I was speaking with a city council member at the mayor's highlight of the city address a couple Fridays ago, and he said the city is also looking to purchase a motel to help people with pathways to permanent housing and also to be permanent supportive housing for those with disabilities and limited income. And I'm hoping that they get something soon. They're already viewing something, and they only have $2 million, but they need $6 million, so hopefully they'll help encourage partnership elsewhere. And thank you for all you do to help our most vulnerable neighbors.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, everybody. If you need to stretch, stand up and do it.
Kim Bukite, 6500 Swain Road, Apopka. Welcome, Commissioner Crabb. So far, you are a big improvement over an empty chair. And I wrote that before you were out on break, so that's a ha-ha LOL. But I look forward to working with you on matters of health, well-being, and safety for the people of District 2. I recently served on the TDT task force as a representative for City of Apopka, and I want to thank Mayor Demings for his forethought in including all of the municipalities and everybody you included in that group, because it made a very diverse group, and I think it improved the product. We're very proud of what came out of that task force, and I stand behind it as published. We also need to look forward. There's much room to improve Florida statutes and county code to further expand the uses of TDT. I think there's a full agreement on that, so let's work on that. I'm not necessarily volunteering, but I do have a hard time saying no. Ha-ha, LOL. Not really.
All right, thank you, Ms. Bukite. Next speaker.
My name is Carl Speaks. I live at 18832 Jackson Avenue, Orlando, Florida. I have some questions about Senate Bill 686 and what it could mean for taxpayers in our community. These new developments are going to need services and infrastructures. We know that the taxpayers end up paying for this, not the developer. How can the state require county to approve that are going to cost the county money? How is that legal? And Orange County looking into this? I hope so. I asked you taxpayers that you are doing everything possible to protect from those costs. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Binks. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners.
Good morning.
My name is Sherette Kropp, Unite Here Local 737, zip code 32809. TDT dollars are created by the work of tour guides, front desk agents, ride operators. The people who work those jobs don't benefit enough. They are struggling with high costs, long commutes, and low wages. You have many options in front of you, but none of these big projects are considered that will change these big problems. But a project that will create a large number of good tourism jobs would make a difference. And finding ways to unlock spending to help workers would make a difference. If you spend all the funds available now, you will close options in the future. On August 18, the TDC voted to approve the final TDT task force report, but there's an issue. The report apparently wasn't final until last week. So what exactly did they approve? Public oversight shouldn't be a rubber stamp. The workers who power tourism economy and the taxpayers deserve better. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Charette, would you spell your last name for me, if you don't mind?
Yes, C-R-O-P-P, Kropp.
All right, thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is going to be Maria Martinez, followed by Sarah Meyer, Eugene Staccardo, Dave Bucklers, and Nicholas Natali.
Good morning, members of the Orange County Board of
Good
County
morning.
Commission and Mayor Demings. Congratulations on overcoming your recent health concerns. We all continue to pray for you.
Very much. Thank you.
My name is Maria Martinez. My address is in the record. I don't believe any of you sitting here today in the dais are here because you wanted to have Tallahassee take over all local decisions and make the decisions for us. Rather, I think that you ran for office and got elected because you wanted to have a voice in this community that you love and care about so deeply. You have helped us defeat the Lake Pickett North project multiple times in the past, has been said here already this morning, but big money interests are relentless. The latest assault on hometown rule is Senate Bill 686, which once again bypasses the ability of this body to determine what's best for our local community. Mayor Demings, in what may be the twilight of your incredible career, I heard you say earlier that you have committed resources to assessing this matter legally. We hope and pray that extends beyond the recent litigation that was concluded by the judge, and that you commit to continuing to all available resources into assessing how you can reassert local authority on this latest assault on hometown rule and government overreach in Senate Bill 686.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is David Buckles. I live at 967 Glenview Circle, Winter Garden. I'm here as a board member of 8 Waves and the Executive Vice Chair for the I Am Children's Museum. I will apologize for the emails you may have received. Your inbox might have been full from our support from around the county. But what I want to talk to you about is some of you may remember Sarah Myers, who will be speaking next, our Executive Director, speaking about a little girl on the plane, toy in the hand, heading home after her family's visit to Orange County. I think that image is powerful, and I want to build on it for just a moment. That little girl represents the kind of family visitors we're talking about that come to Orange County for the attractions they already know. But I Am Children's Museum gives them another reason to stay longer, spend another day here, eat at another meal, experience something meaningful, and unique Orange County experience. I'm watching this clock. Every peer city has closed the gap. Indianapolis, Houston, Tampa, Charlotte, Pittsburgh, not Orange County. We have a history museum, a science museum, but not a children's museum. I'd ask that you consider pushing through the children's museum. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Buckles. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Sarah Meyer. I live at 10830 Crescent Lane, Claremont, Florida. I am just so honored to be here with you all and have just a few seconds to share with the missing gap of not having a children's museum in Orange County. It doesn't just affect culturally people visiting, but it actually affects the local children that live here. Having that early childhood education, kindergarten readiness exposure, able to play, create art, also the eco-education opportunities through our 2 miles of outdoor trails, as well as all the incredible exhibits that will be built under a weatherproofed exhibit covering. But I just wanted to stop and say, what does that all bring together? That it brings a return and an investment back to Orange County, that families that fly here can visit and have something accessible to get off the 429 and spend 2 hours. I think it's an incredible investment of $40 million per year regional impact. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Ms. Myers. Next speaker.
Good morning. Eugene Staccato, 331 Roswell Avenue. The Corps has issued an opinion on Lake Pickett study area. Not good for the community, who's been fighting for over 15 years against this sprawl. I see black clouds with the recent court opinion in SB 686. Please, Mayor, Commissioners, direct the county attorney to study options now. We have a fight in the near future. Other counties are doing the same. 2024 citizens overwhelmingly passed the charter amendments protecting the rural areas and enacting fiscal analysis tools. Urban 3 tools clearly shows development like Cesena does not pay for itself. Plus, the county hasn't even updated impact fees for developers. If the county fails to defeat this sprawl, taxpayers will make up the difference. November, the taxpayers face a question about property taxes, yes or no, to protect local government from Tallahassee. Please vote to direct the county attorney to do this research to defend against this sprawl. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Staccato. Next speaker.
Hello.
Hello.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Nicholas Natali. I live at 32836 in District 1. I am here as part of Sunrise Movement Orlando and promoting the STAR plan, but here specifically I am talking in regards to Senate Bill 686. I request the board to not only do a legal analysis of agricultural enclaves, but make that information public because expensive sprawl is a costly burden to us all. And in regards to TDT, I urge the board to accept Task Force Recommendation Number 11 to explore alternative uses to TDT. In fact, Kaplan did a recent study in which 76 of the respondents wanted TDT to go to transportation. And I think we should reevaluate the 40% threshold for marketing. Maybe that money to be used to promote specific events or to provide wraparound ads on buses. Also, we should investigate the county's exposure to bonds and debt due to TDT projects, especially with interest rates so high right now. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to working with you. STAR is on the agenda September 29th. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
All right, and this is going to be our last batch of speakers this morning, starting with Maria Triscari, followed by Angela Emerson, Monty Sullivan, and Giancarlo Rodriguez.
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners, Comptroller Diamond, Administrator Byron Brooks. I am Maria Triscari, President and CEO of the International Drive Resort Area Chamber of Commerce, 7512 Dr. Phillips Boulevard. Our chamber represents over 54,000 hotel rooms, hundreds of restaurants, attractions, 7 major theme parks, and more than 100,000 employees. As you review the TDT Task Force recommendations today, we ask that you look closely at the economic analysis presented through this process. The Georgia State University analysis, the county's independent analysis, the Convention Center's economic assessments clearly demonstrates the tremendous economic return generated by the Orange County Convention Center. The Convention Center received the top ROI score, it ranked #1 in job creation, and it received the top tax estimate score. These findings demonstrate the Convention Center provides the strongest economic return to Orange County and generates major benefits throughout our county through job creation, ad valorem tax return, TDT tax return, and continued economic growth. With such strong results and given very close vote by the task force, we respectfully ask that the Board of County Commissioners take the necessary time to fully review and analyze the evaluation, the scoring, and the economic data before any final decision. This is an important decision for our future. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Triscari. We'll move to the next speaker.
Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm here on my own personal time as a resident. I live in the community of Eastwood at 14729 Baltusrol Drive, Orlando, Florida. In 2020, the DRC recommended approval of a substantial change to the Eastwood PD without realizing that major conditions of a 1986 approval remain unmet. These weren't minor oversights, but foundational requirements tied to flood protection, wetland conservation, and Federal Clean Water Act permitting. Army Corps permits conditions remain unmet today, including wetlands required to be placed in perpetual conservation. Since 2020, residents continue filing complaints as the basin appears to be losing function and capacity with deferred maintenance. A substantial PD amendment is a moment the county reopens the original approval, but before recommending anything, the DRC has a duty to verify basics, the status of all conditions of approval, that as-builts for the drainage system exist and match what was approved, and that no EPD holds remain outstanding. None of this was confirmed in 2020. Commissioners voted no, but the flawed DRC recommendation created a risk likely for any resulting litigation. Public safety demands that these verifications be mandatory. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Emerson. Next speaker.
Marty Sullivan, 901 Georgia Avenue, Winter Park, Orange County, District 5. I ask that you exhaust and continue to exhaust every legal avenue fighting the proposed Sustany development. It is not merely an unneeded, high-density subdivision in a fragile rural ecosystem. Subsidy is a direct hostile attack on home rule and the democratic rights of Orange County citizens. Senate Bill 180 is explicitly intended for hurricane disaster relief and not urban density. This is illegal multiple uses of a single bill. It is absolutely mockery of the law to force 1,800 suburban homes into the protected Econohatchee River Basin. In addition, oppose the Senate Bill 686, intent for agricultural enclave. Stand with the 73% of Orange County voters who elected you to protect our community, preserve our home rule, and say an absolute no to subsidy. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Sullivan. We'll move to the next speaker.
Good morning, Orange County Board of Commissioners. My name is Giancarlo Rodriguez. I live at 32803, and I'm here on behalf of Sunrise Movement Orlando, a youth-led organization fighting for a more affordable Orlando. We are excited for the STAR Rapid Transit Plan to go in front of the board on September 29th. STAR is a real solution to invest in public transit and address our transportation and affordability crisis, and we encourage the Commission to vote yes. But there are also actions you can take now to fight for our common vision for an affordable Orange County. First, please move forward with the TDT Task Force Recommendation number 11 and have the county do an assessment of the amount of money being spent on destination marketing. We may already meet the 40% threshold considering modern forms of marketing and may be able to use tourism dollars for transportation now. Second, the county needs to conduct a legal analysis on whether Orange County has a legal position to fight against SB 686, agricultural enclaves. Agricultural enclaves encourage the expensive sprawl that have made Orlando one of the most rent-burdened metros in the country, worsening traffic all while destroying our environment. Let's work together to continue fighting for our community and deliver the Orange County we know our residents deserve. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. All right, do we have other speakers?
Mayor, that was our last registered speaker.
Okay. If there are no other persons present who wish to be heard during the public comment period at this time, I do remind you that this afternoon we do have public hearings regarding land use matters, and there will be opportunities for public comment at that time. So I'm going to close the public comment period. While there were a number of persons who came forward this morning to speak about TimberScan, and some invoked the name of Commissioner Michael Scott. He has asked, I'm going to give him a few moments to make some statements, and with that, Commissioner Scott, you're recognized. Miles, if you will.
Oh, I got it.
Okay.
All right. Good morning, and thank you, Mayor. I wanted to address a number of things relative to TimberScan for those who may not be aware and the residents there. First, we had a community meeting approximately a week ago at Catalina Elementary. Prior to that meeting, I went to every door in that community by myself. Prior to today's meeting, again, I went to every door in that community by myself. I have zero concerns as it relates to safety for the members there, and I know that staff is going to continue to make efforts to reach them via phone, via email, via in-person contact to make sure that they are aware. What happens today with the item on the consent agenda relative to receivership is to start the process to ask the questions. For several years, we've talked about the TimberScan community, the county's investment in that community relative to its investment in other communities that are similarly situated. With respect to the resources and time that the county has put in and the staff has put in, I have been incredibly grateful. What I want the members of that community to know is that this just starts a conversation. Nothing will happen fast, nothing will happen quick, and nothing will happen without your input. It is important to me that you will be involved in the process and that we will make sure that whatever transition happens, even if it results in the termination of that community, that you are made whole in a way that makes sense for your family. There are several different family makeups, seniors, those who have disabilities, but I just want you to know that this is not going to be a quick decision, and there's a possibility that what does happen may outlive my time on this board. But please know that myself, my fellow commissioners, the mayor, and the county staff will not put you in a situation where someone's saying get out and you have no place to go. And so I want to make sure that's clear to the members of that community, clear to those who are watching and may not understand what's happening in TimberScan. And I invite anybody who would like to be involved in the process to join me for a tour or a meeting or a conversation. To my knowledge, no one has approached the county with any development proposals. There is no money to turn it into luxury condominiums or anything like that. We are just formally and officially empowering the county attorney's office, the county staff, and whoever may be hired in this process to formally explore what will happen with that community. Mayor, thank you for allowing me to speak prior to consent, and I'm good.
Commissioner Simrad.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor, and it's really wonderful to see you back. Congratulations. So I have a question just for the residents that came. They drove almost an hour here, paid tolls, took a day off of work coming from the east side of Orange County. And I just wanted to make sure that I'm clear when I speak to them. The litigation that you were referencing, I just want to make sure because there was an existing lawsuit pertaining to the removal of Lake Pickett North from the Lake Pickett study area. And last week, that was when the judge made a determination on that case. To my knowledge, there is no case or litigation or anything that's pertaining to Senate Bill 686. And that's what they're specifically asking for. So I'm trying to understand the link so that I can be helpful to them in how they're trying to navigate this process.
Well, obviously the 686, 680, those are kind of overlapping issues. And so when the county attorney's office does their analysis, it has to look broadly. And likely because we're already engaged in litigation that's on the periphery of this very similar issue, their analysis will encompass whatever strategies that we will move forward with. Obviously, if we end up in litigation, if litigation is imminent or existing, there may be opportunities for the Board of County Commission to meet in the shade to discuss our strategy. If not, then those conversations, some of those conversations may occur in the sunshine, but until they do their work and come back to the board, we won't make any definitive decisions today, obviously. And the item that was on the agenda for this afternoon regarding Lake Pickett North, of course, the applicant on that item withdrew that item, and I'm sure that they have legal representation, and they will look at their legal options. We'll look at our legal options, especially as it relates to legislation that Tallahassee has already passed. And so we will have to have those conversations about how we move forward with protecting our home rule, protecting our rights, the rights of our citizens, and that's it's a bit premature at this point without briefing you as commissioners and then even briefing the public. So this is evolving, okay?
Great. Thank you for the clarification, Mayor. Thank you.
All right. And with that, I'm going to move forward now to the consent agenda. I'll go to the county administrator to present the consent agenda, and I understand there's an item that may need to be pulled.
Thank you, Mayor. From the consent agenda, I'm going to pull two items. First is I-7 under Planning and Environmental Development Services. This item has to do with the mobile temporary overnight shelter It will be considered this afternoon concurrently with public hearing K14. So again, moving I-7 to be heard or considered this afternoon with public hearing K14. The second item is K1 under utilities. It's regarding the Conserve 2 agreement, the budget with Woodard and Curran. We need to pull that item for separate action by the board so that Commissioner Crabb can make his appropriate statement.
That was K1
under utilities.
Okay.
And so with that, Mayor, pulling I-7 for this afternoon, K1 to be considered immediately following this action on the consent agenda. Staff submits the remainder of the consent agenda for board consideration.
Okay. With the exception of item K1, is there a motion?
Second, Scott.
And I-7, okay.
Yes, I-7 and K1 being pulled.
Okay. I-7 will be heard this afternoon with K14. So we're pulling I-7 for this afternoon. K1 will be pulled also, and we'll take up that vote separately. We do have a motion by Commissioner Uribe, the second by Commissioner Gomez-Cordero. All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye. Opposed, no. The motion passes, and it is unanimous. And now the item K1 that was pulled, I have the county administrator address that issue.
So that matter is approval of funding agreement with Orange County and City of Orlando regarding water conserve 2 joint facilities. That's the budget with Woodard and Curran. And Commissioner Crabb needs to make his statement on that item.
Commissioner Crabb. Okay.
There it goes. All right. All right, thank you. Yes, the Woodard and Curran is a customer of mine for the Shirt Shop USA, so I'm pulling that to make sure there is no conflict, and I've filed the form with the clerk.
All right. Any questions for Commissioner Crabb? Okay, there being none, motion for approval of item K1, a second by Commissioner Scott. It is K1. Okay. And all in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye. Opposed, no. All right, the motion passes, and it is unanimous. Okay. And Commissioner?
Minus mine.
Minus obviously the vote. Commissioner Crabb abstained from the vote for the conflict that he has apparently filed at this point. Okay. With that.
And Mayor,
yes,
would you indulge me for 20 seconds for a comment on?
We will.
All right, I appreciate that. You may or may not know, but notice on today's agenda, but there was information regarding a street name change by the City of Orlando. I'm a steward of history, and I appreciate history. They are changing their name in honor of George Stewart Sr. So the new name will be George Stewart Place. George Stewart Sr. was an influential community leader who believed that if a community provides a living for you and your family, you are obligated to give back. He co-founded the Tangerine Bowl, now Citrus Bowl, the Orlando Union Rescue Mission, the Christian Service Center, and the Central Florida Capital Fund Commission. He was also the owner of George Stewart, Inc., which was the largest office supply department store at the time. While George Stewart Sr. passed in 1976, his legacy of public service continued through his children and grandchildren, including George Stewart Jr., Jacob Stewart Sr., Charlie Stewart, Robert Stewart Sr. There's several more, but they all have worked hard in our community as well, and I'm honored to share this information with you and appreciate the lasting contributions by George Stewart Sr. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Crabb. Let me also, with the motion that passed regarding the remainder of the consent agenda, I want to highlight a few things just for the public benefit. I'd like to, first, the International Association of Firefighters, a memorandum of agreement on today's consent agenda addresses an additional modification to the approved contract between Orange County and the IAFF Local 2057, which represents our firefighters, our paramedics, dispatchers, and other fire rescue personnel. As you will recall, the board approved our collective bargaining agreement with the IAFF Local 2057 at the May 19th, 2026 board meeting. I'm pleased to share that our firefighters who remain actively employed with Orange County received the retroactive payments provided under the agreement in their paychecks this past Friday, August 21st. So congratulations, firefighters. Don't spend it all in one place. As we continue implementing the agreement, the county management and the union remain engaged in discussions regarding certain impacts of the negotiated agreement, including potential salary inversion affecting some employees that warranted further discussion. Through those continued discussions, the county and the union worked together to reach the memorandum of agreement before the board today, which further addresses those impacts and provides for appropriate salary placement for affected employees. This board has consistently prioritized public safety, and approval of this agreement continues that commitment by investing in the workforce that serves and protects our community 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. This morning, the board also agreed to pay $5 million to cover state-mandated Department of Juvenile Justice costs allocated to Orange County, an increase of approximately $1 million over last year. Again, this is based on Florida statute. When juveniles are arrested and they are booked into the juvenile system, the state mandates that Orange County contributes to the detention of the juveniles in the juvenile system. Now, we do have 7 juveniles who are not being prosecuted as juveniles. They are being prosecuted as adults, and they're incarcerated at the Orange County Jail. They have to be separated, segregated away from the adults, but they are in the Orange County Jail. This particular contract is relative to all those other juveniles who are being held in juvenile detention. Also this morning, before I leave that part, Orange County, with the juvenile detention, Orange County is required to pay 50% of the state's costs for juvenile detention. Again, this is an example of how we use our general fund and property taxes to meet state mandates. Next, our Mental Health and Homelessness Division is renewing 2 contracts with the nonprofits Coalition for the Homeless and RISE Community Solutions. A $1.029 million contract with RISE Community Solutions funds the Breakthrough Program, which provides family peer support services, caregiver education, and support for those families. A $522,000 contract with the Coalition for the Homeless will provide emergency shelter and housing-focused case management. We heard from a number of individuals today who are advocates for shelter for the homeless. Through a $1.261 million contract, the Citizens Commission for Children will partner with the Florida Department of Health to offer free physical examinations for Orange County youth ages 0 through 18. That means infancy through 18. For more than 2 decades, the timber scan community has experienced a steady decline despite the county's investment of more than $3.5 million in stabilization efforts. That is far above any ownership groups or owners who have invested in that same property. Today, the board took an important step towards addressing these conditions by initiating the process to terminate the condominium associations and transition the property. Our priority is the people who live there, and we will work with each impacted resident to provide resources and support throughout this transition. This is the start of a long process, and county staff are committed to continuing to engage residents and keeping them informed. That also means some of those property owners who are not residents, who own property, who also have a responsibility for bringing about the change that is needed in that dilapidated property. They have a responsibility as well to make sure that the residents, in some cases, their tenants, are receiving adequate and healthy, above standard living conditions. All right. The consent agenda included 2 items related to the Orange County and City of Orlando ongoing collaboration that will support the continuing expansion and operation of the region's reclaimed water system. 2026 marks the 40th anniversary of the Joint Conserve 2 project, which to date has processed over 375 billion gallons of reclaimed water for beneficial uses. And lastly, Orange County is somewhat unique from the standpoint that we are able to proactively and responsibly utilize 100% of our treated reclaimed water as reuse for purposes such as irrigation, aquifer recharge, industrial cooling for power generation, and for discharges that provide environmental benefit, such as maintaining and rehydrating wetlands. Reusing water helps to conserve Florida's freshwater resources and facilitates the protection of our vibrant ecosystems. Along with responsible conservation, water reuse will continue to play a very necessary and vital role in the water supply planning process for all of Orange County. So a lot happened with the approval of the various consent agenda items this morning. Wanted to highlight those. With that, we're going to move forward now to our discussion agenda. I'm going to call on Ms. Tracy Atanasio, the Assistant Manager of the Procurement Division, to present the Procurement Committee recommendation regarding selection of 1 firm and 2 ranked alternates to provide design and engineering services for the I-4 Sand Lake Road Interchange Gateway improvements and the request for proposals Y26-808-GO. With that, you are recognized.
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners, Comptroller Diamond. The Procurement Committee has evaluated proposals for design and engineering services for I-4 Sand Lake Road Interchange Gateway improvements. I am requesting board selection of 1 firm and 2 ranked alternates, as well as a requested action. Commissioner Semrad was assigned to the Procurement Committee.
All right. With that, Commissioner Semrad, do you have a potential motion?
Yes, Mayor, I do. I move for the selection of Kimley Horn and Associates, Inc., 334.50 points, with Metric Engineering, Inc., 317 points, and Benes Hangen Bruslin, Inc., 271.17 points, as the ranked alternatives, as well as the requested action on the screen. Thank you.
All right, we have a motion, and the second is by?
Yeah.
Okay, so it didn't come up to the screen. This is this new technology we got.
Second? Oh, okay. Sorry.
I heard you. Okay. We're trying to put it up on, on the screen. Okay. It's
in the agenda. Oh, there
okay,
we go.
there we go. Okay. There's a requested action. We do have a motion and a second. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. A motion passes, and it is unanimous. Let the record reflect that Commissioner Uribe was not present for that particular vote. With that, now we'll move forward to item A2, and we're going to have Ms. Atanasio frame this item as well.
The Procurement Committee has evaluated proposals for construction, engineering, and inspection CEI services for the Reams Road widening project. I am requesting board selection of one firm and 2 ranked alternates, as well as a requested action on the screen. Commissioner Scott was assigned to the Procurement Committee.
All right. With that, Commissioner Scott, do you have a potential motion?
It worked. I move for the selection of Civil Site Engineering Incorporated with 281.67 points, with GAI Consultants with 263.33 points, and CDM Smith Incorporated with 262.67 points as the ranked alternates, as well as the requested action on the screen.
Okay. I did hear a second from Commissioner Crabb. Was the seconder on the motion. I heard first, and we'll get these microphones together here soon. With that, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. Also, let the record reflect that Commissioner Uribe was not present for that vote as well. And now we're going to move forward. Thank you, Ms. Atanasio. We are going to move to a work session agenda item. And I'm going to call on Mayor Linda Chapin and Mr. Eddie Moratine, the co-chairs from our Orange County Citizens Tourist Development Tax Development Citizen Task Force. All right. Mayor Chapin.
Good morning, Mayor, Comptroller Diamond, Commissioners, Task Force members, and certainly citizens. I want to acknowledge my co-chair, who is, I'm here to kick this off. He's going to finish it up. And we are grateful for the time that you are giving us. Mayor Deming set up this task force with 2 particular goals in mind. One was to get wide input from citizens across Orange County. The second was to assist in evaluating applications for TDT funding that fall within the current statute. We wiggled a little bit on that one. But I appreciate very much the fact that the mayor did decide to expose a lot of people to this process. I am particularly impressed with how many people have told me they watched it on Orange TV, and want to thank those folks, because it is always effective for citizens to get a better idea of what tourism means to our community, what it does for our community, the benefits and challenges that it offers, And I think that we can believe, as task force members, that we did advance that understanding. I understand that someone has described our process as messy. Well, I would not disagree with that. It was a very large group of people, maybe too large, although I would not sacrifice a single one of them. Some were longtime friends. The others have become new friends. And so I really appreciated the time and the effort and the work that they put in. And if there are task force members in the audience, they might be taking a break from county work today, but if there are some in the audience, please stand up. Thank you. Thank you. These folks attended long meetings. They took time away from work. They had a variety of disparate interests, which, of course, was the goal. But when they disagreed, they did so with extreme civility and often, or sometimes, humor, and were careful to observe the sunshine law. We had lots of discussions during break about the weather. And although we could not, of course, come to total agreement on many issues, I do believe that we achieved a degree of consensus that will serve the Board of County Commissioners well as they move forward. Consensus is never easy to achieve. I'm sure you have experienced that yourselves, but we hope that we have assisted in the work that you have before you. Let me be perfectly clear so that the audience members understand. We, as task force members, are not here to ask the Board of County Commissioners to endorse our recommendations. We are here as part of a process to ask the Board of County Commissioners to recognize the work and to accept the final report of the task force, which was the action that the Tourist Development Council took when we presented to them. And so we know that they will want to do a lot of their own work. They may well wish to hear presentations from applicants. They will debate among themselves. So those of you who presented to us and worked with us have yet more work to do, and so does our Board of County Commissioners. I also want to particularly commend the staff that worked with us under very stringent and difficult conditions at a time when, as all of you know, and you all better than any, there is an awful lot going on in Orange County. And so we appreciated the nights and the weekends that they gave to us, and I feel that I learned a lot about current Orange County government. I will now turn this over to Roseanne Harrington, Chief Deming's Chief of Staff, who will begin walking us all through the final report and those who participated in it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Chapin. It's been a long time since I've been called Chief Demings. We got two of those in my household. Yeah, in either case.
Good morning,
Roseanne.
Mayor, Comptroller Diamond, and Commissioners. It's my pleasure to be here to update you on the work of the TDT Citizens Advisory Task Force. And I want to thank personally Mayor Chapin and Eddie Moreton for their dedication to this process. They were very involved throughout the entire process, helping to make decisions and move things along, and I really appreciate their efforts. Along with the committee, we would try to be flexible and accommodate everybody's requests for how they wanted to see things done or compiled, and so I'm proud of the work that they did and the staff and everybody involved. So with that, I'm going to now kick off the presentation. Today, we're going to be going over a task force overview, the economic analysis, survey results, TDT Citizen Advisory Task Force recommendations, and then you're going to see a capacity presentation, and then we'll have questions and then the requested action. So as Mayor Chapin so eloquently said, that Mayor Demings put together a task force that convened on July 21st, comprised of 34 individuals from all over Orange County. We had 11 municipalities represented. We had 2 representatives from each of the commission districts. The mayor appointed the 2 chairs, and then we also had veterans, labor, and representatives from chambers. Special thanks to our co-chairs. And then here's the individual list of all of our members. And as you can see, it's a very diverse list, and we are very grateful for the time and efforts they put into this. I think they were living together for about 5 days. They were working from 9 to 5, and we really appreciate it. I do want to mention that all of the meetings were live streamed, and then the tapes was put on our website along with all meeting materials so that there was access for anybody who wanted to keep track of the process, my mother included. She watched every one of them. So the first meeting was July 21st, and in that meeting we had extensive education on the TDT, and I think everybody benefited from that, and special thanks to Danielle Philippe, Assistant Manager of Financial and Fiscal and Business Services, and also to Comptroller Diamond and to Assistant Senior County Attorney Whitney Evers for educating us on the statute, the history of TDT, and then Sunshine Law. The next 3 meetings, we had presentations, and in the last meeting, we went over survey results and recommendations. Now, there were 24 interest indicators that the application process actually started before their first meeting. And this was that so that we could give them more time to review the applications. The process started June 30th, and all the applications were put together by July 16th. And then at the first meeting, they were given to every task force member. So the 24 interest indicator applicants representing over $3 billion in funding requests. 20 applicants were selected to advance, 2 were deemed ineligible, and 2 applicants withdrew. Each had 15 minutes to do a presentation and 15 minutes of questions. And then we had Dr. Peter Bluestone of Georgia State University, who at the end on August 11th did an overview of his economic analysis. And the county attorney's office provided initial legal review of applicants for compliance. So here's the schedule, and you can see we saw a lot of presentations, and we spent a lot of time getting to know these projects over these 3 days. And now, with that, it's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Peter Bluestone, Associate Director of Georgia State University Center for Local Finance. He was selected to do an economic analysis. It was important that we tried to find somebody outside the area who is not involved with any applicants coming before the task force. So, Dr. Bluestone, I'm going to turn it over to you now.
Welcome, Dr. Bluestone.
Thank you. Welcome. Good to be here with you all today, Mayor and Commissioners. Some of you, I guess, have already seen me from some of the earlier presentations. Let's see, where are we? There we are. Okay, so this is the economic impact analysis of selected TDT projects. So I'm going to talk about the data availability, a little bit about the condensed time frame. Then we're going to go into the economic impact analysis of the selected projects, estimates of TDT modified ROI and modified spending ROI. I'm bringing this to the top of the agenda. There was a lot of interest in this, and so I want to kind of get time to talk about it rather than at the end. Jobs supported, total output due to new spending, and again, this is all due to using the IMPLAN model, IMPLAN input-output model. Construction impacts and estimates of taxes collected. I'll briefly talk about those last. They're all really linearly related to the amount of spending on the project. So there's not a lot of things to understand there that are not really directly driven by how much money is flowing through the project. I did leave time for questions at the end, but it looks like we're going to take questions all at the end, so I'll just finish up. Okay, I want to give this some context about the challenges of doing this kind of economic impact analysis. And I want to use this little illustration here about some trips that I took, as our family took. The last time I was actually in Orlando was with my family going to Universal. And we spent a bunch of time and money, and we got up early. My kids are big Harry Potter fans, and so we were there early in the morning and got the wands and all that stuff. We had the fast passes, and my wife is a big enthusiast, so we weren't allowed to leave till like the sun was down. And so we spent, on average, there's 4 of us, 2 kids and my wife and I, about $500 per person over those 3 nights, for a total of about $6,000. And it's real clear from that little story that economic impact for the Orlando community was due to the Universal Studio theme park, right? That was why we were there. The second trip, my kids were older, and so they could appreciate the nuances of New York City. So we went around Christmas time, and it was cold. But we did a lot of interesting things. We wanted to skate at Rockefeller Center. That was too busy, so we ended up at Washington Square Park. And you can see I put these things that we wanted to do and some of the things that we actually did do, just to illustrate that when you're going to visit someplace, you may go there to do something, and you have that in mind, but you do something else. And so again, we spent 3 nights. Again, $500 per person. In New York City, that's easy to do. And again, for $6,000. So the trick here is, though, you can see all those things. How do we allocate that spending to each event? What do we attribute to the Statue of Liberty? What do we attribute to Chinatown or going to the top of the Rock? So that's the tricky part here. And when we go through these examples and projects, when we think about economic impact, the key thing is to allocate that spending to the project. And the other thing to keep in mind is that this has to be new spending, right? I'm not from New York. I don't live in Orlando. I live in Atlanta, right? So I am that tourist, right? So again, this is all new spending from somebody coming from outside the region. And how do we estimate that? Okay. So again, I just kind of highlighted that. The key thing here is the number of out-of-MSA visitors due to the project. And this was all provided by the applicants, right? I'll show you, we have an application page, and we asked them that question. And we also asked them the estimated length of stay due to the project. And again, we realized this is hard to estimate, but we wanted to know what that was. And this is important for feeding into the economic impact model, IMPLAN. And IMPLAN is an industry standard model. It's an input-output model. It uses state and local data to calibrate the model. It provides estimates of jobs, output, and tax collections. And when you think about the multiplier effect, when people talk about, it generates this many jobs, 1.8, 1.7, that's what this model is. That's what they're talking about. And one of the things we wanted to do, again, to try to get a sense of how much, or again, these are all self-reported figures from the applicants. We wanted to develop a baseline model that we could look to see, is this a reasonable number? Does this make sense? So we used the experiences that we have doing a lot of work at the Georgia World Congress Center. That's a big convention center in Atlanta. We also used the Savannah Convention Center, which recently did an expansion that is similar in size and scope to the one being pitched by the convention center here. Mercedes-Benz does a lot of events, concerts, and things like that, so we could get a sense of visitors and what they spend there. And we also look to the empirical literature to see what are reasonable estimates. Okay, so obviously, as Roseanne showed, there were a lot of applications. And we went through them. The key thing we were trying to figure out, are the applicants suitable for a full analysis? And so what we did was we first looked at, did the project meet the statutory program criteria? The second was the project sufficiently far along in its planning process that it could be realistically completed as described, right? Was this project, we didn't want something that was too speculative. Did the applicant provide sufficient data and a causal nexus to attracting new out-of-region visitors? Again, this is key. We actually had to have some numbers. We couldn't just say, take your word for it. And some of these make a lot of sense, right? You know, that, oh yeah, you might get new visitors, but we had to have some estimates of what those were. And finally, is the request from a separate grant-making entity. The idea there being, right, we don't know what those grants are going to be, so how can we estimate the economic impact? And for a summary of these findings, there is a technical report that you may, hopefully you got, that I submitted yesterday to the staff. Okay, some themes during the presentation, right? Again, as I mentioned, this data is coming from the applicants, so there is a good deal of uncertainty in it. As you know, this was a condensed process, and so the applicants did not have some of them, not a lot of time, and so you know, we want to keep that in mind when we're looking at this analysis. The second is how project scale relates to economic impact and the ROI measures, right? ROI is essentially a ratio, so you can get a great ratio, but you know, how much actual, what's the level of economic impact? How many jobs are we talking about? How much new money is flowing through the economy? Second, or third, actually the ROI measures here. So these are measures that I use that are tractable, that we can follow, that aren't the traditional textbook measures of ROI, but they're helpful to compare across the different projects because they're consistent, right, and consistent for this work. And so we'll talk about those. For the textbook definition of ROI, there's just a lot of data constraints. We just don't have the ability to collect all what we think would be, you know, the expected revenue over the lifetime of the project, all of the expected costs, and revenue to whom, right? You know, these projects are seeking public dollars, but these projects aren't owned by the county. So it's much more challenging. It's a difficult process. Also, these projects have significant public good components, which is why they're coming to the county for money. Okay, so this is that page I mentioned, which asks the applicants for that information. Again, self-reported, so there's a high degree of, you know, a bit of uncertainty here. And finally, there were 3 applications that described a very similar history museum for the town of Eatonville. So we looked at those together and picked out the elements from each one that helped us, you know, create sort of a representative history museum that we could use to plug into IMPLAN that would give an economic impact that we felt was reasonable. And I'll show you about how we did that later in some of these slides. Okay, so here is a summary of the projects analyzed. Essentially, there were 5 of them when you again use the representative history museum. And the thing to bear in mind here is there are 2 that are really, really large, the Convention Center and Dr. Phillips Center Master Plan, and then the others are roughly this similar magnitudes. They're smaller. All but the Immerse Festival have construction involved, so these things aren't coming online right away. You know, probably 4 or 5 years out. You know, with construction, probably 5. You know. And then the other thing is at the bottom there is, this is again reported by the applicant, is feasibility without TDT. So all but the Convention Center was claimed to be feasible without TDT funding. So I'm going to go through these next slides a little bit quickly. These are just summaries that go into the ROI estimate. So this direct spending is what we put into IMPLAN. This is our estimate of the new visitor spending, right? This is how much new money is coming into this project. The output, that's again what comes out at the end of IMPLAN. That takes into account all those additional multiplier effects. So here is what we estimate for what I'm using as 2 measures of ROI. The first is a TDT ROI. This is the return of TDT dollars by the amount of TDT that the project is requesting. So you can see the Convention Center, it's estimated to generate about $6 million in new hotel revenue. This is again based on their operations. This is not taken into account construction. This is once the project is finished. And so they're asking for roughly $500 million in TDT funding, right? So that generates a ratio or a percentage of 1.2%. You contrast that with Dr. Phillips. They have an estimated total economic output that is on par with the other smaller projects. And this, again, these figures came from Dr. Phillips. It's really based on their estimates of new visitors from out of the region of 50,000, and their new estimates of overnight visitors of 30,000. But because in their application, they ask for a considerable amount of TDT funding, roughly 700 million, that ratio, that percentage is much smaller. But it's just a function of how much TDT revenue they're asking for. The others come out, a little bit higher, and you can see the History Museum and the Mertz Festival are in the 60s, and the Children's Museum and the Mertz Festival are in the 60s, are 1% and 1.5%, and the History Museum is 0.3. The last one is the total spend ROI, and this is the idea that how much, pardon me, how much total economic activity, and that's the total economic output that I showed you is directed from the new visitor spending. So this is the total benefit to the Orange County region, the four-county region, how much money is being spent in the restaurants, how much money is being spent, going out to other things, doing other things, buying groceries, dry cleaning, all the stuff that you do. So this, and then this is for, then we divide that by the amount of the project cost, right? This is the actual total project cost. And for some of these projects, again, that's a pretty decent return, right? Particularly when we think about the total output for the convention center, right? We have a really large output of over $330 million annually, divided by their estimated project cost over $500 million, and that's where you get that 62%. Again, for the Children's Museum and the Mertz Festival, it's similar. And here again, Dr. Phillips is lower because, again, their construction cost is $1.4 billion. It's just a lot more. And again, their total economic output is on par with some of these smaller projects. And again, these are all based on the numbers they provided. One thing I do want to come back to, so when I'm talking about scale, as you can see, the Mertz Festival does quite well on these returns on these measures. And it's a very interesting project, but it's one weekend, right? And so when we think about, can we make this bigger? Can we grow it? Whatever. That's kind of hard, right? So again, when some of these other projects that have more scale to them, that you actually get a higher level of economic activity, even though maybe the ROI isn't quite as good on these metrics. Okay, so this is the nuts and bolts of how we kind of got to some of these numbers. And so this is where we're looking at, again, we have the three history museums, and one of the presenters showed this very interesting slide about Orlando average attendance at various types of events. And so that 2.9 is for museums, 2.9 million, these are the annual out-of-region visitors. And so I'm trying to get a sense of, what's a good estimate, right? And so you can see, like, for some of these, like the first one for about 34,000 visitors, right? That's a 1% increase in museum attendance for out-of-state visitors. And when you look at the project from Representative Antone, that would increase attendance by about 17%. So that seemed to be an outlier. 1% seemed to be about the right number. Again, for the Children's Museum, even though it's 2%, right, that's 100% more than 1%. So again, that seems to be a bit of an outlier. This is another cut at those numbers. And when we can see, again, the share of total new visitors from out of the MSA, again, Dr. Phillips has 5% and 3% in terms of overnight visitors and new visitors. And the Children's Museum has, that would be 25%. And so when we think about the new visitors from outside of the MSA of over 62,000 and the overnight visitors of 22,000, right, if we ran those numbers through Implan, that museum, with a cost of $40 million, would have a greater economic impact than the Dr. Phillips project, spending $1.4 billion. So there's something we had to make some adjustments there. So we adjusted that figure down to be more representative of the 62,000, to make it more of a 1% level than a 2% level, and we kept the overnight visitors the same. Again, just to keep the scaling right. It just seemed to be, again, a little bit out of the bound of reasonableness there. So in terms of, so this is where we actually come up with the amount of spending per visitor. And so when we looked at the application for the convention center, their total spending per visitor was very similar to our baseline model, but they didn't actually have a breakdown by sector. And it's important to break this down by sector because that's how we generate where the jobs go, right? We just can't plug it all into one category. You don't get a breakdown of jobs. And so we used the shares that we have from the Georgia World Congress Center and Savannah Convention Center to allocate that spending by lodging, transportation, et cetera. We looked at a lot of the applications, again, for the history museums and the Immerse Festival and Dr. Phillips' master plan. And Dr. Phillips had some great individual data on the spending breakdowns, and that coincided a lot with what we had in terms of Georgia, and also in terms of what the average spending that the Visit Orlando had. So we used that as the benchmark, and we just kind of gave everybody the same level of spending. Again, we don't want to say, okay, if you go to the History Museum, you're only spending $159 per night, right? We want to try to keep it consistent. Again, so the impact is generated by how many visitors, right? Because we don't really know exactly what they're going to spend. So we ended up using that level of spending for all the other projects. The Convention Center had one distribution of spending. The other projects had the other. And so when you multiply, for instance, at the Convention Center, that roughly $315 per visitor times the number of visitors, new visitors, 150,000, spending 4 nights, and again, that coincided with what we've seen in Atlanta. That is pretty much what they spend. You end up with that $187 million. That's the annual average spending for the new visitors for the Convention Center project. And when you run the breakdown through each of the sectors through IMPLAN, you end up with that output of $334 million annually. And that's, again, including the indirect, which are the suppliers to the hotels and all those things. And then the induced, right, is, again, where everybody spends the money on groceries and doing the things that they do in Orlando. And that supports a total of 2,207 jobs in the metro area. And you can see the breakdowns of the others. They're substantial, but not of that magnitude. So here is a list of the actual top 10 new jobs per sector. And again, that's the benefit of using that spending. And you can see the top 5 jobs are all where we had direct inputs to spending. Surprisingly, that you see transit and ground passenger transportation is generating the most jobs across all the categories. And this was not the highest level of spending, but again, it shows how different industries have a different mix of labor and capital, right? The top spending was hotels, but hotels have a different mix of labor and capital, right? And so you spend a lot of money to stay in a hotel, but it doesn't employ quite as many people per that spending, right? And that's kind of one of the good things that the models help you see, right? Is when you spend money in one place, how many jobs you get for that versus spending money in someplace else. And at the bottom, we have the new jobs that are estimated from the applicants for their actual project. And you can see when you look at the top, even just the top 5, that the jobs generated throughout the economy because of the new visitor spending is considerably larger than the individual facilities. Okay, so this is construction. And as I mentioned, construction is really just a function of how much money is being spent, right? We just ran this through the one industry sector of commercial construction. And so when you spend a lot of money, for instance, Dr. Phillips is spending $1.4 billion, you end up with a net impact of almost $2.5 billion. You get a lot of jobs, but those are the annual average jobs. And when that construction spending goes away, those jobs go away. And the other thing to remember for construction spending is you can't actually sum them. They actually occur only as the spending goes, right? You only have so many workers on site at a time, and so that is what that is. Okay, and finally, these are the taxes estimated to be collected. And you have to be a little bit cautious here. IMPLAN does not have all the statutory code and exemptions that you all might have. Like, for instance, in Georgia, the state taxes has an exemption for groceries on our sales tax, but the locals don't, right? And so if you're thinking you're going to do something with groceries and you're running that through in-plan and you're thinking you're going to get local state sales tax, you're not. You're only getting local sales tax. But in-plan does kind of have a basket of relevant taxes and applies all the economic spending that goes into the projects, filters it through that. And so you get a rough idea of the magnitude of the taxes. And again, this is driven by the level of economic activity, where you have the convention center collecting quite a bit of operational taxes, and the other projects collecting roughly a similar amount, a little bit, from anywhere between, roughly 700,000 annually to 1.1 million. And in construction is just, again, a linear function of how much is being spent. Dr. Phillips is spending a lot more. They're going to generate a lot more tax revenue. And then the convention center spends a little bit less, and the other one's smaller. And for the Immerse Festival, there's no construction, so that's zero. So that is the end of my presentation, and I'll turn it over to Dr. Beers.
Okay, Commissioner Scott.
Mayor, okay, thank you. Dr. Beers, thank you for your presentation. So, Mayor, again, I'm trying to follow this process, and I know we will ask questions towards the end, right? However, as this stuff is being presented, it's laying a foundation for the conversation that proceeds toward the end. I wonder if you might not entertain, if for me or for all the commissioners, to allow one question, no rebuttal, no follow-up, just so we can understand. And the reason why I say that, Mayor, is because these numbers that were presented are different from the numbers that were presented in the plan and different from the two different reports I've received this morning. So my head is spinning trying to keep up but also understand. Specifically, the presentation had 58% for the Children's Museum at TDT, but the report that I have says 66%. And then on the History Museum, it had it at 27%. And now it's 31. So I'm trying to follow this, and I'm getting confused. And then we received, we received one presentation last week and then a new presentation this morning. So I would just ask if each commissioner would be allowed to get just one question of him, just so we understand before we add more on top. Because again, I'm a little confused.
Okay. We're going to try to get through it. All right, so
I'll deal with the
Dr.
versions.
Bluestone.
Yes, my apologies on the version changes. There were small adjustments as we went through, as we checked the numbers and made sure everything was right. And we looked at different methodologies and made sure that they were consistent across the presentations. This was all done very quickly, and so as we had to be ready for the 5th, that was the first presentation, so we did change some things slightly, but the orders of magnitude are really pretty much the same.
Okay, Mayor, I'm good. I'm good for now.
Okay. I know it might be clear as mud right now, but we'll come back and try to.
I'm sorry. Anything else?
Conversation.
No, I just wanted to make sure I have a flow because I'm looking at your presentation in 4 different documents. I'm trying to follow along. Okay. And I'm just getting.
Yeah, and I did change some of the style of the slides and moved some in different orders, and so but yes, I do apologize. Some of the things did change a little bit over time.
All right, thank you, sir, and thank you, Mayor.
Commissioner Simrad.
Thank you, Mayor. So I have a question pertaining to Dr. Bluestone. Thank you so much. And I followed your methodology. I use IMPLAN as well. It's a good model. So there's, but I want to understand from Roseanne, did this economic report meet the scope of what we thought we were going to be getting to analyze? Because when you effectively have the overwhelming majority amount of projects that are not within the comparative analysis because of either lack of data or whatever the case may be, it doesn't mean that because we are devoid of an in-plan analysis that we are devoid of economic activity, economic synergy, or public benefit. And so I expected a much different result out of this report, and I just wanted to understand if this met the scope of our expectations of what we were going to be getting. Thank you.
So, Commissioner, let me step back into 2023 when we had this task force. We had 4 groups that advanced to the board. And so when we were selecting somebody this time, we thought, well, it should be somewhere around that number. And so the most cost-effective thing to do was in our request was to ask for an analysis of maybe 5 or 6 projects with the ability for whoever was contracted to do more analysis. And we worked with the comptroller's office to identify somebody, Georgia State University, as opposed to contracting for 10 and then maybe only having 5 groups move forward. So we knew that Dr. Bluestone, had the ability to do more. As we moved through the process and he looked at all the data, and I do want to say that he sat through every meeting, he sat through every presentation, he read every application, and after that, and we asked him, how many do you think that you can do an analysis on? And this is what he came back with, and I think he's going to talk about some of the reasons why the others, in that one-page questionnaire that you see, they provided data, but it might have been more related to their overall large-scale project, not necessarily what they were asking us for. And so he could only go by what was in the application, because otherwise then we'd have to let everybody else update their information. So Dr. Bluestone, is that correct?
Yeah, and I can speak a little bit more.
Well, just one second, because there's only 5 projects out of, how many were there, 20, 24?
But when you consider that you have the 3 museums.
Okay,
So that
so-
brings us up to 8, but you're absolutely right. The others, we do not have an analysis on, and he can give you the reasons
No,
why.
and I understand all the reasons. I understand. I use the in-plan model. I get it. I know that there are limitations to the data. But what I am concerned about is fairness. And so when you have applicants that all submit and only, 5 or 8 can be actually assessed, when you're trying to do a comparative analysis and you don't have the same documentation for every applicant, it raises questions of fairness, and that's where I'm struggling. And with regard to this report, I mean, I would like to, there are other economic models that we can use that you can deviate from in-plan. I know it's the traditional one and it's a good one. I use it, but this is an issue of we only have 5 to look at, yet we're either dismissing or including others that didn't have it. And that's a struggle for me.
I understand, Commissioner, and some of these projects are smaller, and because we didn't have any funding in ARC, probably would not have applied to this program if we would have had funding in ARC, and that would probably eliminate a large number of these that do need more time to finalize some details on their project and prepare for a more thorough analysis. But it is an option, Dr. Bluestone has offered, that if the board wants to see presentations and if there's other groups that you would like to see an analysis done on, he has offered to do that.
Okay, I would like to just, say to my fellow board members that an absence of an in-plan analysis is not an indication of a lack or an absence of public value or economic value. So the lack of it is, in terms of fairness, I just want to say, if it's not there, it doesn't mean it has no economic value or public value. And I hope we consider that moving forward, because we only have 5 to actually comparatively analyze. Thank you.
All right, Dr. Bluestone, I know you wanted to respond, so we're going to try to get back on task and get through the presentation.
So another thing to bear in mind is, and I forget exactly how many of these were applicants for future grant-making programs. So those were not, there was 4? Okay, great. And so, again, the key designation that we were looking at is the new economic activity, right? We really had to see something from the applicant that showed that. And again, it's possible that, again, like you point out, that it was there. It's just they didn't show it to us.
I understand, but Dr. Bluestone, new economic activity is not permanent economic activity. When you have $1 billion application, you generate construction output that is not permanent jobs. So when we talk about a comparative analysis of the in-plan across the projects, we have to understand that the economic activity generated is in a large part temporary during the construction. And so that's why I'm just emphasizing that a lack of an in-plan analysis does not make it devoid or absent of economic value, economic output, or public value. And I think that's a very important distinction to make as we consider all of the projects. Thank you.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
And Commissioner, I would like to say to your point, and that's why the task force was compelled to advance some of these smaller projects, because they felt like just because they didn't have a thorough economic analysis didn't mean that they weren't valuable. I mean, this was the first time that we have had projects from all over Orange County, touched every district from all over Orange County. And so that's why the task force had this exact discussion and said, we still want to move it ahead because we feel like it has merit.
Okay.
Totally appreciate all of it, Roseanne. I just wanted to put it on public record that, Dr. Bluestone, I think, had the data and he worked with the data that he could, but I just wanted to make sure that we understood that only 5 have that analysis. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you.
Let me see if we can we have 2 other commissioners indicated a desire to speak, Commissioner Uribe and Commissioner Wilson. This is on this subject. And then I want to get back to the presentation to Dr. Beers and let them finish the presentation. Commissioner Uribe.
Yes.
Oops. Anyway, hit it one more time.
Want me to do? Okay. Again, I have a hot mess here because I've got like all of these reports going on. And my concern is, one, we're only looking at a few, and I get you can only feasibly do whatever you're directed. We hired you to kind of take these. Something that's hanging over me is we've got the convention center at play, which was clearly never forwarded, okay? Secondly, I do have a concern on jobs. Because when you talk about employment, there's a difference between permanent employment, temporary employment, seasonal employment, wage type of employment. So I look at calibers of employment too. And then lastly, and I guess this is for Roseanne, there's projects here that from our original list that I would have liked to have seen. I mean, we clearly approved UCF in the past, but we're not even seeing them right now. And they have clearly shown that they were shovel-ready and they were moving forward. And there's other programs here. But what was interesting on my briefings with a few folks who have reached out, I had never heard of any of these. It's kind of like selective few came to us, and here we're being bombarded with decision-making, and I don't think we're being very true to the comparison either. When I looked at and I've heard of your analysis format, but I also see you've got convention center singularly, and then you've grouped other things, immerse, museums and so forth. And are they really that weighted value? Because let's just put it like this, is Convention Center Universal in New York the other one that you're weighing, and just very brief kind of summary where it was a multiple hit task to come up with that rate of investment?
Yeah, I think that's a good way to think about it. When we think about why is somebody visiting, can we allocate their spending? Again, just the New York versus Universal example. Can we allocate their spending reasonably to a certain project or theme, right?
Right.
And so when we think about the convention center, there's good data out there that says, yes, we can do that. When we think about some of these other projects, do we really believe that somebody's just going to spend 3 days in Orlando and the only reason they're there is for just one of these things, right? We think that it's much more like the New York City trip. They're doing a lot of things. They may spend a day at a park, right? They only have one day, and they may spend some time at another place.
I was trying to figure out your number there. The other concern is how are we proving those to be beds and heads also, for those particular things. And then my only other, I feel like we're not getting, I guess, a fair analysis at everyone that submitted. When I think of these organizations that we're used to dealing with, and seeing tourism or TDT dollars. And then one thing you said Immerse, right? Very, very popular festival here. Yes, it's one weekend. I look at our sports funding being part of Visit Orlando and so forth. Why couldn't this festival be put there as opposed to having it be a separate one weekend event? It's as opposed to when I look at everything else, it's a venue, it's a it's a construction investment. But a MERS seems like a logical one hit every week, and it's gonna be what it is, but you're just hoping to grow it. So, it's
Okay.
food for thought for conversation for my colleagues. Thanks.
You think I can?
Commissioner Wilson.
Am I on? Wow, okay. That's amazing. You guys know the old system, I had it down pat. I was like playing Trivial Pursuit over here, just hitting the, so I am grateful for, I believe, the interest obviously from our community, but I want to rewind and start by saying that I'm incredibly grateful for the co-chairs and every single member that was impaneled on this task force for the amount of time and effort. My colleagues and myself, that we worked hard to figure out who would be good representatives. The cities all participated in this. It was a cross-section, and listen, I'm the greatest skeptic out there when we start working on these things to make sure that everything is being done the right way. But it was a great cross-section of representation. And so what I wanted to ask of, maybe not you, but Roseanne and potentially my colleagues is, shouldn't we be framing this information as part of the question about the task force findings? This was one tool, what I believe was a very extensive analysis that they utilized. And to the point of being able to read through their concerns, and some of them align with your concerns, but do we reinvent the process from the get-go based on the fact that they identified some of these concerns as task force members? They were tasked to ask the tough questions, many of them did. And so I felt like that was encompassed to some degree in the dialogue of the report, if not the actual percentages that were allocated to some of these things. So I guess my question to my colleagues, I don't really have a question for you, but I guess.
Okay, so wait.
Is it, I feel like.
We're in the middle of their presentations, so.
Okay, well, I just want to make sure that we're staying
Wilson,
focused on that.
Just
and that's what I'm
process-wise, let us get through, let Dr. Beers finish. We'll come back. I think your question
that's fine. I just want to make sure that we're,
but it's interjected in the middle of their presentation. So I'm trying to get them up and down.
And 100% realize that we're trying to, between now and this afternoon's public hearings, condense what you guys did in weeks.
Yeah.
So that's,
so,
I just
so
want to
let's
make sure
come back.
we're
Let's come
looking
back to that.
Okay.
Okay. Let me try to get them completed. Commissioner Gomez Cordero, was your question about what Dr. Bluestone had presented? That this is why I took the pause to try to respond to something that he specifically said before we move to the general kinds of questions. Okay.
Yes, thank you. Okay, and thank you everyone for being here today and all the team. Task Force. Dr. Bluestone, I have a question in regards to the slide number 18, the summary of projects analyzed. Can you clarify, you said that the convention center is feasible or not feasible to TDT funding? I want you to clarify that, please. Thank you.
Yes, so that line is strictly taken from the application where it says, it asks the applicant, would you be feasible if you did not receive the amount of TDT funding requested? And so on the convention center, they said no. Everybody else said yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Dr. Beers.
Hey, good afternoon. Thank you, Mayor Demings and commissioners, and thank you again to the mayor and the mayor's office staff for the opportunity to present here today. I'm Ryan Nickenbeers, research statistician with the Orange County Corrections Department, and today I'll be presenting the results of the survey of task force members. On the survey, task force members were asked to use the following materials to evaluate applicants, including the interest indicator applications, the ARC matrix, the economic analysis from Dr. Bluestone, member discussion, and meeting notes. And so for the ARC matrix, that has criteria where applicants are evaluated on tourism expansion, project soundness, and anticipated return on investment, including the workforce and community impact. And this is the ARC matrix for your reference. And so based on task force feedback, the survey was simplified to 2 questions per applicant rather than separate questions on every criteria. The first question was a multiple choice question asking for respondent support of the funding request, and it had 8 options. If the respondent selected strongly support, support, somewhat support, or do not support, that was considered ready for consideration. If they selected refer to another grant program, too soon for consideration, or does not qualify for TDT funding, that was not ready for consideration. And there's also an option to abstain due to a conflict of interest. The second question for each applicant asked for any comment, and this was optional. And then the last question on the survey asked for any recommendations or comments to the task force, and this was also optional. The survey was sent out after presentations on August 5th, and it was completed between August 5th and August 8th. And 32 out of 34 task members completed the survey. There were 41 questions on the survey, with an average amount of time spent on the survey of about 60 minutes. And I just want to mention that that does not necessarily include the time task force members spent reviewing all the materials beforehand. The task force members met on August 11th to discuss the survey results and provide recommendations. And will now present the 20 applicants in the order they presented and their survey results. So our first applicant was the TD Application Review Committee, and they were requesting $75 million to $100 million to replenish the TDT ARC grant programs. And we'll focus on the numbers on the left throughout the presentation, the solid support and average sentiment, but we can see on the right the number and percentage of respondents who selected each option. When we originally presented this to the task force, we just presented the overall support to the task force, which was a total percentage of strongly support, support, and somewhat support. However, during the meeting, they asked just to see the solid support, which is just the percentage of strongly support and support. So in this case, the solid support was 91%, and that's made up of the 66% strongly support and 25% support. The task force also asked about the average sentiment, which is just the average of those who considered the project ready for consideration, assigning 0 for do not support, 1 for somewhat support, 2 for support, and 3 for strongly support. And the main idea with the sentiment is that if it's closer to 3, there's a lot of strong support, closer to 0, a lot of do not support. In this case, the average sentiment was 2.6 out of 3, and that's on the higher end of the range from 0 to 3. And the right, it shows the full results of respondents. In this case, 66% of respondents selected strongly support, 25% support, 6% somewhat support, and then 3% too soon for consideration. Abstentions were 0 unless otherwise noted, and comments are not shown due to time, but these are available to you. And when they were presented to the task force, they were also grouped into themes. So our next applicant was the Orange County Arts and Cultural Affairs. They were requesting an additional 1% to 2% of the first 4 cents annually for new and increased grant programs for arts and cultural organizations. They currently receive 5% of the first 4 cents annually. There was 72% solid support for this project with an average sentiment of 2.2. 50% of respondents selected strongly support, 22% support, 19% somewhat support, 6% do not support, and 3% referred it to another grant program. Our next applicant was the Orange County Ecotourism Grant Program. They were requesting $5 million to $10 million per year over a 10-year period to establish the Orange County Ecotourism Grant Program. There was 72% solid support for this project with an average sentiment of 2.2. 41% of respondents selected strongly support, 31% support, 16% somewhat support, and 3% did not support. 9% referred it to another grant program. Next applicant was the Orange County Natural Resource Tourism Infrastructure Grant Program. They were requesting $5 million per year over a 10-year period to establish the Orange County Natural Resource Tourism Infrastructure Grant Program. There was 72% solid support for this project with an average sentiment of 2.3. 41% of respondents selected strongly support, 31% support, 16% somewhat support, and 12% referred it to another grant program. Our next applicant was the Florida Citrus Sports and Greater Orlando Sports Commission. They were requesting $25 million for the establishment of a dedicated major events fund. There was 41% solid support for this project with an average sentiment of 1.5. 22% of respondents selected strongly support, 19% support, 34% somewhat support, and 16% did not support. 6% referred it to another grant program, and 3% did not qualify for TDT funding. The next applicant was the Orange County Convention Center. They were requesting $523 million for Project 5B to construct a multipurpose hall at the existing north-south building. There was 50% solid support for this project with an average sentiment of 1.5, 22% strongly supported the project, 28% support, 16% somewhat support, 25% did not support, 3% referred it to another grant program, and 6% too soon for consideration. Our next applicant was Alcrest Capital. They were requesting $48 million for the Florida Freshwater Discovery Center. There was 13% solid support for this project with an average sentiment of 0.9. 9% of respondents selected strongly support, 3% support, 6% somewhat support, and 28% did not support. 3% referred it to another grant program, 47% too soon for consideration, and 3% does not qualify for TDT funding. Our next applicant was the Association to Preserve the Eatonville Community. They were requesting $53 million for the Zora Neale Hurston International Museum of Arts, Heritage and Culture. There was 44% solid support for this project with an average sentiment of 1.7. 25% of respondents selected strongly support, 19% support, 13% somewhat support, and 16% did not support. 6% referred it to another grant program, and 22% considered it too soon for consideration. Next applicant was Florida Citrus Sports. They were requesting $54 million to construct a multi-level parking structure on the Camping World Stadium campus. There was 47% solid support for this project with an average sentiment of 1.5. 22% of respondents selected strongly support, 25% support, 19% somewhat support, and 25% did not support. 3% referred it to another grant program, 3% too soon for consideration, and 3% did not qualify for TDT funding. Next applicant was the Orange Audubon Society. They were requesting $20 million for the Orange Audubon Natural History Museum. There was 38% solid support for this project with an average sentiment of 1.9. 16% of respondents selected strongly support, 22% support, 19% somewhat support. 41% referred it to another grant program with 3% too soon for consideration. Our next applicant was the Creative City Project. They were requesting $22.5 million for the Immerse Festival. There was 45% solid support for this project with an average sentiment of 2.1. 32% of respondents selected strongly support, 13% support, 10% somewhat support, and 10% did not support. 32% referred to another grant program, and 3% does not qualify for TDT funding. And there was one abstention on this project, and so the percentages are out of 31 instead of 32 in this case. Our next applicant was the Florida Museum of History. They were requesting $30 million to $50 million for the Florida Museum of History. There was 16% solid support for this project with an average sentiment of 1.1. 13% of respondents selected strongly support, 3% support, 6% somewhat support, and 25% did not support. 9% referred it to another grant program, 41% too soon for consideration, and 3% does not qualify for TDT funding. Our next applicant was the Dr. Phillips Center for the Performing Arts. They were requesting $750 million to advance a portion of the 4 separate master plan projects. There was 55% solid support for this project with an average sentiment of 1.6. 90% of respondents selected strongly support, 35% support, 23% somewhat support, 19% did not support, 3% referred it to another grant program, and there was one abstention. Our next applicant was the University of Central Florida. They were requesting $119 million to advance the 3 complementary capital projects. There was 35% solid support for this project with an average sentiment of 1.1. 16% of respondents selected strongly support, 19% support, 13% somewhat support, and 42% did not support.
7% referred it to another grant program, and 3% that it did not qualify for TDT funding, and there was 1 abstention. The next applicant was Dr. Phillips, Inc., and they were requesting $60 million for the Eatonville Museum of Culture and History. There was 63% solid support for this project with an average sentiment of 2.1. 41% of respondents selected strongly support, 22% support, 16% somewhat support, and 9% do not support. 6% referred it to another grant program, and 6% too soon for consideration. Our next applicant was Orlando City Baseball Dreamers. They were requesting $975 million for a Major League Baseball stadium. There was 13% solid support for this project with an average sentiment of 0.9. 13% of respondents selected strongly support, 16% somewhat support, 29% did not support. 42% considered the project too soon for consideration, and there was 1 abstention. Our next applicant was the 8 Waves Corporation. They were requesting $25 million for the I Am Children's Museum. There was 50% solid support for this project with an average sentiment of 2.0. 22% of respondents selected strongly support, 28% support, 25% somewhat support, 25% referred it to another grant program. Next applicant was the Town of Eatonville Community Redevelopment Agency. They were requesting $22.5 million for the Eatonville Heritage Tourism District. There was 22% solid support for this project with an average sentiment of 1.4. 9% of respondents selected strongly support, 13% support, 13% somewhat support, and 13% did not support. 22% referred it to another grant program, 28% too soon for consideration, and 3% does not qualify for TDT funding. Our next applicant was the City of Ocoee with they were requesting $30 million for the expansion of the Forest Lake Golf Club. There was 34% solid support for this project with an average sentiment of 1.4. 16% of respondents selected strongly support, 19% support, 19% somewhat support, and 19% did not support. 22% referred it to another grant program, and 6% does not qualify for TDT funding. Our last applicant was the Orange County Public Schools. They were requesting $20 million for the School of Arts and Entertainment at Cherokee. There was 19% solid support for this project with an average sentiment of 0.8. 9% of respondents selected strongly support, 9% support, 6% somewhat support, and 41% did not support. 28% referred it to another grant program, and 6% does not qualify for TDT funding. And so the last question on the survey asked for comments or recommendations to task force members, and this was optional. And each recommendation or partial comment was separated and grouped into themes, and the full comments are available to you. There was 19 respondents to this question, and so we had 8 comments which related to each of broader uses of TDT funds, projects to support, and TDT accounting review. There were also 3 comments relating to each of process, statutory reduction, thank you, and visit Orlando, and there was 1 related to new tax. And this is an applicant summary sorted by sentiment with a range from 0.8 to 2.6. And I'll just mention that whether the applicants are rated or were sorted by overall support, solid support, or sentiment, all 3 lists had the same 4 applicants at the top and the same 4 applicants at the bottom. So the same 4 applicants at the top were the TDT Application Review Committee, the Orange County Natural Resource Tourism Infrastructure Grant Program, the Orange County Ecotourism Grant Program, and Orange County Arts and Cultural Affairs. And the same 4 that were at the bottom were Florida Museum of History, Orlando City Baseball Dreamers, Alcrest Capital, Orange County Public Schools. And so this is, again, a summary of the applicants sorted by sentiment. And so I'll now turn it over to Task Force Co-Chair Eddie Moreton to present recommendations. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Beers.
Thank you, Dr. Beers. Good afternoon, Mayor, Comptroller Diamond, Commissioners, thank you for your time, really everyone in the room. It's really a pleasure and an honor to finally present this report, to pass this on to you for the work that you have ahead. I will try to be as succinct as possible to get us through this presentation. I must say, first of all, it was impressive to work with my colleagues on the committee who balanced the tension between a commitment to steward these dollars for the very things that fuel TDT and know that we have to be good stewards of being able to continue to generate this resource in our region. What an incredible bounty we have that we get to have conversations like this one. With the very, very well-known sentiment of our wider community, members of this body, of that we have other needs as a community that would make us better at hosting the rest of the world, and a desire to really address those, along with the hope to see more of these dollars benefit more than the usual cast of characters, to see more of it spread around the region. And the end result is this report that you're now receiving. Whatever versions you have seen in the process, what you are receiving today is the final recommendation by this body. The committee is seeking to provide you with the benefit of our input. Here's what the public citizenry thinks about these projects, what we recommend. We have combined that with an economic impact study for all of its flaws, the best that we were able to assemble with the expertise of Dr. Bluestone, so that you have that input, and with the survey that we just walked you through. All of these are simply inputs. Final decisions will be made by you. Our hope is that this is helpful for you as you evaluate and then make final decisions on each of these projects. I'll share our recommendations, and for your benefit, we've also added a few visuals for each of these. Recommendation number 1 advances the top 4 projects in the highest score. And this was an interesting and great to see endorsement by the committee of these ideas. We knew that, as Roseanne mentioned, some of these projects really should have gone directly to some of these programs if they had known these programs were already funded and active for them to do so, but ended up coming to the TDT committee. Others were new ideas that seem long overdue and welcomed by the committee overall. These include TDT Application Review Committee, ARC, Arts and Cultural Affairs, Ecotourism, Natural Resource Tourism Infrastructure Program. So here they are with a little bit more detail on each of those. The ARC requests that this grant program be replenished with $75 to $100 million over a 5-year period. The Orange County Natural Resource Tourism Infrastructure Program requests that the county would like to request $10 million of TDT funds per year for 10 years for the creation of a tourism-focused lake and river restoration program to help preserve publicly accessible water resource destinations, improve and expand visitor access, and continually strengthen the quality for visitor recreation experiences. Orange County Ecotourism Grant Program. This request is for $5 million of TDT funds per year for 10 years for the creation of a nature-based tourism network showcasing the wide variety of recreational and learning options that exist throughout our county. And the Arts and Cultural Affairs requests that funding from 5% of the first 4 cents to 6 or 7%. Our second recommendation really looked at those ranking towards the bottom of the list when the TDT committee members evaluated the criteria and what things we could recommend forward. These were the ones that ended up in that category. Number 1 is the Florida Museum of History, Orlando City Baseball Dreamers, Allcrest Capital, and Orange County Public Schools project. These were not recommended to advance forward. These are some visuals for those. The Metropolitan Museum of History for $50 million, Orlando Dreamers for $975 million, Allcrest Capital, or the Freshwater Discovery Center, for $48 million, and Orange County Public Schools School of Arts and Entertainments at Cherokee for $20 million. Our third recommendation was to advance. These are the 2 projects in Eatonville that survived the process to move forward, to advance specifically Dr. Phillips Charities project and refer the association to preserve the Eatonville community to another committee. Here are some visuals on that particular project where Dr. Phillips was requesting $60 million of an approximately $85 million total project, which they seek to then fund the difference. and the Zora Neale Hurston International Museum of Arts. This is the project by Association to Preserve Eatonville Community, asking for $53 million, being recommended for another committee. Recommendation number 4 is to advance the Creative City project for $2.5 million a year for 5 years. We've heard plenty about this project today, popularly celebrated by members of the committee and the wider community as well. Recommendations 5 through 10 advance the following projects: 8 Waves Children's Museum, Orange Audubon Society, Dr. Phillips Center for the Performing Arts, Florida Citrus Sports Parking Garage, City of Ocoee Forest Lake Golf Course, and Town of Eatonville CRA Historic District. The 8 Ways Children's Museum presented here with their funding requests, additional visuals, and breakdown of both the groundwork and vertical construction estimates that they present. The Orange Audubon Natural History Museum at Apopka Birding Park. And obviously the Dr. Phillips Center Master Plan. We've heard remarks on this today in that particular project, specifically their North Block. Camping Road Stadium Campus Extension, this is related to the already funded new venue being developed and already funded at Camping Road Stadium. As an extension of that program is this parking garage project as presented there. The request is for $54 million on this project. Forest Lake Conference Hospitality Sports Tourism Campus. The applicant is the City of Ocoee for these 2 capital projects. And the Heritage Tourism District project, the request of $22.5 million by the Town of Eatonville CRA. The following did not advance through this process, and these include Orange County Convention Center, Florida Citrus Sports and Greater Orlando Sports Commission Major Events Fund, and the University of Central Florida. These are visuals for each of these projects. The Orange County Convention Center's Project 5B, The Grove, was for $523 million. Florida Citrus Sports, Greater Orlando Sports Commission Major Events Fund was for $25 million. And the University of Central Florida's Athletic Tourism Infrastructure Investments at $119 million. Other recommendations by the Citizen Advisory Committee included number 11, that the County Commission explore every avenue to advance alternative uses of the tax, including but not limited to transportation and affordable housing, or add additional pennies, or lower the 40% for tourism promotion and make it a legislative priority. Recommendation number 12 is that the ARC grant program expand opportunities for special events and small projects. I'm going to hand it over now to Danielle Philippe, Assistant Manager of Fiscal and Business Services, to follow me in this presentation. Danielle.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners, and Comptroller Diamond. So today I will be presenting 6 scenarios which were prepared by Fiscal and Business Services and the county's financial advisor, PFM. These scenarios illustrate the potential impact of the county reserves of funding all or a portion of the proposed projects advanced by the task force. The goal is to provide you with an overall view of the county's overall funding capacity. I will begin with presenting some key assumptions. Then we will look at 2 funding scenarios assessing the county's capacity to fund the projects as recommended, followed by 4 scenarios illustrating the county's estimated available capacity. Finally, we will conclude with some key takeaways. When reviewing the scenarios, it is important to remember these key assumptions. All scenarios assume a revenue growth of 8% in fiscal year 2026 and 2% annually thereafter for the TDT revenue growth. There is no debt issuance by the county for any of the proposed projects. All current plan priorities and commitments are assumed as paid in accordance with existing payment schedules. Project cash flows in the first 4 scenarios reflect the timing requested by each applicant in their application. The Dr. Phillips Center for the Performing Arts project is the only project currently anticipated to be financed through long-term debt. Financing is assumed to be finalized in fiscal year 28, which allows time to draft and execute the funding agreement and to structure the financing. The first debt service payment is assumed to begin in fiscal year 29, and then we are assuming a 6% interest rate and a 30-year level debt service, and that is consistent with the financing used for the Camping World project in 2024. With these in mind, we will look at the 2 scenarios assessing capacity for the recommended projects. This chart outlines all of the projects recommended by the task force and includes the total amount requested for all applicants. The only exception is the Creative City project, which the task force recommended funding for 5 years instead of the 10 years requested. This scenario includes the lower requested amounts for the TDT Application Review Committee, the Ecotourism, and the Arts and Cultural Affairs programs. So that's the $15 million, $5 million, and 1% for arts. The first row outlines the current estimated excess revenues, which projected annually after the current plan priorities are accounted for. Then listed are the projects expected to be funded annually. The first row highlighted in blue is the total estimated annual program funding, which reflects the combined funding requests of all the recommended projects. The row right below that is the estimated debt service for the Dr. Phillips Performing Arts Center project. This amount is based on $825 million total financing requirements, which consists of $750 million in project costs as requested and $75 million in estimated debt service reserve and cost of issuance. The next row, highlighted in blue, shows the total proposed additional expenses for all the recommended projects. Next is the estimated excess revenues after additional expenses, which calculates excess revenues when all the proposed projects' annual costs are considered. Following this is estimated interest, earnings on the renewal and replacement reserve account. And last, which is the most important row for this analysis, is the estimated unallocated cash on hand, which provides the projected balance in the renewal and replacement reserve account at the end of each fiscal year. As many of you are aware, the comptroller recommends maintaining a target balance of $300 million. So, as indicated in red, under this scenario, county reserve is estimated to fall below the target level in fiscal year 2029 and will remain below target for an extended period of time. This indicates that the county does not have the sufficient capacity to sustain these projects at the requested timing and level. If we include the higher requested amounts for the 3 grant programs, the balance would fall below the target level even more. So next, we will assess the capacity to fund the top 9 ranked projects at the funding level and timing requested. This scenario considers funding projects in the order ranked by sentiment and considers the lower funding requests for arts and the ecotourism programs. As illustrated, county reserves, again, is estimated to fall below the target level in fiscal year 2030 and will also remain below target for an extended period of time. And so again, this just demonstrates that there is not sufficient capacity to fund these projects at the level and at the timing being requested. So now we will look at 4 funding scenarios illustrating what the county could sustainably fund within its current capacity. This first scenario reflects the lower funding requests for the granting organizations while limiting funding for the Dr. Phillips Performing Arts project to $590 million. Under this scenario, county reserves is estimated to remain above or near the target level throughout the forecast period, with excess revenues beginning to emerge in 2032. So this scenario is similar to the previous, but it accounts for funding the grant programs at their higher request. And in this scenario, the Dr. Phillips Performing Arts project cost is limited to $320 million. As illustrated, again, by the bottom line, county reserve is estimated to remain above or near the target level throughout the forecast period, with excess revenues beginning to emerge in 2032. Now, the board does have some flexibility in how it approaches funding, which can affect overall capacity, including adjusting timing of funding, so when project funding is allocated and how those costs are distributed across fiscal year. We can also adjust annual funding level, which is changes to the amount ultimately approved for each project. Also, duration of funding, spreading the project costs for recurring programs over more years. And lastly, the board can also consider funding eligible projects through established grant programs, such as ARC. And so with this in mind, we will look at 2 additional scenarios to illustrate how timing, duration, and amount of funding can affect overall capacity. In this adjusted scenario, funding for ARC has been shifted to begin in fiscal year 29, as ARC was previously funded for fiscal year 24 to 2028. Funding for the ecotourism and the infrastructure programs has been shifted to begin in fiscal year 28, allowing time for those programs to develop. And the funding for Immerse in fiscal year 27 was reduced by $1.25 million to account for the funding they are already receiving in this fiscal year from Arts and Cultural Affairs Blockbuster program. These changes increases the capacity to fund the Dr. Phillips Performing Arts program from $590 million in the previous scenario to $730 million. County reserves is estimated to remain above or near the target level throughout the forecast period, with excess revenues now emerging in 2034 instead of 2032. If we consider the request for ARC, ecotourism, and art at the higher capacity, this increases the amount for the Dr. Phillips Performing Arts project from $320 million from the previous scenario presented to $530 million. Again, as you can see in the bottom line, county reserve is estimated to remain above or near the target level throughout the forecast period, with excess revenues now emerging in 2034. In conclusion, funding all the projects at the levels recommended by the TDT task force and according to the timing requested by the applicants is not within the county's estimated capacity while maintaining the target reserve level. As illustrated, changes in project cash flows, timing, duration, or financing terms can significantly affect the county's overall capacity to fund the recommended projects. Final funding capacity will depend on the project ultimately approved by the board's direction on funding amounts, timing, and duration, as well as the financing terms for the projects funded with long-term debt. This concludes my presentation. I'll be available for questions.
All right. We'll open it up for questions by members of the board. And as you can see, I think there are some basic assumptions we have to make here. And as we have this discussion, in my humble opinion, it is not an option for us to fall below the comptroller's recommended cash reserve balance of $300 million. Okay, so if we start there, we know that we're going to have to adjust, what we may ultimately do as the Board of County Commission. adjusting the timing of funding across fiscal years, I believe, would be fiscally prudent for us to do, and staff has taken an overlook at projected revenue streams and capacity and meeting the comptroller's recommendation for a minimum cash balance. So if we all agree with some of these basic concepts that we've laid out now, we can have a conversation about the board, whether to, the goal today is to accept the recommendations by the task force, but ultimately, whatever financial decisions that we make will require staff to go back and delve into the details. We will have to have specific conversations with some of the potential funding requesters with the details there. If we modify periods of time, can they get their projects done or not? And that will require some additional conversations and discussions. So I'll open it up.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes?
Might I take just a moment before
Absolutely.
the commissioners address their probably complex questions? Because I'd like to speak for a moment so that all of you can understand a little bit better just what the task force itself was faced with. And those are some difficulties that you all may have a higher level of understanding, but they are still things that we had to deal with. One of them, of course, is timing. Now, would we have liked to have 3 months instead of 3 weeks? Perhaps you would not have had us leading the task force, but that might have been preferable. Who knows? Secondly, I think that one of the great questions that the public has, that I have often heard spoken to, is what have other counties done to enable the expenditure of TDT funding on more things that affect the community? And when you look at the terms that we have used today, I think you're going to see that we have now introduced, perhaps not introduced, but we have referred frequently to 2 important terms: cultural tourism and ecotourism. Those are ways in which those TDT funds may attract a new and different kind of visitor and also provide access to community organizations. Thirdly, I think that we were all grappling with questions of size and scope and schedule. Imagine, and you will find this yourselves when you buckle down to work. Imagine comparing the convention center and their application and their ability to provide information to Orange Audubon. Totally volunteer-driven. We would not have asked them to go hire an economic analysis to be done, but we hoped that by presenting them to you, you would find a way in order to advance such a project. Imagine having to compare a brand new project, the Children's Museum, with an established project like the Performing Arts Center. I mean, how can you imagine a brand new project compared with one that has existed for 15 years and that offers opportunities in this community every single night, except Christmas, I think. And so the scheduling of, again, building, financing, all of those issues are very hard for lay people to deal with. And none of these folks were getting paid to do this work. I do believe also that the mayor's charge that we look at opportunities for citizen input, for cities to have their say, was very useful. Every member of the task force played an important role. And as I said to the Tourist Development Council, who decided after some thought to simply accept our report, not to endorse it, but accept it, I believe that by studying tourism, by having ordinary citizens like us study tourism and discuss it in public meetings and on Orange TV, and that the recommendations that we decided to put in our final report, not for your endorsement, but for your acceptance, really have established some goodwill in this community for tourism. I think people understand it better. I think that they are more inclined to recognize the benefits that tourism has brought to us, and we all acknowledge those and appreciate those, but also to understand the process a bit better. Finally, I hope that you will ask the comptroller to discuss, perhaps again with you, his slide on the buckets, because that is an issue that is very complex. You all have worked with it before. We had not, but I think that it is important going forward to understand exactly how these funds flow and how the capacity to do some of this work is certainly available. Thank you. I apologize.
Mr. Moratine, any comments?
Well, I'd just say that I could not echo more the sentiments of my co-chair, and I cannot thank you enough, Mayor, for the privilege of being able to have this opportunity, particularly with my co-chair. It's been such an honor to serve with her. I think the tensions that I mentioned at the beginning of my brief remarks are represented in these final choices. People were really trying to steward what is the actual job of this committee and what are the things we'd like to see happen in our community. And the product are some very carefully thought through and discussed choices that are being put forth for this board. And our hope is simply that that would be valuable to you as you make these decisions. Some of these projects were very straightforward, and sometimes they still didn't survive. And some were a bit more nuanced and atypical, but felt like they merited an opportunity, a moment to shine in the sun. And each of you have constituents across this community. You probably have people that are happy with you, that are not happy with you on how they feel about the report overall. But the goal is to try to make the best choices for this moment in time. That certainly is your charge. Our hope is to absolutely provide the best input that the public could provide to this process and being helpful to you. So thank you.
All right. Thank you all. You all can have a seat for a moment as we kind of open it up for questions. But let me say this. Out of these recommendations, the part about expanding our investments in ecotourism and cultural tourism, I'm most excited about those two expansions to the extent that we can afford it. The third issue is going to the legislature to lobby for expanded eligible uses that could take on, I think, the possibility of using TDT, expanding additional pennies to do other things with. Okay, that could perhaps address issues like transportation challenges within our community or other challenges that we have. Today, we're still limited by the current statute, but I believe that it will take political persistence across the state of Florida, we would have to bring some additional counties and local governments, I think, into the possibilities of what that could do for their communities as well as our communities if we were able to add a penny or what have you to do some expanded things. That conversation has to continue. It has to be nurtured with partners, community partners, as well as other local governments who will see themselves similarly situated as benefiting if that happened. So that's going to take some work, quite frankly, to get done. But even within the current eligible uses, you know, we could do the eco-tourism. We could do the expanded cultural tourism investments. We can do those things to the benefit of many of our community-based organizations and our municipalities who gave a lot of input and organizations came forward. So I'm going to open it up for questions. So far,
Mayor, as we do that, may I remark on what you just
Yes,
said? Because I
absolutely.
do think there's an overarching theme of reflection for us as a community about this.
Mm-hmm.
I could not agree more. I think there was a lot of shared excitement about the ecotourism and that we have so much to offer between all of the natural features of living in Central Florida that are just fantastic but are kind of under-celebrated. And for people who might, you know, we have young people who leave to go live in Colorado or be close to the mountains, and we have a lot of great things here. How wonderful would it be to have people want to be here because the natural resources we have become famous through tourism. The thought that we should also be looking at ways to, how do we strengthen the natural ingredients that make up for great tourism engines here, like the workforce that we have, like transportation and infrastructure, these wider resource questions. I think you're absolutely right. I'm so thankful that the last committee and that you have already previously advocated for really thinking wisely about how we do that. At the same time, you know, we don't want to kill the goose that lays the golden egg. And we have these amazing assets here that generate all this TDT revenue. The thing I would have loved to have seen more this time around, and I hope that in the future we'll see more, from the major venues and public assets that we use to drive TDT revenue in the area. The commitment to not only operate to their mission for tourism and beds and heads, but to have a pledge to the local surrounding communities around them, to be somehow also beneficial. We heard about how people had strong feelings about, we heard even today about people's wages in certain hospitality-related industries and sectors, and the larger impact of just operating that business. It might fill our coffers as a community, but it's having real impact right where it's at. In our kind of neck of the woods on the west side, for the stadium story of FCS, it's pledging themselves to be a benefit to that community. That story's been out for so long, I thought I would have heard more projects say, and here's how we want to benefit the community where we're going to operate, and here's how we're going to create benefits for children and families. If every single one of these investments not only fulfills the mission of Beds and Heads, but makes our community stronger in other ways, then we don't have to come up with ways to spend money to make up for the impact that they might not be having in other areas. So I would just add that last little data point that the venues or attractions that we support with TDT, like we would expect the company to have a commitment to social responsibility, should also have a lens for shared value to strengthen our community by what they do every day, not just put beds in heads. So thank you.
You know, when you say beds and heads, you know, I think we usually refer to it as heads and beds.
Maybe I'm tired.
But I understand what you're saying. And, you know, if we could get our thoughts around, you know, the tourism and bringing people in, you know, we can put those thoughts of people in beds in our heads. But in either case, all right. I'm gonna kind of go in order here. We're gonna start with Commissioner Wilson. And commissioners, if you have a specific question, if you can address it to who you think needs to address it. If you're not certain, then we'll look to county administration to help there. Then we're going to go to Commissioner Scott, Commissioner Uribe, Commissioner Crabb, and then Commissioner Gomez Cordero. Okay, so we're going to start with Commissioner Wilson. Okay, did it come on? Okay.
I'm gonna quit touching it. Oh, that sounds like I'm on. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mayor. Mayor Chapin, you teach a master class in diplomacy, in eloquence for how to state what I believe so many of us think. Yes, I'm seeing hands out there. It is what I believe after having sat here for several years, in hearing what end up being sometimes very contentious debates, I walk out at the end and think we're all fighting for the same thing. And so understanding the unifying piece of this, which is that ultimately the investments in things that grow this tourism tax can really provide benefits for our residents, and seeing it spread out from what we understand to be our traditional core tourism corridor, because this is how people travel these days, is they do want to see more, and they do, and the evidence continues to show that. So thank you for teaching me and allowing me to follow. I can only aspire to be, I think, as diplomatic and impactful as you've been, and I'm just really grateful for that. I also want to thank I know I have one of my appointees here, Joe Dunn, who is an environmental advocate from years back, that watching his participation, and my other appointee was actually a disability rights advocate. And so seeing the people who came together to produce what this report is, understanding that it's not perfect, that we do have a lot of work to do, I just want to state for the record that I support the findings of the task force. I also want to make sure to clear out what I would say is a bumpy start for me, because I think I was very concerned, and I do want to make sure I get clarification today from Whitney, from our county attorney's office, to make sure that on the record everybody sort of understands the legal review, because the very first meeting that was held, there was a preliminary, and you stated it perfectly clear. This is a very preliminary legal review. It is not dispositive. It doesn't necessarily eliminate them, but this is what my initial review shows. And from that review, there were some that were disqualified for the next round. And so in between that first and second stage, I had questions about, well, if it's not dispositive, then how are they already eliminated? And if their legal eligibility is the concern, later on in the evaluation, there were questions about them being able to be better served by other TDT funded grants. And so my concern there is, if they were disqualified based on their eligibility from the start, does that then disqualify them for anything that is provided through TDT funding? And so if I could just kind of get your thoughts on those two pieces.
So Commissioner, I make sure I'm understanding the question clearly, and I think I need to reframe the first part, because what I did initially for the committee, as you said, was kind of a gloss over legal review, because of course, as we now know, we didn't have a lot of in-depth information on some of these. I did not eliminate any of these projects. I simply said some of these seem like they have more issues than others. There was a vote by the committee, which then turned into a reconsideration and an amendment, and multiple parliamentary procedures happened at that meeting. But I did not eliminate any of these from consideration.
And
I simply identified some legal issues.
Applaud the committee, I think, for identifying what was an opportunity to ask some of those difficult questions. So the presentation that was distributed that day, prior to any discussion, only listed the ones that sort of met legal muster. And so they were already eliminated based on the slide presentation. So they were technically eliminated, and I don't know if that was a decision made I just sort of trying to
I
figure out.
can only speak to the part that I did.
Well, maybe
and the part that I
Roseanne
did
can
was
help
the
me
spreadsheet.
understand a little better, because I want to make sure, and I know it seemed like I was pitching for a specific project, but really the process was what I wanted to make sure I understood, so that any of those projects that maybe today wasn't the day for them, or they weren't eligible, weren't going to waste their time later in a different TDT grant opportunity, or if they had, some other issue that prevented them from making the final cut, what that was. So I don't know if Roseanne, you can speak to it. So some of them, there were some very obvious ones. The one that was outside of Orange County, pretty obvious. But some of them, I think, because of the fact that they were in the spreadsheet, identified as potentially not legally eligible.
I'm going to go ahead and address Commissioner Wilson's concerns. And so we had the 24 applications, and we had one that was located in Lake County, and so we eliminated that one. And then the second one only requested $10 million, and so we pulled that one out. And then there were some others that actually ended up in the bottom of our ranking anyway, because, and it was the desire of the task force. So we had originally gone in and said, these have some challenges that we think they need more time and probably are better suited to maybe look at another grant program, because maybe there were components of their request that qualified, but there were components that didn't. And so it would give them more time to figure out what worked and what didn't work. And the task force said, well, no, we want to see them anyway. And so we went ahead and saw some of those presentations. And some of them actually naturally did end up coming out in the wash. But I think that was more, it wasn't so much the elimination because they weren't qualified, it was more that there were components that were and components that weren't. And so we were trying to prioritize, but the task force, which this was the beauty of the task force decided that they wanted to see them all. And they actually ended up going from 24 to 20. And so we listened.
Again, I'm so grateful that process worked the way it was intended to work. So I want to make sure that just looking forward, that some of those, and the ones I think there was 2 that withdrew, but anybody that's looking at this process and they may have heard that there was some potential concern about their legal eligibility, would they be prohibited from looking into the grant opportunities that are funded by TDT once they've been deemed ineligible from this as a project?
We don't have the ability to prohibit anyone from applying for anything in the future. So that's what I will say to that. And I will reiterate that my legal analysis was a very basic legal analysis because I did not have all of the facts. Now, that's not to say that I don't still have some questions on some of these.
Right.
However, if any of them apply to any of our grant opportunities in the future, including any that you all may approve for new grant opportunities, they're going to undergo a legal review at that point.
Well, and that's the point that I'm trying to make, is there were quite a few, I think, incredible conversations about the opportunities that these new grants that were going through the process at the exact same time would be presenting. And my concern was that if, as part of the initial discussion, they were eliminated either by perception or reality for having maybe not cut legal muster, that they would then not see themselves as eligible. And I want to make sure that we're clarifying that that is not necessarily the case, that it would require review at that next level.
Anything would require review at the next level.
Yes. Thank you. And then just to stay on the record, Mayor, I know this is a long hearing and I'm going to land my plane here, but I support the recommendations of this task force and their findings. I do think it's important that those grant programs are funded to the full capacity of the recommendation, understanding that we may end up having to delay their implementation due to financial constraints.
Okay, understood. Commissioner Scott. Turn you on.
I think there's a bit of a delay from the time you do your thing too. Thank you, Mayor. Mayor Chapin, Eddie, members of the committee, thank you for your time. Yeah, So I have 15 questions. I'm not going to ask all of them. So I'm just going to let you guys know. I'm going to try to do this quickly. And shout out to the Friends of Lake Apopka. I see who are there, and Trudy Wild with the United Arts, some of my favorite people. They are more favorite people, but I just wanted to shout you all out. I guess my first question is, Roseanne, we were given a presentation last week, and we were giving another presentation this morning. So if you could summarize what changes were made between those documents. One has maybe like 98 pages. The other one has 81 pages. I've been trying to sift through.
Yes, so the original final report draft was added to legislate, and it was the basic document. And from that time, we were waiting for Dr. Bluestone's final report. And so when we sent that, we also sent an email that said, here's all the other components that we will include, but we're waiting for Dr. Bluestone's final report, which we got yesterday afternoon. He gave us the presentation on Friday, which was sent to you all. So once we got his final report, we put that into the document, and then from there, after commissioner briefings, we got some input on, we had provided you all the comments separately, we had provided you all the presents separately, so we decided, let's just pull it all together in the appendix so you had everything in one place. So what we added was Dr. Beer's presentation, we added all the comments, we added Dr. Bluestone's final report, and then we went ahead and reformatted some of it to make it a little bit more user-friendly. So we didn't change the recommendations at all. They stayed the same, and we just added more information based on request to have it all in one document.
Thank you for that answer. I have a short-term request for you and a more long-term request for Byron. My short-term request is, I do understand that sometimes things do come together, right? You're pulling information from a number of people, not just germane to the TDT conversation, but all conversations that we have. And so I would ask that going forward, if there are substantial changes, that we be given a summary so we're not trying to decipher between what we've studied and researched versus what was just presented to us after the meeting had started, okay? Long term, and I've said this a number of times before, I think maybe I should have done a more formal memo, but we received the agenda late afternoon on a Wednesday, give or take, usually around 1 o'clock or so, and we're required to review. And if we have any concerns or changes, we have to submit them Friday by 5. That needs to change. You know, we have several hundred, potentially over 1,000 pages of documents to review in less than 48 hours to make a decision on how we feel. That needs to be extended. And so I know we've talked about looking at our rules of procedures. If I have to do this more formally, I will, but I'm just saying again, the commissioners need more time to review these documents and more time to provide feedback to county staff if there are changes to be made. That's for you, Byron, for a later date. I know there are going to be changes in the future, but I just want to say that on the record. My second question for you, Roseanne, is when you and I had a one-on-one meeting and then we had our briefing yesterday, when did the rubric change? I know you were kind of looking at it. As I understand it, we used the rubric from the previous TDT commission. Can you kind of summarize that? Because as I understand it, there might have been a couple of changes. And
When did what change?
The rubric to how the projects were evaluated. When did it change, or did it change? Because again, as I understand it, we were using the same rubric and same process from the previous TDT commission. I do not remember in our conversations, not saying you didn't say it, but I do not remember in our conversations the sentiment score that kind of came up later on. So if you can kind of summarize what, if any, changes were made to the rubric and why.
So there was the ARC matrix that we utilized in 2023. And at that time, the survey was based on that ARC matrix. In 2024, the ARC Advisory Board updated the matrix. They made some minor changes to it. That was what brought forward to the 2026 task force. In discussions with the co-chairs and some of the task force members, there was a request that, yes, they wanted to have the matrix inform their decision along with presentations and along with the economic analysis, but they wanted a broader survey that allowed them to just give some level of support. So yes, they were instructed, and you can look at the instructions on the survey that says, please utilize the rubric, please utilize your discussions, your notes, the presentations, and the applications to inform your decisions as you fill out the survey. But that was something that was done within the task force, and I don't know if Chair Chapin would like to, Mayor Chapin or any others would like to weigh in on that, but it was in response to what the task force had asked us to make that change. We had prepared the other presentation, ready to use that survey. Dr. Beers was ready to use that one, and then we got requests that that one was a little too prescriptive. They wanted something a little broader, that because some of these smaller projects, it was hard to get down to that granular level. And I think that was the challenge. When you look at the rubric and you look at some of these very, very small projects, it is very hard to get to that level. So that's why they suggested a wider type of survey.
All right. I want, it's okay. Because I want to be respectful of everyone's time and my colleagues who I know have a number of questions. So I have a number of follow-ups I'm not going to ask. We'll just have a briefing or have a conversation afterwards. I do have two additional questions, one for you and one for the professor. So we made a change to the Visit Orlando board, to which the commissioner with the highest number of hotel rooms or what have you would serve seats. And so I believe that put Commissioner Wilson on that board. You sometimes serve on the board as a representative of the mayor. Am I right?
Yes, the mayor automatically gets a seat on the board, and I am his representative.
Copy. So Visit Orlando, don't they give ecotourism dollars, or like, I guess, was there ever a conversation about how they give ecotourism dollars to maybe, like, because I know some projects will refer to different places, but was that ever a discussion about the ecotourism dollars that Visit Orlando gives out? Or?
So Commissioner Wilson, they do, and all kinds of, it might be some kind of, I really don't know the answer to what level Visit Orlando does ecotourism advertising.
Looks like Whitney does. She got up quick. So.
I don't have an answer on how many specific dollars they spend, Commissioner. I would just tell you that the contract that we sign with them does require them to include ecotourism as part of their advertising.
Advertising, not necessarily.
Marketing and promotion.
Copy. Thank you. You look amazing today. All right.
Thank you.
Professor, my last questions for you. Like I said, I have a number of follow-ups, but again, just in the interest of time, I'll save those for either email or a briefing. So, Professor, you talked earlier, hold on, in your presentation today, and I'm speaking to, I guess it's page 8, Appendix D, Table 9, TDT and total project spending ROI, the M-Plan, TDT ROI, Orange County MSA. I just want to make sure you know where I'm at. You good?
I think so, yeah.
All right, so you kind of answered it earlier, but I want you to answer it again and expand on it where you deem necessary, because I want to make sure I understand your answer and the reasoning behind it. So when you look at the Children's Museum, which would be number 3, and you look at the History Museum, which would be number 4, and what was presented under the total project spending ROI, it was 66% and 27% for the History Museum, 66% for the Children's Museum, respectively. But the presentation, your initial, and I think that may be your initial, you talked about this earlier, it was 58% and 31%. And I know those numbers are, I think you said negligible or just, but 7% and 4% relative to the amount of money that we're talking about is significant. So I'm trying to understand what information or what did you receive or what did you reevaluate that made you change those percentages from what was 58% to an increase of 66% for Children's Museum, and then how we went from 31% to 27%. Do you follow my question?
Yeah, so there is, the short answer is, I think it was just some spreadsheet errors that some of the numbers, because we're looking at allocating based on county versus MSA. So for some of these things, I use a 4-county region, which is appropriate for the larger economic impact. For the tax, I just use the Orange County.
Okay.
So I don't have it right in front of me, but my recollection was that some of those percentages may have been mixed up a little bit in some of the estimates, so that I had to readjust to make sure I was using the right region.
Okay. I was trying to avoid asking follow-ups. I have a follow-up and I have a request. If you could, either through Roseanne or directly to my colleagues, however, the process, if you could kind of summarize that in writing so we understand what the reason for the change is. I mean, I know you're not prepared to do that right now, but if you can kind of summarize it in a way that, hey, this is what happened on this date, this is what happened after that, and this is why, just so we have a clear understanding of why those metrics changed would be great. I'm going to hold on my follow-up because I think maybe it may be answered or asked based on the questions my colleagues are going to ask. But thank you for your work. I do appreciate it. Roseanne, likewise, thank you for your work. Whitney, you do like 56 different things. I don't know how you do it, but I'm grateful for it. So I appreciate you all and members that really volunteered their personal time. They could have been doing anything and everything, but they volunteered their time. And then they added extra time. I think it's longer meetings and extra meetings. And so knowing that you weren't paid and that you were live on TV to share your concerns, some well-received, some not so much, somewhere in the middle. I just really want to tell you all how much I appreciate that you took time to give your time to others to no benefit of your own. So thank you for your work, and Mayor, I am good.
Commissioner Uribe.
Fantastic. All right. Wow, Commissioner Scott. Okay. So, Whitney, can I ask you some questions right off the bat? Because I went through the ones that were quote unquote approved, and some people that I've met. I went through the ones that were strongly discouraged, and there's a couple things that are standing out at me. One, do you know which one of these applications are actually eligible to receive TDT dollars? Because I think that we're having a discussion of moving things forward, but can we realistically have that conversation if we may like a project, but it will not be eligible to receive those dollars?
So I think I would answer that two ways, Commissioner. One is, when I did my review, what I was looking at is what they are asking for an eligible use under the statute and in accordance with the guidance on that statute, meaning the Attorney General opinions. So that's largely what I based my initial analysis on. In terms of moving forward, it's up to this board what you want to do to move these projects forward. I think, as we've heard today, what's being asked is simply an acceptance of the report, but it's up to you all if you want to get additional information from these applicants, at which point I would have more information myself to be able to give you a clearer answer. But what I can tell you is the majority of what you saw come through appears to meet the criteria that is in the statute. Again, there are a couple that I have some questions on.
Yeah, because I listened and I participated a little, not to the extent of all of you all, but that's what's kind of blaring at me, because if we, quote unquote, try to move something forward, are we not necessarily being the smartest with that? Because if they're not going to be eligible, then how does this entire cube offset, and then also financial dollars?
Well, that's largely a question for you all. I mean, I think it's, again, how you want to spend your time and how you want to analyze these projects moving forward. I can do the legal analysis whenever you ask me to do the full legal analysis. You know, I mean, I've done an initial legal analysis, as I said, and I think the majority of these meet the statutory requirements in terms of what they are asking to use the money for.
Yeah, and
to get into the details, we typically don't do that until either A, we go through one of our grant organizations, the ARC or the Arts and Cultural Affairs, and then obviously a funding agreement. We would have to make sure that everything dots all the i's and crosses the t's in a funding agreement if and when you all decide you want to get to that point.
I mentioned this in my opening remarks, and we talked about Visit Orlando doing ecotourism promotion. Why can't we put Immerse under that? I mean, that is, and when we had some public comment, Immerse was very open about these bands come here, they come back and have concerts, people return to Central Florida to see them. Why can't we include them? I mean, they're actually proving additional offsets from that event that have continued to bring people here from Atlanta and Columbus and all that kind of stuff. Why are we not able to do that? It's not a lot of money, and then we could secure their funding for guaranteed for 5 years.
So right now, the Visit Orlando contract doesn't provide for that. That's something that if you all wanted to do, that would require an amendment to that contract, and as we know,
Well, that was my
those
question on the
are not
ecotourism
mine.
part. Why can't it go in there when we're looking at, I think it was, what, 2.5 million a year? I know, it doesn't sound like it would be such a huge ask. And if we have ecotourism, it's a festival. I know, but it's something natural that we have in here. Why can't we? Why can't we? Why not ask? Okay. Secondly, I got to tell you, when I look at these projects, one of the biggest things that I like about it is that other cities around Orange County are able to benefit from tourism dollars. While I personally believe the Dr. Phillips Center is a great facility here, I worry that that's a lot of money, and we are closing doors to other possibilities of other projects. I really get excited seeing Autobahn. I really get excited arts and culture. While I believe the Dr. Phillips Center should receive significant funding so that they can start moving forward, and in our last draw, they did not get anything, so I really do want to advocate for that. But I don't think that entire amount of money I think that we should consider trying to fund other small projects. I also, I would love to see what UCF proposed. We all just went to their kickoff in the Roth Tower and very excited about what they were capable of doing. They're probably the one project that did complete on time, on budget, and under budget. There you go. And I would love to, I feel like I need to see what's going on. So I'm a supporter of what you guys have going on here. My only concern is I see smaller projects. I like the Audubon. I would like to see a little bit more of the city of Ocoee. I like the Children's Museum. I like these projects. I definitely like Immerse. I love Immerse. But it really excites me to see smaller opportunities where these cities and smaller organizations can actually benefit from these funds. And I really, it's just lingering as most of us were at UCF. I really want to see UCF's presentation. I want to know how they were just like cut immediately off of the roster, and especially us knowing how much is happening there. It's a major university. They are bringing heads and beds. Yes, I want to make sure we get that right. And while I support the Dr. Phillips Center, I don't think that we should max out. I mean, when you think about $730 million, that's more than our convention center, adding the Kia Center, or more than the Kia, and that's a lot of money. So I do believe that we need, let me just get this clear, I do want to support them extensively, not just a little, extensively, but I don't feel comfortable at the tune of $700 million. And also, I really do want to pursue some of these smaller projects, and I would really, I'm requesting to see UCF. Yes? Oh, Mayor. Yes, Mayor.
I simply want to say, Commissioner, that your comments about Visit Orlando were some of the first comments I made. Why can't they incorporate this small amount of money into their very large budget? But that would be up to the board, whether you wanted to reopen the entire Visit Orlando contract. And so again, that is a decision you can make. And in terms of Dr. Phillips, I think they are well aware that you might ask that it be phased, that they give you their priorities. They expect to come and work through those numbers with you. I don't think they're going to be surprised if you say, I don't think we can give you $750 million this year. So
Yeah.
I think you can relax a little bit about that.
Okay. Well, it's, when we were doing our metrics financially, it was a big line item, And, but I really do, and Whitney, if I can, and I'm sorry, Eddie, I'll just go back to you. Whitney, I like the Audubon project. I really want to hear the UCF project. I really would love to see the Ocoee, but I only want to consider them if they're eligible. I think it's just in my time here, we've tended to focus only on the huge projects, Camping World, Kia Center, Convention Center. I would love to share the love to the municipalities around us so that they can benefit and grow, because I think all of us, as we all grow, everyone's actually benefiting from that. But I only want to keep pursuing this, if they're actually going to be eligible to receive those funds.
Let me say this. Look, our role today is to either accept the report or not. The details of these individual projects still has to be worked out. I said when we started that we will have to likely modify, in order to meet the comptroller's recommended guideline of a $300 million, I'm going to say, floor, means that we're going to have to go back and tweak this. We do not have all of those details here today. By accepting the report, staff then has to go back, work with our fiscal staff, and make some recommendations of what this looks like. But what Commissioner Uribe has just said is contemplated already in this, is having funding going to projects in the municipalities, funding where we will do ecotourism, we will do cultural tourism, we will expand the ARC funding, and then those projects go into those existing processes. We're not trying to get in front of all of those processes and make those decisions now, but based on the recommendations of this task force, the citizen-led task force, they have already weighed in on what they think the priorities are for our community. And that's all we're trying to do, is affirm that the decisions we're making is consistent with what the citizens have recommended, and then we put it into our processes and we make this happen.
Well, I have a list of 12, and I don't support all 12. And I don't see UCF
But
here.
Commissioner,
so
you're
clearly-
one
so-
commissioner,
But
you know.
this is my time to ask and
I
get those questions.
understand that. I still understand that. But we're not trying to go back and relitigate everything that this task force has done. I don't believe at this point, when you have these kind of one-offs, this is a global conversation that we're having, trying to move this agenda forward to expand what we're spending money on in terms of capacity, what we are focusing on. That's what this conversation is.
That's what my question was about UCF and not giving Dr.
Well,
Phillips
you're,
$150 million.
what you're trying to do is change what the task force recommended. This is, if UCF comes back in, if we have the opportunity, once we look at this from a fiscal perspective and there are additional dollars, yes. But this isn't about trying to, in my humble opinion, negotiate one up or one down at this point because you have a personal preference here. This is
Mayor,
what the
that's-
task force has already done.
Mayor, I believe that my questions,
No,
what she said are
You're
unique.
trying to take this in a direction that is not necessary at this time. That's all I'm saying to you.
This is when I have to discuss it. We don't get a chance to discuss it. And to ask to see something is what was asked of us.
Mayor, and perhaps it wasn't as clear, I know you had indicated that you would anticipate a future discussion among this board. which would cover such matters as this, because we can work the model any way, but I guess from our standpoint, we were anticipating that upon action on the task force recommendation, there would be a future board. Now, the only thing I was going to add, and I'd share with the mayor, it probably have to be at a different day than a regular board meeting because your board meetings are slammed. But at any rate, Mayor, I just wondered that perhaps the commissioner didn't recognize that you had indicated that you would anticipate a
Right. Don't make this more
board
complicated
discussion.
than it needs to be today, is what I'm saying to you. You're complicating this.
I'm not complicated.
Why? I don't know.
No, I'm not. To simply ask
Okay.
a question about UCF, we weren't at the we weren't
If
at
I
the
may,
task force meetings.
Mayor,
Yes.
Commissioner, I
Yes.
think something that could be had helpful context in this, because it speaks to the process, to your specific question about UCF, and to what's really before you now. Obviously, from our perspective, we debated all of these, and UCF made a fantastic presentation to the committee that was deliberated and considered seriously. It was one of those things where, as worthy as it was, we contemplated in the light of all these other projects that you've talked about that seemed worthy of having an opportunity. And given the fact that last time Dr. Phillips Performing Arts Center did not receive funding and UCF did, we thought, as we look at this moment in time, it is not a judgment on UCF or any one particular project. It felt like we could create more opportunities for those smaller projects and allow for Dr. Phillips Performing Arts Center to have their moment by asking UCF, by not moving forward with UCF. So I wanted you to have the context.
Right.
There's certainly no shutting down of the UCF proposal right away. On the contrary, it really was a decision as we started choosing projects that felt really worthy. The term that kept coming up in the committee was like, we're running out of money, even though we didn't know how much money we had, but the sense that we're shopping beyond what we might be able to afford. Lastly, I'll just say this. I hope it provides a little bit of comfort for you. Today, all we're asking you to do is we are presenting a report. You're saying we receive your support, your report, we receive the work of the task force. All the questions that you have will be absolutely legitimate questions to the process that is still before you. Today, we just want to deliver our task. The rest of us got to get back to work. We want to make sure that we've given you the ball.
You guys
and
did
ended
a
our
great
task.
job. It's just that when you look at 750 million, and then you look at everything else, it was
Of course.
significantly smaller.
Great point.
You just start saying, yes, we want to give you Dr. Phillips money, but if we didn't give you 750 and we actually gave you 350, imagine we could get a COE done and UCF done. And that's where this conversation's going. It's not, I don't gain anything from UCF. I don't gain anything from Dr. Phillips or COE. It's just about saying, if we don't give you all the 750 million, we could actually get a few more projects that are smaller scope.
The good news is that decision wasn't ours, but it will be yours.
Yes.
So that'll be part of
So
your job.
thank you,
ahead.
but I wanted you to understand what this conversation was, just because I think all of the, I went through all of these, and I think they're all really good projects, and this is where it started with Whitney was, are they eligible if we're gonna ask for it? Is a COE eligible? That's where that conversation was, because if it's not, then there's no need to have that discussion, and that was where this conversation came. There was no personal gain on anything here, just a simple kind of, can we negotiate a huge amount of money for some smaller things to get done? But thank you, Whitney, so I appreciate that.
Commissioner Crabb.
There we go. All right, thank you, Mayor. First of all, my same thanks to Eddie and the mayor for and all the members for the time. I know that was a long time. And my non-appointment appointment, Ms. Berry, but thank you so much for your help. I want to thank, I just want to be thankful that we're actually able to have this conversation because of our tourism industry. So there are other counties that aren't this lucky. So a future meeting is probably going to get contentious, and we'll have lots of debate about whether to spend it, and I wish I could spend it. I wish I could fund all the projects, but clearly we can't. So I do have a couple questions, probably Whitney and Roseanne. Please don't take for my task force folks, please don't take my position as not being thankful for your work. But I do not agree with the recommendations. So Whitney, my question for you is, if I vote yes today, I'm still able to move forward with other recommendations that I want.
Well, I would clarify that you are one member of the board, so other recommendations would need the whole board to support
Correct,
them.
correct.
If your question is, do some of the folks that aren't on the list of recommendations have an opportunity to come back? I think that would circle back to the conversation that Commissioner Wilson and I had earlier, which is if we fund some of these other grant programs, there's nothing stopping anyone from coming back and applying to one of those, provided they meet the requirements. Is that what the
I think
question
the
was, or
point
am I
is,
misunderstanding?
they're accepting today. They aren't committing themselves
So
to those, to the
So the mayor doesn't throw a cane at
recommendations,
me, but I
anything of that
don't,
nature.
I don't agree with the findings. I want to recommend a different finding, and obviously I need 4 votes to get that. But by voting yes today, am I still okay? This is a new guy question. So by voting yes today, am I still able to make those proposals?
So, sorry, the peanut gallery is yelling in my ear over here. So, again, I will reiterate, Mayor Chapin, you are being asked to accept a report. You are not being asked to make recommendations today.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
My next question for Roseanne, I have the same concerns that Commissioner Scott has about the matrix and the rubric and why that was, the reasons those were bailed out. And you did explain that that was kind of the way that the task force wanted to go. My issue with it is by doing the survey, we get feelings involved in it. So I have feelings about some of these projects also, but I don't have the true data or a ranking list based on that matrix that tells me this is why they rank this way. And the smaller funding ones that you talked about, they may end up at the bottom of the list, but at least I have a list with data to look at. I've only got 5 projects, and the Eatonville projects really, and I have nowhere near the education that you do, sir, nowhere close, but I'm not sure that they should have been combined because I'm not sure they're going to be able to be done together. So on the Eatonville project, so I'm in an odd spot here because I've got three projects in my district, and all 3 I like. Some Eatonville ones we need to work on, but why can't we have that data? Why can't we have them? They had to fill out the matrix to start with, so you should have that data. Why can't we have that? Because I've seen no data from the matrix.
So, Commissioner, this was a Citizens Advisory Task Force, and the mayor wanted the citizens to just give their thoughts, opinions, and that's what they did. And as part of this process, they felt like, yes, they heard the economics of it, but they really wanted to have their opinions heard. And, you know, we have some members in the room here, and especially the municipalities, they had some thoughts and opinions. And so some felt confined by trying to assign that to a matrix, and that last time around, based on the matrix, you had a lot of the highly capitalized projects, larger ones, rank at the top. And so they said this time they really just wanted an opportunity to show support from around the county for a project and leave the economics to the board and say, you have the county attorney's office who will make sure it's compliance. They heard some ideas. They realize there needs to be further evaluation. And they realize the economics really requires the board and county staff to go back through and find more information. And they, as lay people, and Mr. Dunn's in the room here too, he's a very smart man, and we leaned on each other for advice, but they really just wanted to show their opinion.
I understand, and I like the input from the survey, but it's about how people feel about a project, and I would prefer to have the data. So did they fill out a matrix? Is that possible for me to get the data from those matrices?
They did not fill out the matrix. They used it as part of their decision-making process. But if you think about it, even if you fill out a matrix, right, you're still using your own thoughts and perceptions of everything that you have heard to fill out a matrix.
It's still more data.
You are, and somewhere it's in there, and that's why they just felt comfortable, I think, utilizing something that was just a little bit more high level that put everybody on an equal plane.
My last question, I have many more, but I'm going to end it, Mayor. But my last question is, if I agree to refund the ARC, has there been any review of the current projects in there for any data from them to prove that they are doing what they said they were going to do?
So of the projects that were funded in 2023, only one has opened, and that was the Winter Park Playhouse, and they just did the river cutting in July. And County Administrator Brooks, do you want to address how in the future you're going to be addressing this?
On the day's agenda was the 9th, so there were 11 projects. Today's agenda includes the 9th funding agreement, so they are all progressing along. And as Whitney described, the funding agreement is pretty detailed and involved in terms of the terms as well in that evaluation. But the UCF one, as you know, is open. The others are have 9 of them. 8 others have funding agreements in place, and then there are 2 that I'm not sure exactly what the status
I guess my question is, though, do we do any follow-up on the, on the data?
So the funding agreement does provide for both audits and for the ability for this board and the Tourist Development Council to ask those folks to come in and give them reports.
Okay. Yes. I'm not sure how long the mayor's going to give me the new guy excuse, but I'm going to use it as long as I can, Mayor. So that was it. I just it's important to me that we do look at ROI and we do look at heads in beds. I do it all the time, Eddie. I say it backwards all the time. We do look at heads in beds because that's what creates this money that allows us to do these things. And I like almost all the projects and wish that I could fund all of them. But we need to really take a hard look at the data. I love the feeling part of it, but we need to take a hard look at the data, and we need to look at what's going to give us the ROI and give us heads in beds that will get us that money back, so we can have this conversation again next year. Because if we don't do those things, then this will dwindle away. Thank you, Mayor.
All right. Did it come on?
No, yes.
Okay.
Thank you. New technology here. Thank you. Okay, so first I want to say thank you so much for all the time that you all took, the members of the task force, for the survey. 60 minutes, come on, and beside that, all those meetings. So thank you so much for all of that time that you invested in the county and in the community. And also I have to say thank you to the 2 members that represent District 4. So thank you. And saying that, I want to go, well, I'm going to say through the line that Commissioner Kraft was coming in. I wanted to say and ask some questions. I know that the ARC application process and so was created in 2017, started in 2028 to 2019. There were 7 projects approved. Then in 2024, there were 11 projects approved, 18 in total. 2 of the projects that were given $10 million each is gone. What happened with the money that was not used? For example, One Plus, they were given $10 million, it failed, but they used $6.5 million. So there were $3.5 million. I don't know where they are. Okay. And then the Orlando Museum, Hope and Humanity, $10 million, not operating. What happened with that? And that's questions that the community asked.
So Commissioner, on the first one on Pulse, we did get the property back on that. We did not recoup all of our money on that. We were able to sell that property. I believe it was roughly $3 million is what we sold that property for. So that money went back into the TDT pot. Mm-hmm. And then I missed the second one that you mentioned. What
Orlando Museum.
Orlando Museum of Art?
Yes. No, Hope and Humanity. It was given $10 million.
The Holocaust Center.
It was,
we're working on the Holocaust Center now.
Oh, still
We're working on a funding agreement now.
Okay. So it's good that the community knows that, the property was from One Plus, polls. The property was sold under the $3 million. So it's good for the community to know that the money went back. Okay. So My other question is, and going back again with what was said by my colleague, are we relying on the organizationals when they do the application, the projections that they provide or the attendance are coming? What are we looking when they apply?
I'm going to defer that to someone who does numbers. I do words.
Thank you.
So when the applicants provide their estimates, I did my best to take those estimates at face value, to give them the benefit of the doubt. I did not want to be adjusting based on my judgment. I wanted to see if they were reasonable. And so that's where we developed the baseline models to try to compare them. For instance, when we looked at the convention center, those estimates seemed very similar to hard data that we have seen in Georgia for our convention center of a similar size. When we looked at other projects, for instance, the Children's Museum, that estimate seemed high. Again, also relative to some other estimates, for instance, the Dr. Phillips Center, who I looked at their website and was able to see some of their economic impact study that they did from Oxford Economics that seems reasonable and also comported with other estimates that we had in our baseline model in terms of shares of out-of-region visitors and overnight visitors. In terms of, like, for instance, the 3 history museums, so each application had different levels of data, and we felt like that's what we showed relative to the numbers for a specific category, right? When we thought that, for instance, the Representative Antone's estimate for 500,000 new visitors seemed high relative to the share of visitors for museums in the county. So we did our best to look at the data and benchmark it to things that we could find, you know, either on the website or through other means to verify it.
So, Doctor, now that you're there, and in your presentation, you refer a lot to and compare to the convention center, and I just wanted to ask you, because I asked you before about that the convention center is not feasible without TDT. What does that look like? What are you saying with that?
So again, I took that straight off the application, and the application asked the question: if you don't receive the requested TDT funds, is your project viable going forward, essentially? And the convention center, because I believe my understanding is that they rely solely on TDT funds for their capital improvements, that they did not have any other sources of funding. For instance, other entities had other philanthropic funding or other ways that they were going to move their project forward.
So then what will be the concern or the worry right now, because they are not in the list of the 12 organizations and so what does that mean then?
That the advisory committee did not choose them to move forward. I am not an expert on the procedure going forward, but my understanding is, I believe if you all as...
Yes, I'm just thinking because Orange County Convention Center belongs to Orange County, not the rest, but the convention center. So that's why I want to know what that looks like to Orange County.
If they don't get the money for the expansion?
Well, if they depend solely on TDT, what does that mean? That's what I want to know.
I hope this is helpful to think about it this way, Commissioner. So the saying that they were not feasible without the TDT funding is simply that if they do not get funded, Project 5B does not move forward at this time.
Yes.
And so that's all that means. It's not a judgment or an indictment of the project or that the convention center is somehow disqualified from funding of any other kind. So that was what they basically put in their application. If we get this money, we'll move forward. If we don't get it, we'll just have to wait. Okay. I hope that's helpful.
Yes, it is. That's good. Okay, so my other question, that's not for you. That would be, again, for the administrator. What obligations does Orange County have to track ARC funding, construction's progress, or tourism returns? Do we have a monitoring program in place?
Yeah, that's what Whitney noted before, that in the agreement, the funding agreement, we have the ability to audit, to monitor.
Do we?
Vicky, I don't want to call Vicky up, but
We also have the ability to ask those applicants to come back and make presentations to the board and the Tourist Development Council in terms of how our funds are being used on their project.
But do we do it, Whitney? Do we do that monitoring?
Well, do we monitor? Or
Yeah,
I think
do
the
we do the
comptroller-
audits and so?
Whitney, the comptroller wanted to jump in there.
Absolutely.
Thank you. If I could, and Commissioner, to your question, and actually, Commissioner Crabb, to your question a little bit earlier about getting some sense of the results from the spending, and to the point of finding out what worked really well and what could be improved on, I guess. One thing that I wanted to remind everybody of, and one of the things that came out of our Visit Orlando audit, was a recommendation that the county hire a full-time tourist development tax monitor, if you will, someone to oversee all the agreements with all of the applicants who receive funding. Number one, to make sure they were complying with the agreements, and number two, to measure economic impact and to get a sense for what was working and how well it was working. And the county administration, Byron and Lisa and team, and really your whole team, Mayor, you hired someone, I think 2 or 3 months ago, if I'm not mistaken. Outstanding person, if I do say so myself. And I say that because she actually worked in the comptroller's office for a number of years, but she has spent her career with the tourist development tax, auditing tourist development tax returns, serving a couple of times as president of the Florida Tourist Development Tax Association. And so I think that'll really go a long way towards providing the insights that I think we all would like to see.
So thank you, Comptroller. So going by that same thing, Comptroller, do we have, or do we know what has been the actual economic return on the investment since 2018 from the $131 million first committed to the ARC program? Do we know how many visitors by project? Do we have that audit? Do we have that report? Like, how many jobs created? Because we see that, this create jobs, this, but then we don't know exactly what.
Well, and I think that's a great question, and I think that's what every taxpayer would like to know is what are we getting for our tax dollars? Yeah, and I think that's true with all taxes, but TDT taxes for sure. And that's something that we now have the framework to do that. We have a staff, we have metrics, our funding agreements are requiring more information from recipients, whether it's general information or even things like zip codes of visitors and guests, because we want to see what benefit, what is coming in, and what is going to benefit the tax collections in the future.
And Commissioner, what we'll do on some of those, like I was thinking in Winter Park, that project, we can pull what their reports have been, what they provided. I use that one because it came to mind as one of the projects that is complete. They got TDT dollars that's complete. And as they provide the information, we'll pull that information on their reports.
Okay, thank you. I have several more questions, but I'll email them to you, Roxanne, later. Thank you so much. Okay, Mayor.
All right, Commissioner Simrad.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, co-chairs, and thank you. There are task force members that are here, those that are watching or are back at work. Thank you for everything, including the staff, because I know that you turned a heavy load over in a reduced amount of time, and I know that the community and this board and myself are very grateful. Thank you. So, Whitney, I have questions, please. So on Wednesday of last week, we had our briefing, and I was reviewing the report that was published in Legistar, as of this morning when the hearing started, and it's different than the 81-page report that we received up here. So I haven't had the opportunity to read this one, so I'm going from this one. When we had our briefing, and in this report, you know, I reviewed the mayor's memo and such of what the charge of the committee was. And the charge of this committee was to make recommendations, let me read the language, was to make recommendations of future TDT dollars that fell within the statutory limits. And so when we had our briefing, one of the things that concerned me is that in this report is that when I asked you, do all of them comply? And you said, well, there's 2 that are in this list that you didn't have enough information on in order to determine whether or not they met the statutory limits. And those 2 were the, let me look, the Ocoee, the Advanced City of Ocoee Forest Lake Golf Course, and Advance the Florida Citrus Sports Parking Garage. So those are recommendations 8 and 9, and I wanted to understand if we had any more information to determine if they do fall within the state statute.
So Commissioner, to clarify, what I said was I still had questions on some of these. I still had some concerns. The ones that I listed in addition to those 2 were also the Eatonville CRA and excuse me, you said City of Ocoee and the parking garage, right?
Yeah.
Those are the 2 you mentioned, yeah. Okay. The Eatonville CRA was the other one. So based on the information I had at the time that I did my legal review, and again, when they submitted additional information, because both Ocoee and the CRA submitted additional information, there were some portions of those projects that look like they might qualify for TDT. There are some portions that may not. So I don't have any other information at this point other than what I had at that time. So that's why I've said to you all today, I do still have some questions about a couple of these, but right now I don't have any other information than what I had then.
Okay. And then just in reference to the charge of the committee, additionally, we, in recommendation number 4, when we reviewed the requirements of each project, they were supposed to be at the request amount of $20 million. And during the TDT task force, there was a discussion on the Creative City project because they had requested $2.5 million for 10 years, and there was a motion at the committee. And granted, I attended every single meeting that I could, and if I couldn't, my team was on site, and then I made sure to watch every single meeting, and I stayed up very late watching them again, including the last one, all 7 hours of it. So I have done my homework on it. So there was a motion that was made to amend it to being 5 years because the task force was uncomfortable with the 10-year time span. And so, but now if we look at that recommendation, now it falls below the $20 million threshold that was required. I also watched the TDC Council, and I know that the mayor of Eatonville was making a request to rectify that. It was not rectified in the TDC meeting, and now here it is in the final report, but it's not meeting the requirement of what was set forth at 20 million. And so I'm concerned because we have recommendations in here that we're not totally sure meet the statutory limit, and then also one that doesn't meet our own internal criteria of 20 million.
So what was the question there, Commissioner?
How did this one end up when it didn't meet our own internal criteria? It initially did, by the way, and I'm not opposed to it. And, I hear that the committee was concerned about the 10 years, and I'm okay taking that recommendation and reducing it to 5, but then we have to consider that we have a recommendation that is not in compliance with internal policy that was set forth on this committee.
So I understand the concern there, and that is something that had come up with some of the other projects as well, specifically those that were asked to provide additional information after the initial legal review. One of the things that I mentioned was some of those would likely drop below that $20 million threshold. And to the extent we didn't know that, there were some concerns that perhaps we're treating folks differently. But ultimately, what happened was those projects did move through for a review by the task force. And by the time they got to the point of making their recommendations, what I told them was, this is in your hands. The mayor has asked you to form this task force and to give your best recommendations to the board. So there's nothing legally prohibiting them from forwarding something to you that's less than $20 million. It was simply the threshold to get into the initial review for this project. So again, this is up to the board to decide what you want to do with these moving forward. If you want to bump them back up to 22.5 million, I think is what their request was, I'm sure they'd be thrilled with that. But ultimately, it's up to you all to decide whether or not you want to move forward with these. And again, to reiterate, today you're just being asked to accept a report, not endorse it.
Right, but this is my problem on the report, is making recommendations that we're still not sure about. But let me just, I'll table those, and you know, maybe we can fix it. But what is concerning is that we bring up this word of fairness, and like, it merges me into, you know, like, so now we required some to meet 20 million, but we've got one that doesn't. And you know what? I actually support that project. I don't want to see that project come out, just like the committee didn't want to see it come out. And I support the recommendations of the task force too. I think they did the best that they could within the time period allowed with the resources and the data that were provided. The problem is the consistency of that data. So if I also just want to look at, you know, within the report, when we talk about the implant and that we're using Georgia, Savannah as a benchmark for Orlando, Florida, we're comparing a first-tier tourism city to one that is not a first-tier city. So it's not a comparative analysis in size and scope or in terms of the level of the economic engine of our tourism industry. So with that being said, you know, the economic impact analysis that was provided in the report measures economic activity, but not whether or not the investment is actually worthwhile. And I don't think it's fair to all applicants. It's not fair to those that did do it, and I don't think it's fair to those that didn't do it to be left out of a comparative analysis. If it's a different measurement criteria for different applicants. So because of that, I would really like to see some form of a further, and I discussed this with Roseanne, a financial analysis on these projects so that we can have apples to apples and oranges to oranges, but that financial analysis be within the size and the scale of the project request. Also, I just want to reference that one of the reasons that we have Unite Here, which represents 10,000 of our workers, and we've got 400,000 hospitality workers in Orange County, one of the reasons that they're upset pertains to that they worked very hard in this rubric to get a category that read economic benefit, jobs, wages, attracting employers, and development. And if you read how they were scored, if you paid livable wage jobs, you got a higher scoring metric. So, you know, I attended, I watched, my team attended, they watched. I never saw a vote that made a decision to move away from the rubric that was approved and the rubric that was used in 2023. So we requested the minutes. But the minutes are not actually available to review to even decide when did that vote happen, because I didn't see it, so we used a different metric that didn't actually assess the job, essentially wage quality. But when we used the economic impact analysis on IMPLAN, we took into consideration job creation that wasn't necessarily permanent. They're temporary because of construction. Again, it's an issue an issue of fairness in terms of how we measure these projects with regard to the report. Also, I want to say that within the report, you know, and this came out during the TDT task force meeting by the Winter Park representative and was corroborated by the other members, was that the sentiment that was evaluated, the sentiment score, or the support for a project is actually not the valid metric or measurement of what Mayor Demings charged this task force to do per his memo. What should have been asked is the willingness to fund or the willingness to pay. And that was highlighted in the discussion, which is devoid in the report. It's not referenced because the task force members said, hey, wait a minute. yeah, you asked me if I support it. Yeah, I somewhat support it, but am I willing to fund it? No. And so that creates an issue of validity in actually what was measured. And if I move on from that, when I asked the TDT task force members that were representing District 5 if they had approved and reviewed the report, they didn't even know that it was completed, which made me pause. And so we went back and we looked for TDC council, and to see what the motion was on the floor. And the motion was made to approve the final report. However, today we heard from the co-chair that the final report was provided to us on the dais right now. And when I asked on Wednesday for a report, it wasn't done for me to review. So I'm concerned because the TDC they voted to approve a final report that, Roseanne, this is the report right here. You said this is the final one. This isn't what was on the floor at the TDC. This is a different document. So
The TDT motion, Carol, you have it. The TDT motion was to recommend that the Board of County Commissioners approve the final report.
it said, I watched last night, motion of the TDC, recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners to accept the OC Tourist Development Tax Citizen Advisory Task Force final report. How could they make a recommendation to this board to accept the final report when they themselves had not reviewed the final report?
We went over in detail all the presentation, and they had discussion, and the motion passed.
Okay, if I move on, in terms of, like if I just want to talk to the Board of County Commissioners, the members here, because I support the recommendations of this report. I support them. I have a sentiment towards them. I'm also willing to fund some of them. But I'm not willing to accept or approve this final report when we have within here, one is that not everybody had an economic analysis. So we don't have apples to apples on that. We used Savannah, Georgia as a benchmark to assess economic activity. We deviated from the rubric that the 2023 task force recommended that we include job and wage quality within it. So we didn't follow the 2023 recommendation to use that in the rubric. What I support today is advancing the recommendations of the task force. I do not accept this final report. There are issues in terms of one of the recommendations not meeting the 20 million criteria. Not everybody got an economic analysis. Not everybody had enough data to evaluate it. The statistical assessment did not actually measure willingness to pay or willingness to fund. It measured support. So I support and I believe that the task force did the best that could be done with the data and the time that was provided. I know that there are people who took time off of work to go to those meetings. I believe we should accept those recommendations. I believe we should move it forward, but I in no way, shape, or form in a future meeting do I want to sit back and refer to a report where not every candidate or applicant was compared comparatively. It's not fair in my world. So I also don't want to vote on a report that I received while I was sitting on this dais that exceeds the report that I reviewed until late last night by nearly 60 pages. I don't know what's in the report. And I would love to take somebody's word for it, but when I'm making a decision for hundreds of millions of dollars, I want to read that report, every sentence by myself, to evaluate it and to think on the best that I can of the taxpayers of Orange County. So I would recommend that we move the recommendations forward for consideration. I don't think that this report that the TDC did not even view when they voted for the final report, they didn't read it, they didn't have it, it wasn't done. I think there's problems in the process, and I think that we move forward with the best that we've got, but I don't accept this final report. Thank you.
Mayor, I think that the task force would be certainly willing, probably even happy, to have you advance the recommendations. The TDC preferred to simply accept the report without making any judgments.
They accepted without even seeing it. It wasn't done. It wasn't available.
I do object to the fact that the staff, that the mayor's staff, your staff, Orange County staff, did the very best job they could. And I cannot accept any criticism based on an implication that they did not. They did a fine job. We did the best job we could, given the parameters that we all had to deal with. I would be very happy to have you advance the recommendations.
Mayor Chapin, I just want to make sure, I don't think that staff did a bad job, and I don't think that the TDT task force did a bad job. I think the process was rushed. I'm acknowledging that I think you did the absolute best with the time allotted and the data provided. Thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to add, Commissioner, if it's helpful at all, the difference between the packets that were provided to the TDC and what you received, and I get it, sitting on a board, getting materials that are extensive and you don't have enough time to review it is not comfortable for anybody. So I completely understand that frustration. I know that Commissioner Scott said the same thing. Our understanding of the only variant is that there was a desire for those being presented in the way that they were presented today to have more than just like their name on a slide and what the survey results were. And so slides were added to provide visuals so that those could be, so that was, no one had seen those visuals that way. That was a special for this presentation. And then you've already heard about Dr. Bluestone's additions and revision to his report and his reasons for that. So I wanted you to know from our perspective and staff's defense as well, like the only additions intended, and all those were communicated to us in advance that these changes were going to be made. They were simply meant to enhance what you received, not to change information. But I understand without enough time for you to review it, you'd be taking my word for it. So I just wanted to acknowledge that.
Yeah, and I mean, my boss are the people who elected me and the taxpayers of Orange County, and there's not any malice behind my intention, but I would have a hard time justifying saying I voted for something when I hadn't even read it.
Yeah, no, I totally understand, and that's why the request is simply to accept the work done. Thank you.
Commissioner Scott, did you have a question?
Mayor, I don't have I have a question for Commissioner Uribe, but just a remark for Roseanne and Byron as we figure out what next steps are, regardless of the outcome of any acceptance or lack of acceptance. And I think Commissioner Uribe kind of said the same thing. I would love to see a process that is separate for municipalities, like this is for municipal organizations only, because I think that the resources and the effort that they put into a process versus that of a nonprofit or any other entity is different. And I think it would help kind of keep some of the recommendations consistent compared to what we would fund any given nonprofit arts organization or any other entity outside of a municipal corporation. So I would love to see the cities completely have their own process for anything relative to TDT. And then relative to the other presentations that were not presented here today, I don't know, let's say we move forward with acceptance, and then we select all the ones that were recommended to see their presentations. Maybe that's 10 minutes for them and 5 minutes for those that were recommended. I would want to see all of the presentations together. How that takes shape, again, that's up to you and Byron, depending on the outcome of a vote. You had a remark I was just sharing for you to figure out, but you got a remark, go ahead.
So you're requesting presentations by all 20?
I want to see it all.
Okay.
I want to see it all.
We can do that.
Okay. Commissioner Wilson, what I'm saying is this has changed multiple times, right? Commissioner Wilson, hear me out here. I never interrupt you, ever. What I'm saying is this process has changed from the time the folks created their presentation to the time that they actually got into the presentations. What I'm asking for is for them to, and they may revise a bit of it, them to present an abbreviated like presentation to us, so I can have context for why. I looked at the meetings, and I get, your time, and again, this is not a yes or no. I'm just sharing my thoughts, right? Maybe it happens, maybe it doesn't. I'm sharing my thoughts for their benefit. What ultimately happens will be with staff. So I'm not saying, hey, I want to hear it all. I'm just sharing my thoughts like you do. It's not about whether you agree or disagree, but what I'm saying is this. What someone presents to a board of appointed volunteers versus what they represent, context and things they share with us, I think would be drastically different, right? Also, given the changes that have occurred, they may add or include, but I'm just saying I want to see the totality of everything in comparison to what was recommended versus what was not, so that I can just have a full picture in one setting. That's all I'm saying. Commissioner Uribe, we had a sunshine meeting, and I like your idea about UCF and the city of Ocoee, but I want to understand, has your position changed relative to our sunshine meeting? Because you thought that we should hold off until November. So you still are on the same thought. How do you feel about that?
I mean,
Do I come off or?
unless there is support for that, no, but I will tell you what's very inviting to me is seeing these municipalities get some money.
Okay.
But it's got to come with context.
I got you. And so that's where I'm at. Just because, again, they changed it a couple of times. Like you had the sentiment score, you had the rubric. It's just, I would just want to have a full, clear, and complete picture presented to the Board of County Commissioners of everything. It's like you review the work. Yeah, they recommend something, but we can review the things that.
And I fully
does that make sense?
understand the intent. I think I'm trying to protect what is an essential process as a Board of County Commission, that we impanel citizen task force and that we have certain procedures that they go through that hopefully get us information so that we then take that information and either can move it forward, analyze it, but you're essentially asking to redo it.
No.
And so to have every single one of those presenters to come back in and go back through the process they went through with an impaneled citizen task force that we impaneled feels like a tremendous waste of resources and time. And I trusted the conversations, not just the analysis, but the conversations that they had. And we were given, yes, a plethora of information, but a lot of it was full dialogue. Like part of that report that they included was full dialogue of these members. And so I would ask you to go back and maybe if there was parts of those hearings, the TDT task force that you did not get a chance to review by watching Orange TV or not being there, to please do that before bringing that back as a restart for all of us. I just think that undermines the citizen task force that we have.
Commissioner,
I agree with you,
I am not asking for a restart, and I want to see if I can present this in a way that maybe you might not agree with, but you can understand. I wish I was the youngest. I'm not. I have 5 brothers and 1 sister, and oftentimes they ask me to go to mom or dad for certain things, right? And I may do the work or whatever, present it, and maybe they get what they want or they don't. There have been instances where I've asked my mom or dad for something and they've said no, and then my brother or sister have wanted to go back and represent. There are people who are not happy with this process. You can agree, we all can agree that there were certain things that could have, I don't like to say better, just done differently, because better is subjective. Things could have been done differently. Given that things could have been done differently, I'm asking to have a full sense of everything, given the changes that were made, the comments that were made, and I think it's fair to all parties, in particular the parties who weren't advanced forward. It doesn't mean that we are disregarding the time that the individuals put in, but at the end of the day, we are the decision makers, and so if we are the decision makers, I want to make sure that I have a full and complete picture, similar to what Commissioner Simrad said, of everything before I make a decision, because there may be context in a word, a phrase, or a presentation that was made by someone who was excluded. There may be context in a presentation or a statement that's made by somebody who was included. And so for me, it's just a review of the work. Ultimately, we are the decision makers.
No, I understand that, but that needs to be drilled down, and that's what they've done. So I guess the other part that I want to make sure I've established on the record is that by citizen task force doing the analysis, it depoliticizes it to some extent. we understand every single day that you're being hit up by so many of interested members of, rightfully, right? This is a lot of money. And they are rightfully doing their jobs and trying to get their projects moved forward. But taking it one step away from somebody right now that is in a position of politics in an election year allows you the ability to look at it empirically. You can look at your appointees and their outcomes and trust that they did it from a depoliticized position. That is for me, a value in a citizen-appointed task force that I hope that you're not dismissing.
No, good. You make great points. Again, I'm not indifferent to what you're saying, right? But what I am saying is there are some things that were missed. I watched all those presentations. There were some things that were missed. There were some things that people who were not considered would have done differently had they known certain changes and things would have, you know what I'm saying, in the beginning. I'm not asking to redo the work. I'm not asking for a long presentation. Because as I understand the process from Byron, we would choose some or all of the people that recommended it. So maybe we give them 10 and 5 minutes. But I just want to have a complete picture, firsthand, not secondhand. My appointees did a great job. I'm happy that they're there. But I would like it to be presented to us.
I agree. And if I can say, comparison of UCF 90 million to Dr. Phillips Center 750 million are not, hey, you just got some money. Completely different caliber. And that's where I want to see that clarification, because I don't believe that we got enough on that. So I agree with you.
And just my last comment, and Mayor Demings, thank you. You've been a saint in your first day back, allowing us the time to have this dialogue. I am not for or against any project at this time as it stands right now. I just want a complete picture of everything that occurred firsthand in front of me. I've looked at some of the meetings, not as extensively as Commissioner Simrad, but I have looked back at the meetings. And like I said, I sat here with all these documents. I'm still a little bit confused. And so for me, it's making sure I have a clear understanding of everything right in front of me prior to making a decision. It may be we move forward with the 4 projects recommended and everything stays where it is, but I just feel like to have the benefit of all that information. The other piece, and again, forgive me for if I overstep Commissioner Crabb, he came in at the end of this process, he's going to make a decision for people who were not appointed. And so if for no other reason for his benefit, I think he deserves the benefit of the doubt to hear these presentations directly. So that's all I'm, okay, that's all I'm saying. It could be an abbreviated process. It doesn't have to be the whole gamut, right? I think there should be weight to the recommendations that you made. Again, from a time like maybe we give them 10 minutes and we give the people who are denied 5. I don't know what that is. There should be weight to the recommendations, but there also should be an opportunity for the folks who were not recommended to give their perspective to the full of the board so that we have clear context.
So let's do this. Can you put the recommended action up on the screen, and perhaps we can expand the recommended action. So this is a recommended action to acceptance of the Orange County Tourist Development Tax Citizens Advisory Task Force final report. It seems like we're not debating whether we want to accept the report. Okay, but okay, to me they're one and the same. But okay, we can say Tourist Development Tax Citizens Advisory Task Force recommendations, if you wanted to say that. Okay. But to pick up where I hear the consternation that remains, I will offer something that may be able to be added without throwing the whole baby out with the bathwater here, and that is to add. So in other words, it would read, requested action, acceptance of the Orange County Tourist Development Tax Citizens Advisory Task Force recommendations, with the understanding that staff will work with the comptroller to adjust timing of funding across fiscal years and have recommendations for the specific project funding options. Okay, this would be for those recommended capacity options that we will have. That means that that will come back to the Board of County Commissions. Staff will work with these different entities to adjust, modify, but they will come back with specific funding options, okay, for the Board of County Commission to consider at a later date, where you don't have to go back and redo everything that the task force did, what they heard, what they recommended to you. The board then has kind of what part of what you heard about the capacity, okay, and the fact that we will have to make modifications because at some point, if we did everything that was recommended, we would exceed in some fiscal years the floor that the comptroller has recommended of that $300 million reserve balance. So it gives the staff, it empowers the staff to go do the work, bring it to the board, but not undo all the work that the task force has done, okay? And then it addresses the issue that I think you're trying to articulate here today. But staff, to get the Board of County Commission to the point to take action on these projects that have been presented or others, there's a lot of work that has to be done, okay? And so that's something that really needs to go forward. There were excellent projects that have been presented. We can do some of those projects. Many of these applicants who are here, they're excited about the potential for those projects, and they really need to move forward. Timing is very, very important to, I think, the success of advancing some of these projects along, okay? There's risk involved in allowing this money to just sit there, okay? And perhaps could be, the law could change, it could be diverted in other ways to other projects, et cetera. So I'm saying expand the language, but empower the staff to go do the work and come back with recommendations to the board. We changed that to, I'm suggesting to recommendations. That's, yes, instead of final report. Acceptance of the Orange County Tourist Development Tax Citizen Advisory Task Force recommendations, with the understanding that the staff will work with the comptroller to adjust timing of funding across fiscal years for projects recommended with specific funding options. Well, that, again, that's for the board to make that decision. Staff would go do the research and provide you with funding options.
For all of them, even the ones that weren't recommended?
You know, if you want to change the recommendation of the task force, the task force is giving you recommendations of what the priorities are. Some of these, and so what we're trying to do is stay within that particular framework. Now, if you want other projects to come, certainly that's within the Board of County Commissions. I think purview to change or add projects, but staff needs to have done the work to tell you what that looks like.
Okay, so then they would evaluate those other projects. I guess what I'm getting at is like, so
if you want
say they reduce the funding, right, there would be additional capacity for which we can consider. I'm trying to figure out what the path is at.
That's correct. They will look at, you know, the expansiveness of the contract, the projects, you know, based upon the dollars available and the work that they've done. What does that mean? Some of these, just for argument's sake, for example, Dr. Phillips may say that, you know, through the conversations with staff, that the ability for you to receive $750 million is not going to be recommended. Might be 300 million, might be 500 million. What does that mean to you? And they will have to adjust what that project looks like. But that is work that is being done at the staff level, and then they bring it to the board, where the board then has, I think, a better option to make some decisions, as opposed to doing the work of the staff.
So then the staff will evaluate all projects?
If that's what you all want to direct, but you know,
So-
I don't know that they can evaluate all projects, but when they sit and they do their fiscal analysis, all of these projects are not going to be able to be done.
I know they can't be done, but they can evaluate all of the projects in the totality.
But then that's almost like ignoring the work of the citizens.
It's not
In
ignoring
terms
it,
of
but
the-
like, if, let's say we
the
advance
record.
the 4 projects at a reduced amount, then there's additional capacity for us to consider other projects.
Okay.
So we would need
Let-
the evaluation
let-
for all of them.
let-
Am I
let
making
me-
sense?
Let me just see this. Let me understand this. Is the board comfortable with the recommendations, with the priorities that the task force made? Okay. If the board is not satisfied, you know, Commissioner Crabb is brand new. He hadn't sat through the kind of deliberations that we've had. But he's saying he's not comfortable, okay? Commissioner Wilson is yes. Commissioner Uribe is a no. Commissioner Gomez Cordero is a no. Okay. Commissioner Simrad is a yes.
I'm a no. I want to evaluate all of them.
So
If there's a path, Commissioner Wilson, please explain it to me, because I mean, I think you get where I'm trying to go, so.
let me see.
Can we, at the very least, gather some consensus over what I believe are critical grant programs that were very highly regarded, don't fall into some of the categories of we still have questions, right? Because they are essentially Orange County programs that we have as much access to the information and data every day as possible. Can we separate those and move ahead with having staff do what needs to be done with the recommendations for the funding for those grant opportunities? And so that the project piece of this is a separate analysis. Yes? Okay, I'd like to make a motion to advance the recommendations on,
Other discussions, so.
okay.
Okay. All right, so is that further modification of the requested action?
Well, once again, the new guy here, but, so, and I missed part of your motion, Mayor, but, make sure, I'm not discounting any of the work that those fine folks did. I just happen to not agree with their recommendations. I'm allowed to do that, and I just want to have further discussion about the other projects. So whatever that motion needs to look like, I'll accept their report. They did great hard work, and I'll gladly accept that report. I just need to have the option to talk about other projects that they didn't recommend.
Does that include the grant programs that have been part of Orange County's?
When you say they didn't recommend, you're not talking about bringing in other projects. You're talking about who the ones that they rejected.
Only the ones that they
Okay.
spoke about.
You're
Yeah.
talking about the ones that were
Only that were
least
presented at
Okay.
their task force meetings. And I do, Commissioner Wilson, I do have some issues. I think the funding length is a little long. I'd like to have a discussion about that.
That can come back, but I want to do that as a separate, because it's really, even the analysis that I believe the task force had about the grant programs versus the projects, it was hard. Those are not apples to apples things, and understanding that we will be able to have Orange County staff speak to some of those things almost, it'll be a faster, I think.
So
deliver
Byron,
system
let me
of
ask you this. Could we do two things? One, do a fiscal analysis of what the advisory task force recommended, and then one with perhaps all of the projects that would be more expansive, what that looks like. Okay,
You're talking from the capacity,
right?
We've
from
done,
capacity
that's
perspective.
what we actually showed. We did not include those that were not recommended, but just showing, one of the slides, simply took all of the projects that were advanced by the advisory committee, and it showed that we did not have the capacity to fund all of those projects. And this was before adding those that did not advance, the TDT task force did not advance.
Okay, so let me ask this then.
Presented to the task force. I just want to have the opportunity to explore those and make my own recommendations.
Mayor, if I may. That's me over here,
Yes.
sorry.
All right.
Over here, thankfully, not up there. I just want to clarify one point, and that is, I think one of the issues with either accepting the final report or the recommendations today is that that puts a period at the end of the task force. These folks who have volunteered need to know that their work is done, and that's part of what accepting that recommendation today is doing. So to the extent it's helpful to maybe bifurcate that and simply accept the report, and then this board, as always, has the ability to hear whatever they want to hear, whether it is the 12 projects, whether it's 20 projects, none. You have the ability to do that going forward, and we could certainly work with Administrator Brooks and staff and the Comptroller's office to do that.
Thank you, Whitney. Thank you. What she said.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So in this case, the recommended action would be the acceptance of the Orange County Tourist Development Tax Advisory Task Force recommendations.
So move, Scott.
Second, Wilson.
All right. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
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 Opposed, no. Okay, the motion passes. It's unanimous. The second part of it is, I don't know where we are.
Staff direction.
In terms of the direction to staff, what is it you want staff to do?
I'd want to hear, Whitney, you said the 12 and then the 20.
There were,
What I'm trying to do is get to the point where we're giving staff some direction.
I would like to hear, go ahead, Roseanne, you were going to say something. I don't want to cut you off. Go ahead.
she's putting up the names of the recommended projects.
You can see the whole, so you can see the list of 20. I'm trying to do this, I'm trying to get it back. I'm trying to get you the list of 20.
Yes. You can.
There we go. There's the list of 20.
The legal. Yeah.
Okay, so this is the applicant summary. You know, let's see. Okay, so which floor are you referring to? Okay, so down in the, if you can see this, down in the pink, at least it looks like on my screen, Florida Museum of History, Orlando City Baseball Dreamers, Allcrest Capital, and the Orange County Public Schools. Are we talking about excluding them from the list of what we may ask staff to review? Because they didn't meet the criteria. Well,
whatever didn't meet the criteria.
They really didn't. Whitney is shaking her head because they don't even exist. I mean, they don't have a ball club. They don't. I mean, it's a number of things that they're lacking in. So they don't really meet it. So if out of these 20, okay, that leaves 16.
I'm asking for, I would like to be presented with all of the projects that meet the legal definition based on Whitney's analysis. I would like preference, however that is, given to the projects that were recommended by the committee. I just want to have a complete understanding because you changed while they were in panel. You changed some of the aspects of the process, and in that change, how those folks presented their process.
Commissioner, you've gone over that.
Okay.
What is it you want?
I want them all.
Okay.
I said it. I want.
Okay. The remaining 16.
Yes.
That's going to have to be scheduled scheduled separately.
Well, it was going to be scheduled separately anyway, so.
Okay.
It's not my.
Commissioner Uribe, go ahead.
Commissioner, go ahead.
Okay. Whitney, the eligibility thing, it's still important, because if they're not, why are we having them? Okay, because I remember hearing you specifically on Camping World's parking. And then I do worry about the Ocoee. So if they're not eligible, well, we don't need to hear them if they're not eligible for those funds.
That's fine.
And then the only question I had was Citrus Boat Sports and Go, they already get funding for proposal projects. It's already part of the system. So is this them asking for just more money than for, I know that all the time, you guys know this on consent, they're going to go request WWE, and there's $150,000 set aside if we get the contract. And if they don't get it, we get the money back. But it appeared by what I saw in the presentation, they were just wanting more money to go bid contracts, but it's already part of what they receive.
So to clarify, Commissioner, there is a priority in the tourist development plan for large events, large sporting events. That is how they come through this board right now and get funding. I think the request there was for a dedicated pot of money so that they could act faster rather than having to come through the board process.
Couldn't that be an internal system that you all?
Well, that was more for, it's more so for major events, because the major events in their presentation showed that those dollar amounts were fairly substantial, and quite frankly, the amount that is budgeted annually for the Sports Incentive Committee could not sustain those major events.
I know, but I know we've seen them do it, so that's the maybe, but I mean, when you look at actually being able to fund projects, I look at other priorities and having more money set aside to go.
I was just telling you what that request was.
That was just my thought, because they get that
events.
funding all the time. So are you good with
But
that?
they're running out of, the deal was they're running out of the money.
Yeah.
I'm good with the legal analysis aspect. I just still want to present their request.
So I just wanted to follow up on that quickly and add something to the conversation, whether this is helpful or not. Your first 4 items are all grant programs, 2 of which already exist. If the board is comfortable with those 4, that might be an easy place to start, because some of those other projects in the list below, certainly some of those recommendations from the task force, could be routed through those programs, and that would cut down on the number that might need to come before you.
Which ones?
I fall off on that. I need a question when I have an opportunity, Mayor.
Yeah, because they'll try to slip something in there.
Your mic is on.
All right, thank you, sir. I just want to make sure that Mayor, you charged a task force of citizens when you expanded that task force also to include more citizens, so thank you for doing that. But what I'm getting concerned about is that we charge citizens to evaluate these projects. I think they did the best that they could in the time that was provided with the data and the resources that they got. This is not round 2, where everybody gets to come up and talk to all of us about our preferences and readjust their presentation and come back up and present alternative presentations that look, sound, and emphasize different points than what was the point of the task force. So I'm uncomfortable. Like, if you want to hear all of them, I mean, there are great videos through Orange TV, and that can be watched. But if you want to hear from them, then we should be making a request that presentation coming before this board is identical to what the TDT task force was required. I'm just really concerned, because my representatives took time off of work. They arranged to have kids picked up from school by different people. And every task force member has a story like that of the time and the resources that they expended to try to make the best decisions they could. So I'm getting uncomfortable when I start thinking about this as another round, when the TDT task force was charged with a task. The process was by far not perfect, and everybody will acknowledge that. But I don't want to leapfrog over what taxpayers evaluating public money dollars for. I don't want to diminish that, so, all right.
Well, if you agree, Commissioner Scott. then we're back to square one. This is just,
It's meaning like not allowing them to adjust their presentation, but we want to hear it.
okay.
He agreed to hearing the presentations the way they were presented to the task force.
Oh, I don't know if you can even do that.
How do you
That's
even do
ridiculous.
that?
You can go and review, you can sit and review all of those presentations live. That's the only way you're going to have it exactly the same. You can just, in your time, you can go look at that.
And Mayor, I will do that.
If that's what you want to do, go do that, and then come prepared to.
They can't answer my questions when I'm watching a video.
Well, but if you can ask questions, you can ask them the questions.
But they won't be present because it'll only be the people that were recommended.
Well, you can contact them. If that's what you want to do with your time, because you didn't sit through all those meetings, you don't want to take what these citizens have recommended. And I understand, there's politics involved here. We got people running for office, and because they're running for office, they're behaving in certain ways, to be honest with you. So what is it you want to do?
Yeah.
Mayor, I don't agree with that.
Well, I'm not asking you to agree with it. I'm just making a statement. You're running for office.
I am.
That's a fact, right? And you're being lobbied.
Doesn't mean I change who I am, though.
What we're trying to do is the reason we did this was to depoliticize the process, to take politicians out and let the citizens make recommendations. The citizens have done that. Now, all of a sudden, politicians want to say, well, I didn't like it.
Mayor, I guess what I'm saying is, in this process, and I think we all agree, whether we're on the ballot or not, the process was changed in the middle of the process. That's the confusing part, right? That's all.
It wasn't changed in the middle of the process. These folk followed precisely what they were asked to do. Nothing was changed there. What you're trying to do now is change it after the fact. It was not changed while the process was going on.
Roseanne said that they made adjustments while they were in the process based on feedback. Am I wrong or?
So
yeah.
can I clarify
Please.
that for their presentations, they were asked to touch on the 3 categories in the matrix.
Gotcha.
Which were tourism expansion, project soundness, and anticipated return on investment. So yes, they were asked to present on all 3 of those, and that was covered in their presentations, and they were also provided with the matrix in advance. So we didn't change what we asked them to present. They presented around those 3 topics. It was just the task force chose to, when they were giving input, to take this to inform their decisions, but to widen it so that they could, when they felt like, equalize smaller projects competing against very large ones. But all projects covered these 3 topics.
And so the sentiment was based on decision of the task force, not direction or guidance from the staff. Is that what you're
That's
saying?
correct. Staff did not tell them how to vote, how to score, how to do any of that. They went through and made up their own opinions. We just compiled the information. And therein lies the messiness of it, is because we were trying to take feedback from so many people and make changes on the fly. Even at lunch breaks, they wanted to see information a different way. That's innovation. It's a little bit messy, and you're trying to do something different and involve the people. So that we did the best we could, but the presenters did cover these topics in the matrix.
Okay, Mayor, given that context and the way she presented and answered the question, I'm good with it as is.
Okay. Given that shifts the balance of what we are directing staff to do, is to then look at what the committee, what the task force recommended, and what I said earlier, bring back. We've been sitting here a long time now. Okay.
Yes, we could bring back for discussions those scenarios.
That's correct.
And then the board can have.
Of what
because
the
there are some
task force
assumptions, or
recommended.
there are some considerations that, based upon where the board sees those, that would affect the model.
That's where the majority of this board is at this point. Okay. And
Mayor,
that's
I I missed it. I got lost. Can you say it one more time? I'm so sorry.
So this is where the bifurcated part comes in, where the board is directing the staff to work with the comptroller to make modifications, adjustments, and timing of funding across fiscal years and provide recommendations for specific project funding options.
Okay. Are we getting a financial analysis or fiscal analysis at any time within that scope of what you just described?
Yes, that's part
Okay.
of what the staff will do. And they will bring that back to the board and you make your decisions. But only these projects would be considered.
So moved.
Okay. All right. If that is understood, I will entertain a motion.
So moved. Wilson?
Motion by Commissioner Wilson, second by Commissioner Scott. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. All right, the motion
Mayor,
passes.
I have just one other question. Is there any appetite to move the first four forward now, as Commissioner Wilson was referencing before, without?
Let's just stick with the motion.
Okay.
We have a motion and a second on the floor. All in favor, I heard all ayes, I heard no noes, nays. All right, the motion passes and it is unanimous. Okay. Sorry, everybody, we're way behind, but because we really haven't had a restroom break or any of that. How much time y'all want to take before we reconvene?
15 minutes.
I'm going to stand up. How much time y'all need?
15 minutes is fine.
15 minutes.
All right, 15. Okay. And Mayor Chapin, happy birthday. Happy birthday, Mayor Chapin. You got a birthday coming up. I owe a dinner. Okay, 20 minutes. Come back 3:10. Okay. All right, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the Orange County Board of County Commission meeting of August the 25th, 2026. We're now in the afternoon portion of our meeting. We do apologize that we're starting the afternoon session late, but the morning session ran quite long. We did not have breaks, but here we are. And so this afternoon, we're going to begin with Ms. Lakin O'Hara, who is going to come forward from our planning division to present the August 6, 2026 Board of Zoning Adjustment recommendations. And with that, Ms. O'Hara, you're recognized.
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. On August 6, 2026, the Board of Zoning Adjustment heard 9 cases. 5 cases were recommended for approval. 1 case received a split recommendation for approval and denial. 1 case was withdrawn by the applicant at the hearing, and 2 cases were continued. The BZA appeal deadline was on Friday, August 21st, 2026, and no appeals were received. It is my understanding that Commissioner Gomez Cordero would like to pull case VA 2608072, Jay Gooding, for a board called hearing, and Commissioner Crabb would like to pull case VA 2608065, Catherine Quintana, for a board called hearing. The Zoning Division will be requesting that these cases be scheduled for separate public hearings. So with the exception of cases VA 2608072 and VA 2608065, which were pulled, and cases VA 2606051 and case SE 2604012, which were continued, we request that the BCC accept the BZA recommended action and findings.
With that, I'll entertain a motion. Commissioner Uribe is making the motion for approval, second by Commissioner Gomez Cordero. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. Thank you so much. We're going to move forward to item A1, shoreline alteration and dredge and fill this afternoon. A1. We'll open the public hearing on this item. Mr. Tim Hall, our Environmental Programs Administrator, is going to frame this item. And with that, Mr. Hall, you're recognized.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Today, I have the pleasure to present a shoreline alteration dredge and fill permit request for the St. Johns River Water Management District to authorize hydraulic dredging within Lake Apopka, including near the Newton Park Boat Ramp and Winter Garden, and associated restoration activities within the Lake Apopka North Shore. This permit number is SADF 2603000. Here's a location map. The project consists of 3 parcels, and they are located both in District 1 and in District 2. The addresses are South Binion Road and 3451 Les Road. Here's an aerial photo of the subject properties outlined in yellow. And here's some photos of the existing conditions. The photo on the left is at the Newton Park Boat Ramp and Winter Garden along the southern shoreline of the Lake Apopka, and the photo on the right is of the Lake Apopka North Shore property. So just some background for you about Lake Apopka restoration. Since the late 80s, state legislation has directed the St. Johns River Water Management District to restore Lake Apopka to fishable and swimmable water quality. The district acquired former floodplain muck farms, which is now known as the Lake Apopka North Shore or Lands area, as an early step. Restoration actions have included water level management, pesticide remediation, wetland flowway construction, canal mouth dredging, and aquatic vegetation restoration. Their long-term goals include phosphorus reduction, wetland habitat management, flood storage, and expanded recreational opportunities. There are some key constraints remaining, including phosphorus-rich organic soils, lake phosphorus and dissolved in particulate forms, soil subsidence, and residual pesticides. The current request will build on prior BCC-approved Lake Apopka restoration activities. A little bit more background specific to the request today. In 2019, the district submitted a SADF permit application proposing to dredge approximately 12,825 acres of unconsolidated flocculent sediment, or UCF, from Lake Apopka. That permit requested to pump that dredge material onto approximately 9,630 acres of wetlands in the Lands area on the North Shore. Also to plant approximately 600 acres of the littoral zone of Lake Apopka with native vegetation, and a 20-year permit time frame that provides conceptual approval by this board for the activities listed above, and a mechanism that allowed the environmental protection officer to issue construction permits as the activities were phased over time. So on December 17th of 2019, the board approved that permit. And on January 13th of 2020, EPD issued that permit, SADF 1902-002, with an expiration date of January 13, 2040. The current request, March 11th of this year, EPD received an application for an SADF for a similar project as approved under the conceptual. The current request includes dredging 58.2 acres of the lake adjacent to Newton Park and Winter Garden. 50 acres of that was already approved in the conceptual, but the reason this is back before you today is because 8.2 additional acres of proposed dredging is intended to maximize removal of the nutrient-rich sediments and improve navigability to the Newton Park boat ramp. The applicant proposes to pump the dredge material to that placement area along the north shore in the lands. That dredge material will be distributed to provide cover of historic pesticide-contaminated areas on the north shore and to replace material that was previously lost due to oxidation and soil subsidence. The proposed sediment placement, however, will not increase elevations to the extent to convert any wetlands into upland ecosystems. So in red there is a pipeline that will transport the dredge material to the north shore. The design of the proposed dredging area was aligned to reduce impacts to submerged aquatic vegetation to the greatest extent practicable, but it is estimated that an impact of 15.6 acres of submerged vegetation will occur as a result of the dredging. To mitigate the loss of that, the applicant is proposing to replant 16 acres of Lake Apopka with submerged aquatic vegetation adjacent to the dredging areas. So the dredging area is shown in the green outline on the left and the red outline on the right, and the proposed planting area is that crosshatch rectangle in the graphic on the right. So here's the review criteria. They're found in Chapter 15, Article 6, Section 15.218E, and the applicant has provided responses to each of these items. I won't go into all of them here. These are the same criteria that are used for every SADF. Most commonly, you're reviewing these for our seawall approvals, because these also apply. So 8 total criteria. Considerations, the project was reviewed in accordance with Chapter 15, Article 6, and the review criteria and conditions of issuance therein. Notification of the public hearing was sent to property owners within 500 feet of the project site, and we received no objections. Due to the scope of this project, staff is recommending a condition that allows the work to be done within 5 years from the date of issuance instead of a typical 1 year that code provides. Our finding is EPD has evaluated the proposed SADF permit application and required documents and has made a finding that the request is consistent with Orange County Code, Chapter 15, Article 6. And our action requested is acceptance of the findings and recommendation of the EPD staff and approval of shoreline alteration dredge and fill permit, SADF 2603000 for the St. Johns River Water Management District, subject to the conditions listed in the staff report. This is in Districts 1 and 2, and that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Is the applicant on this item present? If so, would you like to come forward and make any comments? We invite you to the mic.
Joe Dunn, 525 Lake Cove Point Circle, Winter Garden. Friends of Lake Apopka was founded in 1991 by local biologist Jim Thomas to advocate for the continued restoration of Florida's 4th largest lake. We wholeheartedly support the district's effort to dredge the area on the shoreline of Newton Park because it will reduce turbidity and increase ecotourism. And for the record, no work will be done on the boat ramp during the dredging. That will be done subsequent to the project using FWC money. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Mr. Dunn. I don't know if I've ever seen you and you didn't have on a shirt that looks like that. So you got a closet full of them, evidently. All right. Do we have any members of the public present who should be heard on this item?
We have no speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right, with that, then we'll close the public hearing portion. This area sits in both County Commission Districts 1 and 2, so I entertain a motion from Commissioner Crabb.
I too am excited about this and wholeheartedly approve it as well. So I so moved, Mr. Mayor.
Second, Wilson.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. With that, now we'll move to the next item. We'll open public hearings B2 and C3 together. They will require two separate motions, however. With that, we'll open B2 and we'll open the public hearing. Mr. Hall.
Thank you, Mayor. This next one is a public hearing for a semi-private boat ramp application and the companion conservation area impact permit, numbers BR 2312001 and CAI 2406042. And the applicant is the Homeowners Association of Avalon Cove Incorporated, and they desire to construct a boat ramp for the subdivision on Hickory Nut Lake, excuse me. Here's a location map of the proposed boat ramp shown in red on the map there. The address is 9064 Morgana Court in Winter Garden, Florida, and that tract is owned by the HOA. And here's an aerial photo of the property, which is outlined in blue for you. The boat ramp is proposed at that location where the yellow star is on the southern shoreline of that peninsula that sticks out into the lake. And then here's an aerial map of the entirety of Hickory Nut Lake, showing the location of the Avalon Cove subdivision, and the boat ramp is the yellow star in the bottom right portion of the map. There are also shown here two existing boat ramps on the lake, the only other two existing. They're the blue dots in the upper left corner, and they are both private boat ramps. And then lastly, you can see the other subdivisions involved on the lake. Waterley takes up the majority of the rest of the real estate along the lake, and then Hickory Lake Estates up in the northwest corner is also on the lake. Here's some photos of the proposed boat ramp site. The photo on the left is looking approximately southwest out at the lake, and the photo on the right is looking west towards the approximate location where the boat ramp will begin, and there's a small recreational lot there. Some background on this one, October 4th, 2016, the land use plan number LUP 1507193 was approved. The plan notes indicated there would be a community boat ramp. On December 13th, 2016, the PSP number PSP 1507194 was approved. It depicted a boat ramp, although it was on the northern side of the tract. And then in 2017, the South Florida Water Management District and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers both issued permits authorizing a boat ramp. Both those permits did expire, however, in 2022 prior to any construction being done. October 11th, 2019, the subject parcel was recorded on the plat as Tract C, and it was recorded as an open space park and boat ramp tract. And all of these things are requirements in the boat ramp code to be completed. June 24th, 2020, the development plan, DP 1806207, was updated by a CDR, number CDR 2003094, to add the semi-private boat ramp to the existing Tract C in a similar location and configuration to the current proposed ramp. And then June 24, that same day, the CDR 2005144 was approved to update the PSP to show the same boat ramp location and configuration as in CDR 2003094. There was a previous boat ramp permit application, BR 1808003, and an associated conservation area impact permit application. Those were both reviewed by EPD on the subject property, but both those applications were subsequently withdrawn on September 16th of 2020. So moving into the current request, the proposed semi-private boat ramp would be 12 feet wide and 80 feet long. It'll also have a 4-foot wide by 80-foot long companion dock, which is a requirement in the boat ramp code. Here is the site plan and the profile plan of the ramp. The ramp in the graphic on the left is shown in blue, and immediately adjacent to that is a green line, and that will be the companion boat dock. They are also asking for a variance. So it's a side setback issue. The code says no portion of any boat ramp or any type of boat ramp facility shall be closer than 25 feet from the projected property lines of abutting shoreline owners. The applicant is requesting a variance to build the ramp with a 20.23-foot setback from the southern projected property line. The applicant has provided a signed letter of support from for the requested variance from the affected adjacent property owner, indicating they have no objections to the request. Here are a list of the review criteria. It's letters A through O on these next few slides. And I won't read all these for you, but these are the criteria by which a boat ramp is considered. And it covers various topics like the number of existing ramps on the lake, the number of additional users to the lake, any noise impacts, any impacts to fish, wildlife, all those kinds of things that you would expect an environmental review to include. And moving into the conservation area impact permit, they're proposing 0.163 acre of direct impacts and 0.145 acre of secondary impacts to the lake itself in order to construct the semi-private boat ramp. And that would include the concrete for the ramp itself and any dredging and filling that they need to do to get the bottom contours right. And then they're also proposing 0.00042 acre of direct impacts to the shoreline wetland. So just above the normal high, there's a very narrow strip of wetland, and they're needing to impact that as well. The direct impacts include permanent alteration to the surface water, including the dredging and filling. As mitigation, the applicant has reserved and will purchase 0.15 freshwater herbaceous uniform mitigation assessment method credit from the Lake X Mitigation Bank in Osceola County. And here is the conservation area impact permit exhibit. And again, the ramp is shown in blue and the dock is shown in green. The direct impacts are kind of a light gray shading, and then the secondary impacts are shown in that orange color. The review criteria for the wetland code, this project came in before the new code went into effect, and so it's being reviewed under the old wetland code that was adopted in 1987. And so the applicable criteria, the first one in section 15.362.5, where wetlands serve a significant and productive environmental function, the public health, safety, and welfare require that any alteration or development affecting such lands should be so designed and regulated so as to minimize or eliminate any impact upon the beneficial environmental productivity of such lands consistent with development rights. So this is our avoidance and minimization criterion. And then the next one in 15.396.3a, it says the removal, alteration, or encroachment within a Class 1 conservation area shall only be allowed in cases where no other feasible or practical alternatives exist that will permit a reasonable use of the land or where there is an overriding public benefit. And so staff has determined that the applicant has demonstrated the proposed site plan allows for reasonable use of the land and that there are no other feasible or practical alternatives available to further minimize or eliminate impacts to Class 1 wetlands. Staff's determined that the mitigation is appropriate and sufficient to offset the adverse impacts that will occur as a result of the project. And so staff has determined the request meets the criteria for approval. Moving on to stakeholder engagement. On March 12th of this year, the applicant held a community meeting for the proposed ramp. It was well attended. Some topics that were brought up by the community were concerns about access to the ramp and security, people from the public that may not supposed to be there coming in and using the ramp. Environmental concerns, including nuisance exotic vegetation, erosion, and water quality, number of additional boaters, a precedent for other developments to obtain approval for a community ramp. So those are kind of all of the objection ideas. And then these last ones are the supporters. The Avalon Cove residents' expectations to have access to a boat ramp. the residents' property value and perceived increase if there were a ramp, and then the residents' desire to be able to remove their boats from the lake for maintenance or during hurricanes and other major storms. EPD has received, I think we're up to 105 responses as of just before this hearing. And this is a map showing those in favor are in green, and it's mostly confined to the Avalon Cove subdivision itself. And then those that are opposed are shown in red, and those numbers are 30 in favor and 75 opposed. Like I said, I think there's a couple that have just come in. Some considerations for you pursuant to County Code Chapter 15, Articles 10 and 15. Staff has evaluated the permit applications and the required documentation therein. The public was notified, everyone on the lake was noticed, and some in the interior of Avalon Cove as well, in accordance with Article 15, Section 15605D2. As mitigation for the impacts, the applicants propose to purchase 0.15 UMAM mitigation credit from Lake X Mitigation Bank, and the applicant is proposing a water quality monitoring plan to ensure construction does not negatively affect Hickory Nut Lake. And so our findings are pursuant to County Code, Chapter 15, Article 10. EPD has evaluated the proposed CAI permit application and required documents and has made a finding that the request is consistent with Article 10. And pursuant to County Code Chapter 15, Article 15, EPD has evaluated the proposed semi-private boat ramp facility permit application and required documents and has made a finding that the request is consistent with Article 15. And so our two actions requested for you, the CAI is first, acceptance of the findings and recommendation of approval by the EPD staff and approval of the Avalon Cove Conservation Area Impact Permit, CAI 2406042, for the Homeowners Association of Avalon Cove, Inc., subject to the conditions listed in the staff report, and acceptance of the findings and recommendation of approval by the EPD staff and approval of the Avalon Cove Semi-Private Boat Ramp Permit, BR 2312001, for the Homeowners Association of Avalon Cove, Inc., subject to the conditions listed in the staff report. This is in District 1, and that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
All right, with that, is the applicant on this item present? If so, would you like to come forward and make any comments? We invite you to the microphone.
Mayor?
Yes.
Procedural clarification. Ooh, that sounds weird. There's about 7 or 8 people who have identified themselves as the applicant on this application. And so consistent with your board rules, anyone who is the applicant should be in that 15 minutes. So I don't know if people maybe erroneously identified themselves as the applicant, or maybe the applicant himself can clarify. But in order for Nick to keep the time appropriately, we would need everyone who is a member of the applicant to appear in the 15 minutes.
I don't know who put
It
it in.
may
It could
be-
have just been
we
one.
just
Was that
wanted
when
to-
we scanned in this morning here? I scanned in because I didn't know if I had to, and probably just our engineer and that did the work on it, and our environmental consultant. So I
Could
don't
you
know
tell
who
us their
else.
names?
Sure, that's Scott. You can stand up, and then Bill Griffin. So.
Okay, and you all are all part of the applicant team?
I'm the
right?
engineer of record, yes, sir.
Okay, and so
So we will treat-
we're going to say you're the applicant, you're going to have a total of 15 minutes between you.
We just
Okay.
need one.
I'm the applicant. I'm the HOA president.
You're the
So,
HOA
yeah,
president.
I'd say I'm probably the applicant.
Oh, okay.
So I won't take that much any time anyway.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. My name's Brian Justice. I'm the president of the Homeowner Association of Avalon Cove. Thank you for giving me a few minutes to speak on our behalf. Also wanted to thank the Orange County EPD and their staff for the time they've spent reviewing this application and working through all the questions and concerns that have been raised. Before discussing the ramp itself, I think it's important to explain who Avalon Cove is and how we got here. Avalon Cove is a small community, just 49 homes located directly on Hickory Nut Lake. 26 of the 49 homes are lakefront homes, and the other 23 are what we consider interior. So we're not an outside community seeking, to a lake, seeking access to a lake with which we have no connection. More than half of our community already lives directly on this lake. We swim in it, We boat on it, we look at it from our houses every day, and we care deeply about its health and its future. It's also important to understand that the boat ramp was not an idea recently created by our HOA board. A community boat ramp was contemplated as part of the original development of Avalon Cove. The developer moved that project forward, spent money on engineering and permitting, and took substantial steps towards constructing it. The prior permit application was ultimately withdrawn before the ramp was constructed. From the residents' perspective, we purchased homes in a community where the amenity had been planned and actively pursued. The development sold quickly, the developer finished building the homes, and then left the community. And the residents were ultimately left with an unfinished project. The developer left, we didn't. We live here, and today the homeowners are willing to complete the process properly, pay the engineering and construction for ourselves, pay it for, by ourselves, comply with the county's permitting and environmental requirements, maintain the facility, insure the facility, enforce its rules, and live with the consequences of how it's operated. In fact, when our community was asked to approve a special assessment to fund the engineering and permitting necessary to pursue the project, more than 80% of our community supported moving forward. I want to put the issue of boating into perspective. We are not asking Orange County to introduce boating to Hickory Nut Lake. Boating already exists here and has for many years. There are numerous docks and boat lifts around the lake, many of which have gone through Orange County's permitting process. Even the opposition submitted to the county acknowledges substantial number of existing docks, boats, and personal watercraft already on Hickory Nut Lake. So the question before you isn't whether boats are going to exist on Hickory Nut Lake, they already do. The question is whether a small established lake community that owns property directly on the lake can construct one controlled, semi-private means of safely putting watercraft into and removing watercraft from the lake. And that access has practical purposes beyond simple recreational boating. Boats need to be removed for maintenance and repairs. They may need to be removed for preparation of hurricanes and severe weather. Water access can be necessary for dock construction or maintenance. The ramp would also provide an additional controlled access point for emergency services to reach Hickory Nut Lake if access to the lake is needed. We've heard concerns raised by our neighbors around the lake. We take them seriously. One concern raised repeatedly in written comments is that Avalon Cove homeowners would each receive a key. Those keys would be duplicated and then eventually people outside the community could gain access. That is not how the ramp will operate. We intend to adopt separate addendum to our HOA rules and regulations specifically governing the boat ramp. The gate will remain locked. Residents will not be issued keys. Only designated HOA board members will control access to the gate. A resident who needs to use the ramp will have to coordinate access through the board member. And importantly, guests will not be permitted to launch boats from this ramp. So this is not a public boat ramp. It is not a ramp for friends, relatives, or people coming from outside the community. It is a controlled HOA facility for Avalon Cove residents. We are equally serious about the environmental protection. We understand the concern about introducing nuisance and exotic vegetation from the bodies of water. The project will include the required washout measures, and our HOA rules can reinforce requirements that watercraft be properly cleaned before entering Hickory Nut. There is also a practical limitation on the amount and type of additional watercraft that can come from our 23 interior homes. Avalon Cove's existing HOA restrictions do not allow boats or boat trailers to be simply stored on driveways or anywhere else around the community. In addition, there's no parking spaces within the gated boat ramp area for storing or leaving boat trailers. And trailers are not permitted to be stored within our community as our bylaws. And when our interior residents have discussed using a lake, it's simply kayaks, canoes, and other non-motorized watercraft, not always just large boats. We cannot predict which homeowners will own what type of watercraft 5, 10, or 20 years from now as homes change ownership. But the 23 interior homes represent a maximum number of potential eligible households, not 23 boats. Finally, I understand why our neighbors are protective of Hickory Nut Lake. We are protective of it too. 26 Avalon Cove families live directly on the lake. Whatever happens to the quality of this lake happens in our own backyards. We have every incentive to protect it. Our neighbors in Avalon Cove may disagree about this particular boat ramp, but I don't believe we disagree about the lake. We all want Hickory Nut Lake to remain clean, safe, and beautiful. The question before you is not whether the lake deserves protection. We absolutely agree it does. The question is whether Avalon Cove can provide reasonable, controlled access to a small community while continuing to protect the lake. So we believe the safeguards we are proposing demonstrate that we can. Thank you.
All right, Mr. President, you said, how long have you lived in it?
I've been there 4 years.
4 years, okay. And
The community is only probably 5
you
years.
said you
5
swim
years
in the
old.
lake?
Yeah,
They-
yeah.
they
So
swim in
my
the
daughter is on the jet skis and.
I'm just curious, are
And
there
you-
alligators in the lake?
What's that?
Are there alligators in the lake?
There's alligators in there. I won't go in it. She'd go in it.
Okay. All right, thank you.
All right, thanks.
All right, do we have members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item? Again, we're on B2 and C3.
We do, Mayor. We have a handful of folks who have signed up for this. As previously mentioned, some of them identified themselves as members of the applicant team, so I will not call them. However, if there was an error, we can work that out as we go. And folks, I'm going to call you names in batches. When I do, please line up along the back wall, approach the podium in the order called. When you do, please begin with your name and address for the record. First speaker is going to be Linda Temple, followed by Dalton Rodriguez, Ellie Nieves, Horst Uhl, Sherry High, Stephanie Esposito.
All right, Ms. Temple, you're up.
My name is Linda Temple. I live at 9017 Lake Hickory Nut Drive in Winter Garden. And I want to thank you for letting me speak my mind. Okay. I'd like to address some of the concerns we have about the building of the boat ramp. As a resident of Lake Hickory Nut since 1981, we are deeply concerned about any environmental issues with the building of the ramp. We have been sampling Lake Hickory Nut with Florida Lake Watch since 1989, and our lake has maintained a clear depth reading of anywhere from 10-foot to 20-foot clarity. It concerns us about the stormwater runoff into the lake, as the entrance to the ramp is significantly higher than the 101.5 at lake level. The ramp will run through a dry retention pond to get to the lake access. The dry retention pond there is there for a reason to collect any runoff before it gets to the lake. What happens to the retention area if they build the boat ramp, the access through it? How will the concrete ramp affect what runoff comes into the lake? I think any and all environmental impacts, example, water quality, shoreline erosion, effects to wildlife and habitat, need to be studied further to make sure any and all concerns are met. We request that these studies be done before any approval of the ramp is considered. Please deny or defer voting before these studies are completed. Thank you for your time and consideration in these matters.
All right, thank you, Ms. Temple. We'll move to the next speaker. Dalton.
I'm Ellie Nieves, but I don't see who was the second speaker.
Okay, so
I'm happy to go.
Dalton Rodriguez or something like that. That person is, okay.
Hi, sir.
Hello.
I have just one consideration. I have a boat, a jet ski on the lake, and how can I remove my boat to fix it just in case it broke? You don't have access to the lake. You need the boat ramp. It's just that.
All right, thank you.
Dalton Rodriguez. 9080 Morgana Court, Thank you.
All right. Now, the next speaker.
Ellie Nieves, 9116 Morgana Court in Avalon Cove. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Ellie Nieves, and my husband and I are homeowners in Avalon Cove. And we're here to respectfully request that you approve our community's proposed boat ramp. Avalon Cove was originally designed to include a boat ramp. Many of our homes were approved with docks and boat lifts, creating a reasonable expectation that residents would have a safe and practical way to launch boats onto Hickory Nut Lake. Today, we don't. We are a lakefront community without community access to the lake. That affects the use and enjoyment of our homes and has implications for our property values and resale. What we are requesting is modest. Avalon Cove has only 49 homes. This would be a private, HOA-controlled and maintained ramp for our community, not a public boat ramp. There is a misunderstanding that this ramp will provide general lake access to anyone with a key fob or anyone who has friends in Avalon Cove. That is not what we are proposing. We live on Hickory Nut Lake, and we have every reason to protect its health and water quality. A properly permitted and controlled launch point access allows us to manage lake access responsibly. Our homeowners have already overwhelmingly supported this effort and invested financially in engineering and permitting. We're not asking for something new. We are asking to complete an amenity contemplated as part of the original design of our community. We respectfully request that you vote to approve the Avalon Cove boat ramp. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We'll move to the next speaker.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Horst Yule, 8774 Bayview Crossing Drive, Winter Garden, Florida. I'm definitely against the boat ramp. I also bought a house already on the lake, and of course, it had a boat ramp, a dock on there, and it came with a boat and some jet skis. Maintenance can still be done on the docks. There's no issues about getting them in and out. If you needed to, there's always a lift. You can always get it lifted out, pay a company, and they'll come get it in and out of the water. Everybody else bought the same way I did. You either bought with a dock or you bought off the lake. If you bought off the lake, you didn't get the access you needed. Looking down the line, we build something, somebody builds something, but there's no long-term, hey, how are we going to maintain this in the years? I know the HOA is like, yeah, we're going to build this, but there's no long-term. Who's going to maintain it down the years? Who's going to repair that dock when it falls apart? Who's going to pay to have the concrete repoured, which requires your new permits and permission to do all that also? The hydrology plan, I support that one. You have like the number, it's one of the top lakes for cleanliness right now, and that's only because we can't get our boats in and out by backing up a trailer and just pulling them when we need to. So there's no introduction of anything from any other lake in this state or another state being brought in without being cleansed properly, or at least it's in there for a long time. We already talked about the budget. There's no process except for our water individual who tests it on her own time to see it down the line. What she can provide you with is the proof that up until today, it's been clean. It's remained clean. Yes, there are boats already on the lake. Yes, there are jet skis already on the lake, and people kayak and people fish. But we're about to add on, I'll agree with the gentleman earlier, we're not going to, all 49 families in that neighborhood over there are not going to add in. Thank you for my time and yours.
All right, thank you. We'll move to the next speaker.
Next speaker was Sherry High, followed by Stephanie Esposito.
Hi, good afternoon. All right, I am terrible at public speaking, so I'm going to publicly read. And let's see, gotta get my readers. All right, Stephanie Esposito, 10417 Atwater Bay Drive. I'm in phase 2 of Waterley. I sit directly across from this. 7.5 years ago, we bought this property. Between this property and a house on the Butler chain, we had to make a decision. This was incredibly an important decision because do we want to be on something where there's a bunch of public, access or not. So that's why we chose to be in Waterley, knowing that it was going to be a quieter lake, something that you're sitting outside, you're enjoying, and you don't have a bunch of jet skis flying by, this, that, whatever. I'm not going to bring up all of the other previous concerns because that's already been raised, but I did some work to start over the last couple months. Every house that we have that's on the lake, there's 179 homes on the lake. As of currently, there's 100 that have docks already, but there's 164 that are capable of getting docks down the road. So as people move out, we could add more docks to it. There is a total of, let's see, in phase 2, 20 boat docks, 13 boats. There's 12 boats. In phase 1, there is undisclosed, I'm not sure how many are in the Old Hickory Nut. You guys have a lot. 25 that I counted. That's already enough. 27 homes in Avalon Cove already have docks on the lake. Or there's 27 homes on the lake. I think there's 20 in your neighborhood that already have docks. So you're almost completely full of docks. So to add 22, or
All right,
23
ma'am, that
for the
little
inside.
buzzer means you're out of time.
That goes quick.
Yeah, it goes quickly.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. We'll move to the next speaker.
Our next speaker is going to be Lester Austin, followed by Patrick Wheeler, Jerry Jackson, Tom Armstrong, and Dave Mackey.
Lester Austin, 9394 Lake Hickory Nut Drive. We have owned a house out on Lake Butler for over 60 years, and we saw the lake deteriorate over the years. Boaters coming in with vegetation, throwing out trash, drunk, crazy driving, boom boxes, and if you doubt what I say, just listen to some of the Windermere folks off of Bird Island. Completely different situation. Boaters are some of the rudest people in the world. The concern on Lake Hickory Nut, all of these concerns apply, but that lake is particularly different because it's long and narrow, and wakeboarding is really popular, and I understand why. I'd be doing the same thing if I could, but you have to have a big boat, ballast full of water. It creates a monstrous wave, and with that narrow shoreline, it really erodes. We have one such boat, and we hate to see it coming, and we hate to see any more coming. It's just if this, is approved, I just wish the county would follow suit. You have an award-winning conserve too. You have an award-winning Horizon West, some of the planning, and you could have an award-winning lake situation where people can enjoy it but not pollute it. Restrict the boom boxes. These directional boom boxes are unbelievable on boats. Restrict the size of the boats so that you don't have these wakes that are eroding the shoreline, and just some real good common sense. And put some teeth in it, not just a single lock that eventually everybody has a key. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Next speaker.
Patrick Wheeler, 9032 Morgana Court. I live in Avalon Cove on the lake. We constructed a dock shortly after purchasing about 5 years ago, and have 2 teenage daughters. We've been very excited to get a boat, but have held off thus far because of the reasons mentioned, only private boat ramps. And so I just want to show support that it would be nice to be able to have a way. And as everyone has said, we are also concerned about the lake continuing to be well protected. We go out there and spend lots of time, so we are not interested either in having it be overrun. but we do think it would be a great asset to those of us living on the lake. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker.
Hey, good afternoon. I'm Tom Armstrong, 9050 Morgana Court. And I'd just like to say in general that I really appreciate Waterley's perspective on protecting this particular lake. It's beautiful. I was the second house to move and build a house there right on the lake, hoping to build my future dream house and live on the lake. And I work out of my house, and I have my office faces the lake, and I get to see how beautiful it is, and I get to see the migration of birds that come in every year. And so I'm very appreciative of why everybody is really adamant about protecting the lake. But when I bought the house, you know, it was we were all under the impression that we were not going to have any issues of being able to build a dock, which I haven't built mine yet because I'm waiting on being able to get a boat safely in there and cleanly, and with respect to the lake and the other communities. And so it'd be really, really sad that I can't make that happen for my 11-year-old son. When we moved in there 5 years ago, all we want to do is just go fishing. We don't want to go out there and, you know, crush 30 beers and play boom boxes all day long. We just want to be able to get in safely on the lake and have some fun safely and keep it clean. And, you know, our community is mostly an older community. There's hardly any kids there. I would say most of the people are older and might have been in the movie Cocoon back in the day. I mean, that's how old our community is, you know. So we have no interest in Avalon Cove of doing anything but actually helping protect the lake even further than it already is. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
I'm Jerry. I'm a recovering landscaper.
All right. Jerry.
9115 Lake Hickory Nut Drive. We bought in 2020 under the same premise where we thought there was not going to be any ramps. You know, we have a lot of decisions to make buying a property, and having it as private as that with no public boat ramps. We had a decision to make, maybe the Butler chain of lakes and things like that. So we're kind of on the flip side of that. We bought because there was no ramps and no public access. Also, just a reminder, if you saw the numbers up there, there's over a 2-to-1 objection to this right now from the people that live around and on the lake. So just a reminder. But yeah, again, I have some clients that live on other lakes, and they have access, and they have access controllers and all this stuff. And you ask them and you say, so how's that going? And the first thing they do is laugh, because what they started with has broken down, or the HOA has transitioned, the system is not implemented anymore. There's, you know, various reasons as the years gone by. So I know the intentions are good for security and securing the ramp, but people move and transition, so there's no guarantees to that either. And the other thing is, we have our boat there, and we get service. You call somebody down. This is Florida. A lot of boats on the lakes. And there are a dime a dozen for mobile mechanics to come out, and there's a lot of great ones out there. Obviously, if you need that, you make a phone call. If you want to buy a new boat, they will come down and deliver your boat to the lake. They'll figure a way out to do that as well, so everybody can enjoy that part of the lake. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Dave Mackey. I live at 9331 Lake Hickory Nut Drive. Real quick background. The initial developer, Jones Home, he closed the application right after a public meeting because of all the opposition. So, and then 6 years later, we're here again. So it's already been stated about the cleanliness and whatnot. But you add more, 26 more homes with access to it. You add increased boater accidents, more congestion. You are increasing the disturbance of the lake on the shoreline, the bottom. If you introduce wakeboard boats, wake-enhanced boats, you're going to further destroy docks and basically peel up everything. Keeping the lake clean is very important. Everybody talks about intrusion of the weeds. Well, there's no MSTU and there's no MSBU tax. Who's going to pay for this when the weeds come in? Am I going to pay for it? Do I have to pay more money because they decided to put a ramp in and their people don't adhere to their guidelines? Who's going to police that? When the weeds come in, who's going to pay for it to eradicate them, to spray for them? You guys spray Crescent Lake and Windermere constantly because it goes out to the Butler Sound. That has an MSTU and MSBU budget. And you guys are constantly spraying for it for hydrilla. I've seen the effects of it. There are no effects. It's constant. So that is a big, big concern for all of us that nobody wants to talk about and nobody can answer. And something else is, real quick, we have all these issues going on with the HOAs up in Tallahassee. What happens when they pull all the power out of the HOA? Who's going to monitor the HOA? Who's going to monitor the ramp? Who's going to take care of that? It'll just turn into an open public ramp. Not my job, not my responsibility. This can't go through.
All right, sir. Thank you. Next speaker.
All right, our last batch of speakers is going to start with Max Ornelas, followed by Brian White and Eduardo Mayoral.
Max?
First person up can approach podium.
I'm Brian White.
Okay. Brian?
It says Max, but if it's supposed to be May.
It was a Max.
Could be a typo.
But go ahead, Brian, you there.
All right, my name's Brian White. I live in Avalon Cove, 9063. I am not on the lake, and we understand that everyone has a concern about, safety on the lake, protecting the lake. We all have those same concerns. We have our own little private meetings. We understand that it's important to protect the lake. I'm for it, completely for it. Doesn't mean that I'm going to be on the lake, but it's something that we were looking forward to when the builder, said that this is an option for us. So I am here to support it, and hopefully, guys, we get the approval.
All right, thank you, sir.
Eduardo, you're up next.
Hello, Mr. Mayor. Hello, Commissioners. My name is Eduardo Mayoral, 8763 Bayview Crossing. So we keep hearing Hickory Knot is one of the cleanest lakes in Florida. It's only 3 miles away from Disney. And you wonder, how come this happened? I mean, it sounds like an impossible combination that a lake in such proximity to Disney that has been with people using boats for all these years is so clean. Well, the reason is there is no boat ramps. I hear all the good arguments and all the good reasons to put a boat ramp and the convenience. We had that problem ourselves when we bought the house and we had to put our boat in. It was expensive. The boat has been like, I call it lake locked. Once you put it in, it's so expensive you don't want to be putting it in and out. It's locked in the lake, and the same situation for all the other 70 persons that are currently with boats. So yes, it's expensive, but I think it's a commitment that everybody can make to keep the lake as it is. It's hard to argue with results. And the fact is, for 60 years, the lake has remained clean. And It was not planned. I don't think anyone 60 years ago said, oh, we're not going to put any ramps. We're going to have only two private. No, I mean, it just happened. But right now, this is the situation we have. Now we can make a decision. Now we can say, look, let's keep this going. It's going very well. We know what happens when we add a lot of traffic, how the quality of the water declines. And I'm speaking on behalf of me and my wife, but I think I share the same feeling for many of our neighbors. So please consider not approving this ramp. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is May Ho, 15990 Glidden Street. I am not on a lakefront property. I do not plan to purchase a boat, but when I purchased the property and it is advertised as we have a boat ramp. So I think boat ramp should be in there because it was what was approved back in 2016. And if you're doing the math, we have only 49 homes and not everyone will have a boat, which include myself, my other neighbors, and we have all the professionals from EPA and permitting. They have done their job. They have justified to see to let us know if it's okay for us to build a boat ramp or no. So let the professional do the job, do the studies, not because of anything else. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right.
Mayor,
Are there any other speakers on this item?
I believe that was our last speaker for this item.
All right, we have
Sir?
one more. Okay, you're not a part of the applicant team. You're a resident. Yeah, if you didn't fill out a card. This is the name and address.
Angel Barrios, 9104 Morgana Court. Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, thanks for the opportunity. I just want to say I'm in favor of this ramp. I have a house at the lake. I think I spend more time at that boat dock than I spend inside my house. Sometimes my wife is looking for me in the house and she knows I'm going to be by the lake. I love that lake. It's a beautiful lake. We want to really protect it. We don't want people going and disturbing the lake and polluting the lake. I think it's just fair that nobody mentions this. In our side of the lake, we have a retainer wall that is 10 feet high. Getting our boats and our jet skis out of that house, out of that dock, with a retainer wall that is 10 feet high, it's really a problem. It's expensive. But we want to protect our lake. So the actions that we are promising we're going to take to control the entrance to the boat ramp is something as community we're going to put in our bylaws. It's going to be in our book. We're going to be responsible for that. The other thing that I wanted to put in perspective, like imagining all this serious amount of boats that are going to be in this lake. I have a 17-year-old son, teenager. I have 2 jet skis, and I have a boat. Do you know how many times he was in the lake during summertime this year? Once. He brought his friends over. He had access to the jet skis. They didn't go to the lake to use the jet skis. Once they use the jet skis twice, it's boring for them. So pretending that everybody's going to be on their boat, jet skis, every weekend, every day of the week, that is going to be polluting the lake is the wrong misconception. Thank you for your time.
Well, thank you. Are there any other persons who want to speak on this item? If not, then we're going to go back to the applicant for any. You want to speak, ma'am? Okay.
My name is Heather Ewell. I live at 8774 Bayview Crossing Drive, Winter Garden. We've talked a lot about the fear of mass boating or troublesome folks on a lake for a couple of reasons. First, it is a private lake, so licensed boats are not required. So that should give you a little bit of perspective. If you have no license requirement, you're going to have a looser level of restriction or regulation. The other piece that we've talked a little bit about is the number of homes and docks on Atwater and Avalon Cove. That is only one small subdivision within this complex. There is currently upwards of 3,000 houses in the Waterley phases 1, 2, and 3, not to mention the 3 apartment complexes that are also associated with the Waterley HOA, which are now across the street from us. So you are not talking about only access to the lake from Avalon Cove, who you are also talking about the follow-on precedent of the other 3,000 to 5,000 residents that will want access to this very small lake. It's under 400 acres, which is approximately 40 boats. We are now talking about 3,000 to 5,000 personnel, homes living in that, not boats, residents. So when you talk about the scale, it has changed. That survey size of the lake was prior to the amount of vegetation and grass growth of the islands. There has been no recent hydrology or vegetation studies. We did have one of our residents talk about the budget or proposed budget funding for hydrology studies. That has not occurred. Only the construction impact of the concrete being laid where there was vegetation. That's the only carbon
All right,
exchange
thank you
we've
very
done.
much. Okay. Dare ask, are there any other members of the public who wish to be heard on this item? And Heather, if you didn't fill out a card, make sure you fill it out. Okay. All right. So it looks like that's the end of the speakers, but I'll go back to the applicant. You have the opportunity for some rebuttal comments where you can address your neighbors.
Scott Batterson, 304 Santiago Drive, Winter Park, Florida, 32789. Engineer of record for the boat ramp. I just want to make sure that you guys know that the stormwater runoff was already designed and permitted through the Water Management District and the county to accommodate this. And it started with the zoning. The PD land use plan has a note number 5 that says this community will have a boat ramp, and that was in 2016. So this is not a precedent-setting situation. It's a very unique situation where we're not in compliance with our zoning district. The land use plan has it approved, the PSP has it approved, the DP, the change of termination, even the final engineering plans that were recorded have it in there. So all the stormwater will be taken care of. In fact, we'll be getting updated ERPs with the Water Management District, and that will meet the current criteria, which there's plenty of extra room to do. In addition, Water Management District requires the HOA funds to be proven so that it will operate in perpetuity, and that's the case here as well. Let's see if there's anything else. Oh yeah, again, this is not a precedent. This is a unique zoning note thing. I'm happy to answer any other technical questions.
A lot of good comments on both sides, for pro and against. Again, we're trying to do it the right way, finish what our builder didn't do for us. We all want to protect the lake. I don't think there's any question about that. I mean, I've heard things from, I don't want to do oil changes over the lake. Okay, I'd rather take my boats and jet skis out. I think that's just safety, the safety for the lake, and we don't want to be dumping oil and things like that in there. So I think it's about it. I mean, I think this, we're just trying to finish up what was started a long time ago. So thanks.
Okay. Thank you very much. With that, we're going to close the public hearing portion, and I want to go to the district commissioner. Commissioner, We have 2 votes, one for the semi-private boat ramp, B2, and C3 is the conservation area impact. Do you have a potential motion? Oh.
Procedurally, we have to do the CAI first.
Okay. Commissioner Crabb.
For the engineer, possibly, just wondering for the variance on the 25-foot, it looks like there's room on that to move that down, but why are we having to ask for that variance?
So the original proposed plat had the lines going in the parcels in the center of the lake, which is now sovereign submerged lands. The actual corner changes at an angle, and nobody thought about it when they went through the entire LUP until all they had to do was just turn a little 3-foot strip of land 10 degrees to the left. It's a technicality. We've done everything we can. That person's in support of the application. They're also up much higher than the surrounding lands. So I think it was just a simply look over. All they had to do was change that one little angle a little bit, and we wouldn't be having a conversation.
All right, Commissioner Wilson, we'll do the CAI first.
I actually have some questions also ahead of time. Just understanding this is controversial. This has been a conversation for years. The withdrawal of the original application happened after I was elected, before I was sworn in. So I guess my question is for staff that was here longer, why did they withdraw the application, the developer, if there was an intent to do this, knowing that that they had sold this to residents?
Thank you for that question, Commissioner. The applicant actually didn't cite a reason as to the withdrawal, but I do know that Scott Batterson can give you a reason for that.
I wasn't part of the original engineering design team. That was Appy and Major Stacy and another friend of mine, Scott Stearns, Jones Homes. It's my understanding from what I've heard and experienced is that sales were going very fast, and I understand they had a public meeting. And if sales are going fast and you can get out and not have to waste your time fighting things, then you leave and then you hand the problem over to the HOA. I think it's a great injustice. I know about injustices.
Yeah, well, it makes the statement accurate to the resident who said that they were met with concerns over the quality back then and knew that they were going to be up against potential questions about the impacts and didn't want to go about that. It just makes me feel for the residents that were assured something that, Orange County I take that pretty seriously, that somebody out there represented something. In the meantime, and I don't know if this was still under the developer's watch, but I would like to get more information about the notice of violation. I guess there was some wetland impacts and a violation that had already happened in the neighborhood along the shoreline.
Yeah,
through EPD.
I could probably speak to that a little bit as well. It just looked like people had already cleared it during the original construction, and essentially.
I just want to hear from staff though, because it was an EPD violation. It wasn't through the state, or it was.
So there were some boats being launched without authorization to have a ramp. There was an enforcement case. Staff went out and met with them. There was a restoration plan, and that was implemented.
Okay, so and I did pull the shoreline restoration plan, and it does call for a number of plantings and restoration to that area. Is this the exact area that would be torn up again for the potential ramp project?
I don't know the precise location of where they had disturbed the vegetation right now, Commissioner.
So the notice of violation was issued in 2021. It looks like Liz Johnson signed off on it, and there was a requirement for them to have a restoration plan. What did EPD do as far as follow up on that plan and restoration? Do we know if that was complete and satisfied? And I will say holistically, I just have a really hard time knowing that there was violations by
an entity that's now seeking permission to, you know, potentially remove a portion of the shoreline.
I'm not sure what the current status of that case is, Commissioner. I'd have to dig into it.
Okay.
So, Commissioner, are you saying that the
So-
violation was given to the HOA?
Yes, to Avalon Cove HOA, and it was by EPD. It was within, it looks like a 6-month period potentially with the withdrawal of their application. So I don't know if it's related, but I know that there was a violation for what looks like wetland, notice of violation for some damage to the wetlands there. And their corrective actions were that they would be providing a shoreline restoration plan, but there's very little follow-up on what that means. And for me, I think it's really important, especially hearing about the quality of this lake and understanding that there is no, unlike many of other lake systems where we have a citizen review panel that oversees it and a taxing mechanism that everybody chips into to make sure that they can correct things where we do have bad actors not correcting their own problems. They don't have any of those mechanisms here. So I wanted to find out what EPD has done to make sure that this particular entity is doing what they say they're doing. If they haven't in the past, I think that's an indication that we maybe have problems in the future, and that makes me very hesitant to move through the action of an approval.
So our crack EPD staff does have an update for you about that. The restoration plan was implemented, and then our normal follow-up with them is if somebody completes the restoration, we send a no further action letter. And so we sent that to them on January 5th, 2022, saying that the restoration had been completed.
Okay, so, but just so I understand our oversight there, because it also came with, this application comes with the indication that they'll provide water quality monitoring. What does that mean? Is that all the honor system, or is there somebody that actually makes sure that that's done in a timely fashion? And what happens if the quality changes? Who then does pay for that remediation, knowing that this is, this is a turbidity, and the action alone of construction, and then on top of that, the in and out. So just trying to find out the oversight in that shoreline, especially shoreline that is now, those residents have paid for restoration.
So typically, the water quality monitoring plans during boat ramp construction is a weekly monitoring. They take background, usually out in the middle of the lake, to get a baseline established. And then they do their monitoring during construction, just outside the construction and within the construction that's contained by a floating turbidity curtain. They would send those results to us on a schedule. And if anything is above, if it exceeds the standards that are allowed, then construction should completely stop, and they and staff will coordinate on a remedial action. There are treatments that they can do to settle the solids down out of the water. And then once the quality returns to a level outside the construction that does not exceed the allowance, then they can resume their construction.
So relying again, though, on self-reporting, correct?
That's true.
So I clearly am stating that I have concerns about this impact, the approval of an impact permit in this case. Very specific to, I think, a certain set of circumstances in this lake. So at this time, I would make a motion to deny the CAI as an independent action in the hopes that I can get support from the board for denial of that action.
All right, there's a motion for denial. Seconder is Commissioner Scott. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. All right, the motion passes, and it is unanimous. Okay. And with that, without...
Do we need a motion on the boat ramp? Okay.
Yeah, Georgiana, you have to, I think, press that button yourself to speak. There you go.
You have to have one, I think.
I believe the staff report has indicated that without approval of the boat ramp, the CAI, the boat ramp cannot be constructed. So the denial of the CAI is denial of the boat ramp.
Thank you.
Question on that?
I think that's
You have a question?
Yeah, just, I don't know what happens next, but I guess my question is, it sounds like there's a procedural problem, how do you do the checks? Like, how does that work? Like, if you're relying on us to give you, we're going to volunteer and give you the information on the water quality, but it sounds like, the EPD it sounds like there's something.
So Tim, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
So Tim, please follow up with the gentleman or someone who's here from EPD with you.
Yes. Georgiana, what were you saying?
Asking Commissioner Wilson to make a motion on the boat ramp to the effect of the denial, to effectuate the denial, so that it's clear for the clerk what the action is on the second boat ramp application.
Okay. Commissioner Wilson, I entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion
This is for the boat ramp.
to.
It's on.
Here I am. Make a motion to deny BR 23-12-001.
All right, there's a motion and a second. The seconder is Commissioner Scott. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The motion passes and it is unanimous. All right, we're going to move now to item D4. We'll open the public hearing on this item. Mr. Thal Mueller is going to be framing this item. With that, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. Minor technical difficulties. Just one moment, please. All right, this is item case CDR 2603057. This is an amendment to the Orlando International Hotel Plan Development. Property is generally located west of Universal Boulevard, east of I-Drive, south of Sand Lake. This is a PD substantial change to amend the master sign plan and to request 4 waivers from code. Waivers listed here are for 2 new tenant buildings within the entertainment center development. These allow for some flexibility in code for some additional copy area and additional number of wall signs per face for each of the proposed developments. Site's located in District 6. Here we have the future land use map. Property is designated commercial on the future land use map. And as previously mentioned, it is zoned PD as the Orlando International Hotel PD. Here we have aerial of the site, property more commonly known as Icon Park. And here we have a copy of the signage plan. You can see buildings B3 and D2 highlighted. Those are the locations of the buildings that are subject to the signage waivers within this entertainment complex area. And with that, the recommendation is to make a finding of consistency with the comprehensive plan and approve the amendment to the Orlando International Hotel PD, subject to the conditions listed under the DRC recommendation in the staff report. And with that, staff and the applicant are available for questions.
All right, thank you, sir. Is the applicant on this item present or rep? We invite you to the mic.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. John Townsend with LJ Engineering, 101 South Hall Drive, Maitland, Florida. We agree with staff recommendations. We're here to answer any questions you may have. Appreciate your time.
All right, Mr. Townsend, if you'll stand by. And do we have members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
We have no speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right, then we'll close the public hearing. I'll go to Commissioner Scott for a potential motion.
Second, Uribe.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Scott, second by Commissioner Uribe. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. All right, motion passes and it is unanimous. Okay. Yes, sir.
Just for the benefit of those listening, this action allows us to do signage for a Build-A-Bear workshop on Icon Park and Blue Man Group. They've been waiting many, many months to be able to put a sign on their building, so I know that the tenants are happy, and I just want to make that known for the record. Thank you.
Commissioner Uribe. Okay, thank you, sir. All right, we're going to move then to D5 at this point. We'll open the public hearing on this item. Mr. Tharamuller, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. This item is case CDR 2602032. This one is an amendment to the Orangewood N1 SeaWorld Vacation Village PD. This was continued from our last board meeting in order to allow the applicant team to have a conversation with the adjacent property owner, which I understand has occurred, and we might hear about when the applicant gives their presentation. But generally, this site is located on the north side of Sea Harbor Drive, south of Westwood off I Drive. And the request here is to convert some of the PD entitlements for this particular parcel, converting 362,000 square feet of office uses into the trip equivalent of 1,124 multifamily units. Site's located in District 1, designated activity center mixed use on the county's future land use map, indicating it's within the iDrive Activity Center, which is the area identified as intended to concentrate tourist commercial type activities and workforce supportive housing for those industries. As previously mentioned, property is zoned PD, Plan Development District, which is a requirement within that iDrive Activity Center overlay. Here we have an aerial map. Property is currently developed with an office building and parking structure. As mentioned, the proposal is to convert the office uses. That office building is proposed to be removed and redeveloped with a multifamily development. I will note that on the site plan that the applicant has submitted that is currently under review, the parking structure remains, and the apartment project is proposed to be constructed around it, incorporating it into the project. I will also note that while that trip equivalent conversion from the entitlement perspective equals out to those 1,124 units, the applicant is on that site plan proposing about 679 units. Unclear if that'll be the final count, but that's currently what the site plan shows. I will also cite that while I mentioned it is from an entitlement perspective, a trip neutral conversion, there is still the requirement through the development review process that we have an traffic operational analysis to identify any potential traffic safety improvements that might be triggered by the development. Here we have the overall PD land use plan, affected area highlighted in red, along with the entitlements and development standards. And with all of that said, recommendation here is to make a finding of consistency with the comprehensive plan and approve the amendment to the Orangewood N1 SeaWorld Vacation Village PD, subject to the conditions of approval listed under the DRC recommendation in the staff report. And with that, staff and the applicant are available for questions.
All right, thank you, sir. Is the applicant on this item present? She's coming forward.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Rebecca Wilson, 215 North Eola Drive, here on behalf of the applicant. Mayor, we missed you at the last meeting. We were here on August 4th, And we were ready for an approval to convert this 8-story, 362,000 square feet of an office building to the multifamily use. At that time, SeaWorld asked for a continuance for 3 weeks. We agreed to that continuance. We've met with them and answered questions that they posed to us. We're back today requesting approval. We're asking to utilize the transportation equivalency matrix to convert 428 PM peak trips of office to 427 PM peak trips of multifamily, which, as your staff said, is consistent with the existing future land use and all of your county regulations. I have a full presentation to give you all. I know it is late in the day, so if you don't mind, Mayor, I will just reserve the rest of my time for rebuttal, and happy to answer any questions that you all may have.
Okay, I'm okay with that as long as the board is okay with that.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right. All right, we'll open it up for public comment. Do we have members of the public present who should be heard on this item?
We do, Mayor. We have a handful of individuals signed up to speak for this.
What is a handful?
1, 2, 3. Sorry, there's some time being dedicated. 4 speakers with one speaker that is going to have an additional 4 minutes.
Okay.
All right, folks, I'm going to call your names, in one big batch. When I do, please line up along the back wall. Approach the podium in the order called. When you do, please begin with your name and address for the record. First speaker is going to be First speaker is going to be Will Hawthorne. And Will, looks like you have 1 minute in addition. And actually, I misspoke. There are going to be 2 speakers. Next speaker is going to be Derek Bruce, and Derek, you're going to have an additional 4 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Will Hawthorne, VHB, 225 East Robinson Street, Orlando, Florida, 32801. Mayor and Board Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to be here and get on record that our client, SeaWorld, has asked us, our company, to perform their own traffic impact analysis. We started that 13 days ago, and we are working as fervently and as diligently as we can to get that done. This study is going to take into account not only the weekday trips, but weekend, as well as pedestrian and bikes. And it's something that our client wants to make sure that whatever change happens here, that impacts are mitigated and or minimized at all costs. Being the nature of their business, theme park, their busy times are on the weekend. So looking at it from just a weekday cannot always give you the full picture. So that's what we're including in our study, as well as we're taking a look at the Signal 4 analytics data, which is a comprehensive list of all of the vehicular traffic accidents, as well as the pedestrian incidents, going back 5 years. So that's going to be included in our study. And it's something that, like I said, these things take time. And unfortunately, I think we'll be done in about 30 to 40 days. But just wanted to get on record that they have engaged us to do that, and we're working as fast as we can. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Bruce, are you the next person?
And Derek, just for clarification, you actually have 6 minutes dedicated to you, so you'll have a total of 8.
Okay, thank you so much. And we have a presentation that I've asked Miles to bring up, but while we wait for it, before I begin, I want to take a moment of personal privilege. Mayor Demings, in a few short weeks, you'll reclaim one of the most treasured titles in our society, and that is private citizen. This is likely to be the last time I address you at a meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. And I want to let you know how much of a joy it's been to work with you and Mr. Brooks and the team that you all have assembled around you. We haven't always agreed on everything, but the manner in which you've led our region through a global health crisis, as well as tremendous economic and political growth, population growth, and even shared your health journey, has been a model of wisdom, thoughtfulness, and dignity. You've served as a role model for many, myself included, so I want to say thank you and acknowledge that your successor will have big shoes to fill.
All right, thank you very much.
Derek Bruce with the Gunster Law Firm on behalf of SeaWorld, and we can bring my presentation up. Mayor, you did hear that, that the last time we were here, that we did request a continuance. It wasn't a 3-week continuance that we asked for. We asked for a more significant amount of time to allow for some work to be done. And we're here to make a similar request today and ask for a 60-day continuance. I'll start by asking the question, what's the rush? We're requesting this continuance because we need adequate time for a full evaluation of whether this proposed conversion aligns with the adopted comp plan. It's compatible with the neighboring uses and the neighbors, including SeaWorld and the iDrive overlay. And we need to analyze, as you heard Mr. Hawthorne say, the adequacy of the traffic systems and the infrastructure around it. Without detailing, without going into each prong, there's really no dispute that this is a significant and a substantial, under the ordinance, substantial change from what's there currently. An office building that would be converted to as many as 1,124 units. And because this is substantial, the code requires plans, supporting data, DRC review, and a public hearing in front of this board. What have we done since we were last here in front of the board? We've met with the applicant on multiple occasions to learn more about their plans and share our concerns. We received a 250-page traffic impact analysis on August 17th, and we observed what we believe to be flaws in that analysis. And you heard Mr. Hawthorne allude to it earlier. This area is unique. Typically, you look at peak trip traffic on weekdays, but this is the tourism corridor, anchored by the crown jewel of Orange County government, the Orange County Convention Center. And the traffic there, very often, and because of this specific area, is on weekend nights, especially there at Sea Harbor Drive and International Drive. We've also met with area stakeholders and county staff. We know we have commissioners, both Wilson and Scott, who have residents on and business and stakeholders that would be impacted by this. When we were last here, Commissioner Gomez Cordero asked, "Hey, is 3 weeks enough?" And the short answer to that is no. The BCC can and should continue this hearing for 60 days, and that is allowable under both your code as well as Florida Statute 125.66, Section 8, which says, consideration of a proposed county ordinance or county resolution at a properly noticed meeting may be continued to a subsequent meeting if at the scheduled meeting the date, time, and place of the subsequent meeting is publicly stated. Case law also supports this. There's the Shaughnessy versus Metropolitan-Dade County case where it just talks about the ability to continue. The Payne versus City of Miami case is really, really interesting, 52 Southern 3rd, 707. In that case, the City of Miami Commission recognized the need for additional information and additional study, but still went ahead and approved a land use change anyway, and it got reversed on appeal. And part of what the court recognized is that when there is a need for additional information and additional study on impacts, the more defensible course is deferral, which is similar to what we're requesting here. The Orange County Code requires compatibility with adjacent property and land uses. The uses must be in a manner compatible, and we submit that there's not a clear answer that this is compatible, and we'll talk about that a little more in just a little bit. The overall project has to be evaluated in conjunction with the remaining portions of the PD, and it must consider the relationship between the present and proposed zoning classification, conserving the value of the property in the area. I've just laid out your Section 30 F and G requirements. And here's what we're looking at. This conversion is likely to dramatically alter pedestrian safety in the area, traffic patterns, and we've talked about peak hour traffic generation. You have a letter in your packet that acknowledges school capacity concerns from Orange County Public Schools. This, from a residential standpoint, is going to tax parks and recreation as well as utility infrastructure, or at least we need to study that. And quite frankly, how will multifamily residential in this specific area align with the surrounding uses? We submit it may not align very well. Mayor and commissioners, SeaWorld is a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week business that operates relatively late, has fireworks in the evening, and then when the park closes, there's traffic that leaves, and then but it doesn't stop there. Trucks come in through the night to clean the park and prepare all of its activities for the next day. 1,125 up to 1,125 new units and residents directly across the street from there will predictably result in calls to law enforcement about noise and distracting people and keeping them from getting proper rest. These are the types of things that we think are appropriate to be looked at and considered, even when we don't have the results of the transportation study we talked about. And I'd like to finish by talking about abutting property owners' due process rights. What we are allowed is a meaningful opportunity to participate in this discussion. Meaningful participation requires time, the opportunity to review the application and supporting data, retain and consult with expert professionals, which we've done, and you've heard that that analysis is underway, but it is going to take a little more time. Prepare our substantive testimony and then engage in dialogue. In conclusion, these are the reasons for our request for continuance. Of note, we found no cases after searching high and low where a 60-day continuance was successfully challenged. There are, however, numerous examples where proceedings without affording affected property owners with meaningful opportunities to participate have been deemed a denial of due process. And so we respectfully request that the Board of County Commissioners continue this hearing for 60 days to allow the county and adjacent property owners adequate time to properly assess the application for consistency with the comp plan. Thank you, and we're here to answer questions as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bruce. All right. Is the applicant still present? There she is.
Mayor, the applicant is present. I just want to address a couple of things. First, with regard to a 60-day continuance, we're not going to agree to a 60-day continuance. We'd like an up and down vote today. We've spent many months on this project. They were aware of this project before our August 4th when we called them and made ourselves available to answer questions. We've been available to answer questions for the last 3 weeks, and I'll tell you, there aren't questions that they are looking to get answered. They are looking to drum up opposition and possibly have a different board. And I guess Mayor also in 60 days, which I think you've also done a great job, Mayor. I want to put that on the record. But I'm going to see you in September a couple times.
60 days,
okay?
though.
So I'll save that speech for the last time I'm before you. But just a couple of things that I just think I want to correct. Well, this is how great the project's going to look. So we provided them with our traffic analysis. We can go through all of this, but really what I wanted to point out is right here. So this is where there is a median cut and a connection. Our property is on the north and SeaWorld is on the south. We are currently working with your county staff in order to that's going to be a fully signalized intersection there. Our IDD is under review right now, and so my guess is that there will be things requested such as a dedication for the location of the signal, and I assume in the county's plans they're also marked crosswalks. I think it's important when we talk about pedestrian safety that is occurring. Also, when we talk about access, you can't see, this is when you have a lawyer make slides, but our property's way up here. We're way up here. This is where you enter to get into the entrance of SeaWorld, down here on Central Florida Parkway. So all the traffic that they're worried about is going to come in on the weekends. It's not up here, it's down here. Now what you do have are 5 to 6 intersections, including the one that we're going to assist with adding a light to, that allow for exit. And so the exit traffic goes out that way. We also have a bus stop in front of our site, which is wonderful for compatibility with multifamily. And I can go through the need for housing and all this, but what I find is the most ironic is in 2012, SeaWorld sold this piece of property. SeaWorld owned this right here, right across from them, sold it to my client Epic for $7 million in 2012. 2012, they didn't have a problem with compatibility. They didn't have a problem with traffic. They were happy to have multifamily located within this PD. In fact, SeaWorld built Aquatica right adjacent to the neighborhood of Williamsburg. So I would offer to you that multifamily not only is a compatible use, it's a use that's needed in our tourist corridor. Additionally, the county has similarly approved another multifamily. This is on Westwood with the exact same request before you and the exact same materials before you. This is a project that is needed. It is a project that is compatible. We had a unanimous approval from the Development Review Committee that we have provided all of the necessary components for this application, and I'm happy to answer any questions and would just like a vote of approval from you all today.
All right, thank you, Ms. Wilson. I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing portion at this time, and we do have questions or comments by members of the board before I go to the District Commissioner, Commissioner Wilson, for a potential motion. With that, Commissioner Uribe.
Becky, is there any way to go back to the trips?
So this is where we show the projected trip conversion. So this is at the top, it's the 428 that is the office number existing, and then down at the bottom when you convert is the 427 we're requesting.
When you had one that talked about less peak, there we go.
Yes.
So it's actually a reduction of trips.
Correct. So this analysis is run on the IDD that we submitted that was for the 679, or somewhere 670-something units. And so it shows a reduction of AM peak and a reduction of PM peaks. Remember, this building had 2,000 employees in it. So it hasn't just been sitting there like it's vacant land.
Correct. And as someone who has sat in DRC meetings when you've not been happy about traffic lights being ordered on a project, this is actually a huge investment on the developer for our traffic engineering and for safety for us.
And so to be clear, the county is funding the light. We are assisting with the dedication of right-of-way.
Okay, fantastic. That's what I just wanted a clarity of point. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Crabb, and then Commissioner Simrad.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. Question, another new guy question, sorry, but this might be for over here. You said earlier there has to be another county-run study, that we wouldn't necessarily use the one from SeaWorld for traffic-wise?
I think county engineer can speak to the operational analysis requirements.
There's a request for an operational analysis study for that intersection. Based on that and the results, the safety measures would come into play via signalized intersection, any additional other safety improvements along the way.
And is that just where the new light is, or would that be International Drive and Sea
That
Harbor
is just
also?
for that specific location, which is Sea Harbor and Sea World intersection.
Where the new light's going to go?
Mhm.
Okay.
And then I just want to make it clear to everyone where it says reduction of 150 AM peak trips and reduction of 144 PM peak trips. That's for total. However, the distribution is different for the AM and for the in and out. So if you look at the table, I don't know if she wants to pull it up, but the table in the AM peak hour at the out is not a negative, but it's a positive, so it equates to a higher trip generation for the out in the AM peak hour. I know it's getting really technical, but in the PM peak hour, it generates a higher in and not a negative in trips.
I'm happy to put that on if we're going to
Yeah.
go down this to try to confuse everyone. I'll get
Right,
the
that's what I'm like,
example-
you might want to see the
exact
table.
Trip generation up. So I think what Susan was clarifying is it is a.
You may have to go back to the mic somehow.
So what Susan is clarifying here is that the AM peak total is 150, which is what I said. You agree with
Correct.
that, Susan? And that the in is negative 313.
Correct.
And then the AM out at that time is 163, right?
Correct.
So
That's
as
why
you
the
can imagine,
distribution is
going from
different.
multifamily to office, there are more people leaving in the morning, and in the office, there are more people coming. And then just the opposite in the evening. But what I said was still correct, that there is an overall net reduction, which means fewer cars overall.
Right, but I just want to make sure that that's not a false narrative, that it's a negative, because depending on the operational analysis, based on those data, it will determine if, say, you need additional left turn lane, or whatever the result of the analysis is.
Absolutely. And so to be clear, an operational analysis is not required at the PD level, but is required in conjunction with the approval of our IDD, correct?
Yes, and then we
Yes.
have Myrna if you need additional information. We
And-
have our traffic engineering
And
expert.
so Myrna, as part of the approved methodology, we are actually required to study 8 different intersections in this area for that operational analysis.
And I'm not overly concerned with the morning trips, as you've already pointed out, the entrance to SeaWorld is in the opposite side of that, and the PM ones could be an issue. But I did meet with both parties, and I appreciate their input and the information that they provided to me. Thank you.
All right.
Anybody else?
Commissioner Simrad.
Thank you, Mayor. So I had questions. So Susan, are the trip count numbers based off of, and I don't remember the exact unit count, like the 1,100, or were the trip count numbers based off of what I think we heard was instead 670 or 680 units?
My understanding is it is from 679 units.
670.
So there are 2 different things. So what is up here now, right now, the project is approved for 362,000 square feet of office. When you take that number and you run it through the conversion, that gives us the 1,124. That's what we're asking for the PD to be changed to, because you don't want to give up those trips. The operational and concurrency analysis that is required as part of the IDD approval requires us to use the unit count in the IDD. Our proposed IDD, Commissioner, has that lower number. So it is net no difference in trips or PM peak hour trips, because that's what we're required to use in the conversion. So that's what you see on the screen now, that's the 428 to the 427.
Right, I understand, but the account was, because the trip conversion is the 1,100, but your unit count that you are going to be building is approximately 679.
That is what we've asked for the IDD, yes.
Okay, and does SeaWorld know that it's a reduction of all of to 679?
They have a copy of our IDD, and we also provided this full impact analysis to them. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then I thought that you had mentioned that SeaWorld Anheuser-Busch had once owned this property. Is it this property, or was it the one that you were referring to regarding the multifamily?
So my understanding is that a SeaWorld-controlled entity once owned this property, Harcourt, is that how you pronounce it? Harcourt. So that is true, the property we're currently talking about. And it is also true that SeaWorld or Anheuser-Busch owned the property my client purchased in 2012.
And when did the sale happen of the existing property that Anheuser-Busch sold it? When did that happen, that transaction?
Oh, my goodness. The property we're talking about now, I couldn't tell you when. Again, it was Harcourt, which was a SeaWorld entity. I'm looking at Jake Galbraith, who's our historian here. I don't know when it was sold. Like they're saying the 80s.
Oh, okay. All right, thank you.
All right, Commissioner Gomez-Cordero.
Thank you, Mayor. So I wanted to ask the same thing because I was confused if they own the residential one and not this one, but they did.
Mm-hmm.
So another question, Becky, what's the peak? What are the peak hours there? The peak hours are that the PM peak hour, AM peak hours. Is that when SeaWorld is closed, when it's open, or is what? Because I can see that peak hours all the time, but anyway.
I do not
in that
know,
area.
I do not know SeaWorld's operational hours. My bet would be they probably have employees coming in the morning. When you look at an AM peak.
But then this report, what's the peak hours in this report?
So the peak hours in this report that we looked at were in the AM, which was 7 a.m. to 9 a.m., and then also in the PM, which was 4 p.m. to 6 p.m.
To 6 p.m.
And as you can imagine, multifamily's peak is not on the weekend, right? People are coming and going to work during the week. And SeaWorld said that their peak, or maybe it was their traffic engineer, said that their peak would be on the weekends.
I was going to ask you maybe this, I don't know if I should ask it, but I'm going to ask it anyways. I'm just thinking, SeaWorld is one of the theme parks, right? Mm-hmm. Big theme parks here in Florida, Central Florida. And so I was thinking that your client also had a good communication also with them, before they were deciding to have this, to see if that was, something that could, maybe help or
we reached
get
out to SeaWorld before the hearing.
Say that again?
We reached out to SeaWorld before the original hearing, yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Commissioner Wilson? Commissioner Scott, yours was pressed. Did you unpress it, or? You wanted to speak? Okay, then we'll go to Commissioner Wilson.
So I was trying to get clarity. You confused me. So just for the record, Harcourt bought SeaWorld and then sold SeaWorld to Anheuser-Busch. It wasn't the inverse. Because I remember there was a book company. I just checked online to make sure. So Harcourt owned that property. I think they had a call center or a book warehouse. They bought SeaWorld in 76 and then sold SeaWorld to Anheuser-Busch in 89.
Harcourt at some point owned both SeaWorld and the piece of property we are buying.
Copy. Okay, just wanted to make sure I understand.
I have not.
I got a little
I haven't
turnaround.
done a dig deep on that one, but I know that much. And then and then you can see on the screen the other parcel.
Okay. Mayor, I just want to make sure I had a good understanding of timeline of events. Good.
Okay. Commissioner Wilson.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mayor. Thank you to my colleagues for thoughtful questions. I want to thank the applicant team for being amenable to the last continuance and for getting together with the neighboring property owners and continuing to provide information. I also met with the SeaWorld team and have continued to get information in, and everything I get, I want to continue to facilitate, because I think no matter what, you will be neighbors, and want to make sure that the goal, if the stated goal from, I think, SeaWorld is to make sure that we're getting around this area safer and in a way that makes sense for the residents and visitors, that we're all on the same page. I don't think anybody's disagreeing with that. I will tell you that philosophically, I love a project like this. This is an infill project with multifamily housing near a large employment area. So I do hope that as part of the process that there are plenty of pedestrian options, and that hopefully some folks that work at SeaWorld will get a chance to live so close that they don't have to get in their car. So those are the things that I think, looking at this holistically, and I understand we didn't work out the details that wanted to be worked out, but I'm still very hopeful for the outcome here, knowing that there's an underutilized piece of property right in an area that could really use some additional housing opportunity, multifamily housing opportunity. So with that, I'll make a motion for approval.
Second, Uribe.
Okay, just to be clear, that's for the 60-day continuance, is that what?
No, motion to approve the requested action.
Okay, all right, all right, with that, we have a motion by Commissioner Wilson, second by Commissioner Uribe. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right. Thank you all for your presence. We're going to move to the next item on our agenda, and this is item E6. We'll open the public hearing on this item, and Mr. Thao Mueller, I'm going to ask you to frame this item.
Thank you, Mayor. This item is case CDR 25-10248. This one is an amendment to the Epic Aloma PD. This site's roughly 7 acres, located in the northwest corner of the intersection of North Cimarron Boulevard and Aloma Avenue. This is a waiver or a request to amend the PD to ask for one waiver from code to allow accessory structure used for covered parking in a multifamily district to be located between the primary structure and the right-of-way in lieu of not being that. And I'll explain that waiver in just a moment. This is located in District 5. Property is designated medium-high density residential on the future land use map, and as previously mentioned, is zoned PD as the Epic Aloma PD. Here we have an aerial of the site. The site was previously approved and constructed as a senior 55-plus apartment complex. You can see the existing apartment complex and the surrounding parking lot. And the proposal is the developer would like to take some of those existing parking spaces and over top of them construct some covered carport structures. However, those covered carport structures qualify under our code as accessory parking structures, and the code says those should not be located within or between the primary building and the right-of-way, hence the waiver. So we have the overall land use plan here, but what might be a little more clear on the proposed ask, we have their proposed, this is just a general concept plan, this is not part of the land use plan, but if you look very closely, you can see certain covered areas within the parking lot. That's where those proposed covered parking areas would be. And staff did work extensively with the applicant team to limit the number and location of those throughout the process. So with that, the recommendation is to make a finding consistency with the comprehensive plan and approve the amendment to the Epic Aloma PD, subject to the conditions of approval listed under the DRC recommendation in the staff report. And with that, staff and the applicant are available for questions.
All right, if the applicant or representative is present, if you want to approach the mic, it's yours.
Hi, Cody Klanowski, 5811 100th Avenue East. I represent the owner. Pretty straightforward project. We agree with the DRC recommendation and here to answer any questions.
All right, stand by. Do we have members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
We have no speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right, then we'll close the public hearing and we'll go to the district commissioner, Commissioner Simrad, for a potential motion.
Thank you, Mayor. I only had one question, and I asked staff yesterday, and I just wanted to make sure, because this is a senior facilities, or senior
Yes, ma'am.
living, so seniors, we all retire on a fixed income, and I want to make sure that this is not looked at as like, you have assigned parking spots in apartment buildings and condominiums, and so your assigned spot is this, and now you get a canopy over it, and now your rent goes up, and you're living on a fixed income. So I wanted to make sure that we're not talking about an amenity that becomes a price increase.
No,
Okay.
no. It's not going to be considered an amenity. It's just for the community. I guess they were kind of requesting it for quite some time. So
Okay.
they're going to put these in.
Great. With that, I'm very comfortable with making the recommendation with the motion on the screen.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
Thank you.
Motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right, we're going to move to item F7. We'll open the public hearing on this item, and Mr. Thal Mueller, I understand you're going to be framing this item as well.
Thank you, Mayor. This item is case DP 2509220. This one is the Hamlin West Plan Development Unified Neighborhood Plan, Hamlin West Preliminary Subdivision Plan, Lifetime at Hamlin Development Plan. This site is generally located east of State Road 429, west of Avalon, south of New Independence Parkway, within the Horizon West Town Center Village. This is a development plan, not to entitle a property or to subdivide a property, but to construct an 84,000 square foot athletic club gym facility. This is not something that typically would require consideration before this board. However, the property is within Horizon West, and being located in Horizon West, they do have the ability to ask for waivers from code at these downstream site planning stages in lieu of the requiring to, or needing to request those waivers at the earlier land use plan stage, like on the previous cases we just heard. So in addition to the proposal to construct the structure, there is also one waiver from code, and it is to reduce the link to node ratio from 1.14 from 1.35. And I will identify what that means here in just a moment. Site's located in District 1, designated on the Horizon West Special Planning Area Land Use Map as Retail Wholesale District, and as previously mentioned, Zone PD Plan Development District, which is a requirement of all development within Horizon West. Site is currently undeveloped, which you might be able to identify from the aerial here, surrounded by in-process and entitled development, a mixture of commercial, single, multifamily, mixed types of uses out there consistent with the Horizon West framework. Here we see the site plan, and on the site plan we see the building itself. There is also a requirement, this being in the Horizon West Town Center, that there is a certain project-to-project intersection density. So there are requirements for what are called links and nodes. Those nodes are the intersections. The links are either public streets or, in Horizon West, what are called framework streets, which are essentially private streets. And you can see here there are streets running through the project, north, south, east, and west, and there are several existing intersections. This project comes very, very close, but technically there should be one more per code right down here. However, due to the site design and constraints and requirements, that was unable to be complied with, so hence the request for the waiver, which staff is in full support of due to the very limited nature of it. And so with all of that said, the recommendation here is to make a finding of consistency with the comprehensive plan and approve the Lifetime at Hamlin Development Plan, subject to the conditions of approval listed under the DRC recommendation in the staff report. And with that, staff and the applicant are available for questions.
All right, thank you, sir. Is the applicant on this item present? Okay. Ms. Wilson, you're busy.
I'd like to take the first 14 minutes to thank you for being mayor.
By the way, I'll be mayor till December, so it's more than 60 days.
Rebecca Wilson, 215 North Eola Drive, here on behalf of the applicant. Happy to answer any questions you all may have. We agree with the DRC's recommendation.
All right, thank you. With that, Do we have members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
We have no speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right, then we'll close the public hearing. We'll go to the district commissioner. We do have questions. I have Commissioner Wilson. I see Commissioner Simrad.
Thank you, sir. And I also wanted to say how much I appreciate you having been mayor.
Okay.
But I was happy to hear with this one that there's a wetland on site, and I just wanted to make sure on public record that we're saying that that's not going to be impacted. Is that this one, Ms. Wilson? This is the other one. Okay. Thank you. I'll be chiming in again, and we'll appreciate you again, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. With that, Commissioner Wilson.
Yes, thank you also, Mayor, for being mayor, and thank you for the question. This is actually like a frightening thing for me to think about this getting derailed, because the people out there are so serious about getting a gym, and like, heaven help us if this was somehow derailed at this point. So with that, I'll make a motion for approval.
All right. Okay. We have a second on the motion, Commissioner Uribe. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right, as we move forward, item G8 has been withdrawn, so we will not have any conversation regarding that today. Also, item G9 has been withdrawn. There will be no conversation on that today. And item H10 has been withdrawn as well. There will be no conversation on that. That takes us to item I11. And I'll open the public hearing on this item, and I'm going to call on Mr. Gudanik, our chief planner from the Planning Division, to come forward, and he'll be framing this item. With that, you are recognized.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. Julian Gudanik with the Planning Division. At this time, we are discussing the adoption hearing for a small-scale future land use map amendment, SS 26-07038, and the concurrent rezoning. The applicant is Gregory Crawford of Thomas and Hutton, and this request specifically is to change the future land use from planned development commercial to industrial. And the property is approximately 5 acres in size. It's in District 3, and the proposed development intent of the applicant is industrial warehouses. This is the general location of the subject property in District 3. It's on East Oak Ridge Road, just west of the FDOT Railroad right-of-way, and this is the aerial of the subject property. You can see the surrounding environment for context. The existing future land use, as mentioned, is planned development commercial. This was established in 2010, and it created entitlements of approximately 40,000 square feet of commercial development on the site. The request is to establish the industrial future land use designation. And in essence, this is to revert the property back to what was designated prior to the creation of the planned development. The applicant no longer intends to develop under those entitlements, and therefore is electing to revert back to that industrial designation. As you can see, it's surrounded on 3 sides, to the north, to the southwest, and to the east, with existing industrial future land use. Likewise, the current zoning is planned development. This was established through land use plan approval in 2024 for a private school of 488 students. Again, the current property owner does not intend to develop that school, so they are electing to revert the property back to the prior designation, which is Industrial District Light, I-1, I-5. Again, you can see the property is surrounded by industrial zoning designations on 3 sides as well. For some context of the area, this is the subject property. It's currently vacant, unimproved land. East of the site is the FDOT Railroad right-of-way, and then further east is industrial property, and then further east of that is Orange Avenue. North of the site is another vacant industrially designated property, and then north of that as well as more industrially designated property with the development already in place that the property owner currently owns. They own all 3 of these properties contiguous. West of the site is a place of worship that's in industrial future land use designated property. South of the site is a various mix of light industrial and commercial uses. A few different automotive repair shops are located here. This is commercial future land use. Here's another one just across the street. There was a community meeting held on June 15th. 240 notices were mailed out. We had 9 members of the public in attendance. There were some concerns discussed by those in attendance, and they generally related to potential impacts of the industrial traffic that might be generated by this use, as well as the visual appearance of the proposed development and whether it was appropriate for the site. In terms of traffic, I will point out that this is overall anticipated to be a net reduction in trips relative to the traffic that would be generated from the private school that was previously entitled. And staff's analysis, just wanted to summarize 3 quick points. We are recommending approval of this request, specifically future land use element 8.1.7 from the comprehensive plan says that non-residential plan developments should be considered for reversion to their prior land use designation if development does not commence within 5 years. That's what's occurred here. So as mentioned, they're proposing to revert back to their prior designation. And then to summarize future land use policy 1417 and 1420, this is not verbatim, but just again in summary, the county should retain an adequate supply of industrial land uses and guide industrial growth towards established industrial areas and existing corridors to reinforce existing employment centers, et cetera. Staff finds that this particular location meets that criteria. And then lastly, the most recent industrial capacity analysis for the county, which occurred in 2007, found that the existing industrial vacant land is not sufficient to meet the demand capacity for the 2030 planning horizon. And as such, introduction of new industrial future land use in areas where compatibility can be maintained should be prioritized. Staff finds that compatibility is maintained in this location. So for those reasons, we recommend adoption and approval. The local planning agency also unanimously recommended approval and adoption as well. We are attaching 1 recommended condition or restriction to the rezoning, which is that billboards and pole signs shall be prohibited. And with that, that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, with that, I will invite the applicant or a representative of the applicant to come forward and make any comments.
Good afternoon. My name is Greg Crawford. I'm with Thomas & Hutton, 5127 South Orange Avenue, Orlando, Florida, and here representing the owner on the property. With that, we agree with the recommendations and the staff report with regards to this project, and here to answer any question you might have, and also be open to any responses after public input.
All right, stand by, Mr. Crawford. Do we have members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item? Again, this is I-11. If you want to speak on this item, if you have not filled out the card, you can do that afterwards. Otherwise, please come forward.
Mayor,
Okay.
we had a number of speakers on this. I understand that some of them have left. It looks like we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 speakers left. First speaker will be Gail Padgett, followed by Nancy Campiglia. And Nancy, you had some time dedicated. You're going to have 1 extra minute. Looks like 2 of the folks have left. So following Nancy, we'll have Lauren Buckner, followed by Sandra Castano. And Sandra, you're going to have 2 extra minutes. Following Sandra, it'll be Nisha Thompson and Jacqueline Davenport.
Okay, we will start with the first speaker. If you can give us your name and address for the record, we'd appreciate it.
My name is Gail Padgett. I live at 1605 Orangewood Avenue, Orlando. I'm chairman of the Pine Castle Historical Society. Mayor and commissioners, thank you. The applicant and the staff encourage you to approve reversion of the industrial zoning to the site, zoning which you reversed to commercial just 2 years ago. In furtherance of that objective, they tell you that the comprehensive plan generally supports the integration of infill properties for industrial use, but that is only part of the story. And you as leaders have an obligation to determine what is best for the fabric of the community and cannot act on microscopic and partial information. The area within the subject site's perimeter within the past several years has evolved into a significant activity hub, a community that has revitalized restaurants that serve cuisine from American diners to diverse cuisine from throughout the globe, office and professional establishments, a charter school from K to high school, which has almost doubled in student size. There are public elementary, middle, and high schools, the Pinecastle Women's Club, places of worship, and residential use. Here, industrial use declined because the community no longer needs it due to an oversupply of industry in the peripheral area. In fact, without significant restrictions, such development will serve to undo the revitalization that we have accomplished. Therefore, responsible planning means learning from history, adapting current trends, and improving our environment. Without well-planned and well-thought-out restrictions, industrial zoning is adverse to the safety, health, and welfare of our community. We need efficient and effective use of infill properties. What is before you today merits quality and comprehensive review. You should not approve it as presented.
All right, thank you very much. We'll move to the next speaker.
Nancy Campulia, 5465 Lake Jessamine Drive. I am an attorney. I have represented developers throughout the state of Florida for 26 years, so I don't want to mislead you as to my background. However, I am here as a member of this affected community. I want to say to you that on page 3, and additionally as recommended today, page 3 of the staff report, you're being asked to rely on an industrial capacity analysis of 2007. I'd like to share with you information from Cushman Wakefield and CBRE, and I want you to please understand that the industrial vacancy rate in Orlando, the vacancy rate is up 30 points of industrial properties, that the leasing is down 69.6%, almost 70%, that the city of Edgewood, through their wonderful attorney, who's here today and done a wonderful job, is now currently building 560,000 square feet of industrial warehousing use, and that particular area is bringing 2,365 trips, give or take. It's affecting 14 neighborhood intersections. I want you to please understand that the airport and Lake Nona area, which has a combination of the most modern product in tenant options, has a 12% vacancy. That the Silver Star Apopka, which has the lowest fee, I should say the most economical, has a 13.1% vacancy rate. Commissioners, our community is suffering, has suffered. I had a tremendous amount of information, but our people had to leave for different reasons. But I want you to please see what we see from our living rooms, and yet our backyard is a 290-acre coveted lake. I could go on showing you pictures. The entry to our community, that's Lake Jessamine Drive. Thank you for your assistance. This is what we see. This is what we're seeing to our entry, and if you would just bear with me, this particular picture I want to share because the cost analysis is what these people have dealt with, your awesome staff,
Okay, ma'am.
and our
You hear that,
Commissioner
Buzzer?
Uribe.
That means
Thank
you're
you.
out of time. All right, thank you.
There's going to be the next.
All right, we're going to move to the next speaker.
My name is Lauren Buckner. I live at 6781 Thomas Jefferson Way, Orlando 32809. Development of infill properties that are undeveloped within a community's activity hub has the potential to serve as a key factor to the neighborhood vibrancy and wholeness. Equally as important, improper infill development could cause a downward cycle on an established community. We want to be good neighbors and partners with those willing to invest in our community. However, the proposed change must be measured by tangible and positive outcomes for both the community and the developer. To be truly effective, the development must be strategic, data-informed, and seamlessly integrated with the physical environment. Public perception also plays a key role. Zoning should be sustained commitment. There has been substantial growth in the site's community consistent with the planned development zoning you approved in 2024. Growth that is in concert with planned development. You should either reject the application or put in place restrictions that will ensure the character, safety, health, and welfare of the community's fabric is maintained. Either way, what is before you is not a toolbox that makes sense. It's a work in progress and does not merit approval as presented. And just as an extra personal note, traffic in that area is horrendous. I couldn't imagine more semis going through the area. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Buckner. We'll move to the next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Sandra Castaño. I live at 5774 Chipola Circle, Orlando 32839. Fiction number 1. The planners tell you spread industry into multiple smaller parks near highways rather than clustering them in one massive area. That does not work here because there are already 2 massive warehouse parks within the immediate area. Project 1, just west of the applicant site, Oak Ridge Road, built on 2021, with 421,278 square feet warehouse and light manufacturing, operating 24/7. Project number 2, just on Holden and OBT at the Randall McKnight's property. Could you please play the video for me? Who is going to play it? I have 3 extra seconds. 5.
Real project will generate. According to FDOT data, the cost of resurfacing a road could add costs up to $12 million per mile. Not only will vehicle overload accelerate infrastructure deterioration, it will pass these costs directly onto the county and state budgets. About and at the proposed site, the state has invested $8.7 million on road improvements and pedestrian safety for Orange Blossom Trail, which will be reversed by the addition of industrial traffic. In addition to mobility and safety issues, the lack of adequate regulation has allowed dangerous practices, such as unloading trucks on public roads, which increases the risk of accidents. If this massive industrial project is allowed, the cost of emergency services, including fire and rescue personnel, will default to the county and state. The impact goes beyond infrastructure. Tourism, one of the region's main sources of income, will also suffer because will affect mobility in key areas, such as Gatlin Avenue, Orange Avenue, and McCoy Road, which connect to downtown Orlando, theme parks, and the airport. reducing accessibility and impacting the local economy. Economic development is crucial, but it must be executed with planning and responsibility. It is not about stopping growth, but about demanding solutions that protect the safety, mobility, and quality of life of our community. It is time to make informed decisions. This project will have a destructive effect on our community and should not be approved. Our local roads are not designed for the heavy traffic and devastating impact that the proposed massive industrial project will generate. According to FDOT data, the cost of resurfacing a road could add costs up to $12 million per mile. Not only will vehicle overload accelerate infrastructure deterioration, it will pass these costs directly onto the county and state budgets. About and at the proposed site, the state has invested $8.7 million on road improvements and pedestrian safety.
Okay. The project was approved and construction is underway. Just 1.5 miles from the subject site, 560,000 square feet of warehouse space, 784 parking spaces, 2,365, that's what they said, new trips affecting I-4 critical intersections, and 41.3 acres abutting high-end residential communities such as Legacy Park. Fiction number 2. The applicant before you, who is proposing a 165,000 square feet of warehouse space, told the Planning and Zoning Board that at most there will be 1 semi-truck per day coming to the site. They believe him. Please, tell me that you know better. This community needs to recognize fiction from fact. Our children and family deserve better. I've been begging everybody for the Edgewood development not to happen, and they just laugh at me, and they thought that I'm lying, but you guys are making a severe mistakes in the roads of Orlando, Florida. And this is a brand new city, and it's not supposed to be destroyed before we develop it. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. We'll move to the next speaker.
My name is Jacqueline Davenport. I live at 1124 Hall Lane as president of a volunteer organization of the Pinecastle Safe Communities Association, Inc. We are business and residents laboring for the welfare of our community. We facilitate a diverse spectrum of programs. Some of our members have been invited to write articles on community, and that's what I'm giving to you today. The application before you, if approved without proper safeguards, create dangers for our children. The applicant site is located within yards of a school and daycare center. In addition, not mentioned on the staff report, your traffic division has reported that Oak Ridge Road has the most traffic accidents on record in Orange County. School safety is a responsibility of parents and educators and residents. The safety of children at school while traveling to and from is a matter of trust. When communities perceive the school areas are unsafe, we expect from the staff, confidence in local leadership erodes. What restrictions can we respect from the staff from this project? Restricting billboards and pole signs are not sufficient measures. The motions before you were to find constantly with a comprehensive plan. The staff report primarily concentrated on quoting the reference language from the Florida Land Use Map. The staff report does not address consistency of the fabric of the community. You have the ability to reject the application as presented for the safety of our children. Thank you.
Goes back a ways, doesn't it? All right, thank you. We'll move to the next speaker.
Nisha Thompson, 202 Harrow Ave. All right, I wasn't going to speak today, but I've watched the state try to convince everyone property taxes are inconsequential. They want us to be uneducated, selfish, and oblivious to how much those taxes affect your daily life. Now, with that being said, Florida's destruction continues as DeSantis has performing a press conference saying he's putting a moratorium on data centers, SB 484. However, if you read the bill, it actually says data centers are allowed to keep their plans secret for up to 2 years with government assistance. They're selling every single piece of land in the Everglades to developers, in turn decimating our Florida Panthers. One cannot ignore these facts. Data centers are the most dangerous things in American history. They're destroying land, poisoning our water supply, endless consumption of electricity. Yes, it is a small parcel, but people have been making data centers in their garages. Changing your status to industrial is so sus, especially since some of my neighbors are a little bit older, perfect age to start ripening and stealing their houses via payoff or underneath the guise of what companies are doing now is helping the government take our houses through eminent domain. Now, I'm going to tell you, this guy, he has not told us what this industrial compact does. He wants to switch it to industrial because, again, they want to keep us stupid. Data centers are also sometimes classified under light industrial zoning due to their building type and operational needs. So keep in mind, we need to work this together. They cannot do this to us. The traffic that he's talking about, there is a private school right there, Cornerstone Elementary. My kid went there. And I could tell you from being there at 6th grade to graduating in 22, it was horrible. Just the people that live there would wait. I lived in downtown. I'm sorry, I know I'm over, but I lived in downtown, and I would have to sit from Orange Ave and Hoffner all the way there for 20 minutes.
Thank you.
Sorry.
We understand your passion. All right. Do we have any other speakers?
Mayor, I believe that was our last speaker for this item.
Okay. With that, then we'll close the public comment. I'll give the applicant or his rep opportunity for any rebuttal comments.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I heard the comments that are in there. Just want to go ahead and try to fill in some blanks with regards to some information on it. Basically, what's happening is that there was a discussion with regard to a lot of occupancy available with regards to the industrial, but this is basically an owner-operated. For the most part, he's going to own and operate in majority of the area. There might be a small piece that's leased, but for the most part, it's going to be strictly an owner-operated product that's going through here. With regards to the tenants, we currently have an existing industrial use that's in the back portion that's on the property. That's, like I said, the property owner has 3 properties here. One of these was the one that was switched over to the planned development, and he's trying to get it reverted back over to the industrial use to match what it was previously, basically about 6-8 years ago for that, to try to get back into matching what he has on the other lots there. But the existing industrial usage on the north end has been there, a tenant for about 30 years. So he's already been operating on this property for quite some time on that. Overall, from a traffic consideration, there was a school proposed to be on this site, and if they were actually to build a school, based upon the previous documentation, they were going to generate about 1,200 trips per day, with about 83 PM trips. And right now, what will happen when it's switched over to the industrial is going to reduce down to about 81 trips based upon the ITE, and then it's going to reduce the PM trips required for the site to 36. So that's going to be a great reduction with regards to PM trips on the property, from the property, and also from the overall average daily trips. So that'll help to keep the traffic down. It is correct that we're going to have the owner, basically, when he comes in, he's going to have 1 truck a day to come in to bring the product, and then at that point, they redistribute all the product they have in-house, and then it leaves in smaller, like FedEx boxes or box trucks on it. So from a semi standpoint, that would be basically just 1 a day, as always, guys, the main product comes in at that point. for it. So I noticed with some of the pictures and such like that, there were some cars in that and trucks being parked within the roadway. Obviously, the circulation, that's not going to be allowed these days, so the overall design of the site will be set up to where you basically have internal circulation, to where when you come back out to the roadway, you're not parking on the roadway. The driveway is going to be set up to where, obviously, to meet the code today, to be able to get the trucks in and out without having issues with regards to potentially stopping up on the traffic lanes themselves on that. And then any of the buildings would take and be set up to be able to meet the current architectural codes for Orange County in order to take and make sure we match their criteria on that. So I think that kind of covers a lot of the questions, or some of the questions that were brought up for the products, and hopefully that gives a little bit clearer picture with regards to what the owner is proposing to do for the site, and open to any questions you might have.
All right. Let me do this. We're going to close the public hearing, and before we go to Commissioner Uribe, Commissioner Wilson has a question or comment.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So this is a question for the staff analysis on the land use compatibility. Looking at, I think it's like the fourth paragraph down, it says the most recent industrial capacity analysis was completed in 2007. Is that something you're using as a basis for compatibility, a report that was from 2007?
So unfortunately, that's the most up-to-date information we have in this planning horizon. Technically, we're still in the 2030 planning horizon. Once Vision 2050, which is a whole other topic, becomes effective, we would move on to the 2050 horizon. But based off of where we are now, those numbers are applicable.
It's a pretty conclusory statement that based on this, that there's a need for more of this zoning, a bit more of this land use.
Correct. I mean, that's what the analysis finds.
It's 20 years old.
Correct. It is, yeah. That's how comprehensive.
Okay, sorry, it's not your fault. I want to make sure I'm highlighting the fact that that is something that, as part of an analysis for compatibility, I would think that there would be some other analysis of the need for this particular land use, especially understanding sort of the impacts to a historic area.
Sure. I mean, so in terms of the analysis, one aspect of it was reference to the capacity shortage as found in 2007. We haven't had any updated data that suggests that there still isn't a deficiency. It would be great to have that information, but we don't have it available. But in terms of compatibility with the properties that are immediately adjacent, there is an established pattern of industrial future land use. And when we're evaluating any property, one of the first things we do is consider what's immediately adjacent to understand how that impact might be relevant to what's present. And so it's not just based on the capacity analysis, although it did play a factor in our conclusions.
I understand that if it wasn't available and then it was one factor, just based on my reading, though, it was part of the determination. And I guess, and I don't know if we've established something, and Nick, maybe this is a question for you, but about the freshness, if you will, of information, especially when you're looking at capacity building for future underlying land use. I would think that something 20 years old in that capacity analysis, that I would rather it not be included as part of the analysis if we don't have good information. I would rather...
So one thing to point out is, in addition to the study, there are comprehensive plan policies, and typically that's how a comprehensive plan works. We do a data analysis for, as Julian mentioned, a long planning horizon.
Well, that's what he uses this for. He actually uses it to justify FLU 1420, Orange County seeks to retain adequate supply of industrial land use, and then justifies it by citing the 2007 capacity. So
I think those policies go on to say that there is a need, and based on the analysis that does go out, as Julie mentioned, out to 2030, there is a need for those industrial lands. And it is accurate to say that it is very, very difficult to create new industrial lands and that new industrial tax base, which is why there are those policies.
Yeah, but I think in this case, the county went through the process of changing the underlying land use because of probably some alignment with the comprehensive plan.
Yes, so.
And this is a reversal of that.
Yeah, on the history here, I think the property originally, they wanted to go commercial. The board at the time was uncomfortable with going straight commercial, which is where that PD commercial came from. That PD commercial requires, as it forces the developer, property owner, to rezone to PD to go through that more highly negotiated process. I'm assuming the board at the time thought that, well, if there is going to be commercial here, there are going to be alternative uses. That's something that needs to go through that negotiated process. We know a couple of years ago, the property owner did go through that process. We worked with the commissioner and the community on that school PD to come up with a number of conditions, which it seems they're not moving forward with that. And they wanted to go the other way now.
Thank you.
Commissioner Simrad.
Thank you, Mayor. So there's only, so I have two issues that are happening right here. So one, there's like 0.25 wetland impact that's going to be on that. And I know it only sounds like, hey, it's just 0.25, but when we look collectively about how the 0.25s add up over the course of time, we start seeing properties flood in ways that they've never flooded before, and we are seeing that every time we have a heavy storm. And the result of that is increased property insurance and flood insurance that has outpriced many, many people, including the seniors who showed up today to advocate on behalf of their community. The Florida legislature has completely failed to address property insurance increases, flood insurance increases, and has handed over the keys for development to developers who fund their campaigns. So I basically took an oath. I'm not going to contribute to that problem. I'm not voting for any wetland impact because right now we're looking at less than a 1% annual growth rate in Florida, which is the all-time low with the exception of in the 1940s and the Great Recession. One of the reasons that that's happening, or actually the only reason is because Florida is so unaffordable, and one variable contributing into that equation is because of property insurance and flood insurance. Where we sit now today is voters are going to walk into the booth in November and they're going to decide whether or not they should reduce their property tax. If they check the box yes, it's because they're hurting. Their wallets are hurting. They're strapping their belts, and they're strapping the government belt as well. But had we addressed property insurance, had Florida legislature not failed, we might not be in this predicament. So 0.25 acre is too much for me because we shouldn't be in the predicament of where we are today. And we got here by saying 0.25 doesn't matter, 0.25 doesn't matter, 0.25 doesn't matter. Eventually it all adds up and it all matters. And we see it through the cost of our insurance. Additionally, when the people of Orange County are my North Star. And when the people show up in these chambers and say, this is not the type of growth or development that we want to see in our community, I support you. I'm standing with the community. I'm standing with the fact that we're pricing ourselves out of our own state by doing these little 0.25 digs into our environmental assets that Mother Nature gave us to deal with the incredible storms that Florida gets. So I would not support this. Thank you.
Well, Commissioner Uribe, the floor is yours.
First of all, I really do wish that the county would relook at this. I don't know if you guys remember 2 months ago, the Taft community sat here and said, please stop taking our community away by industrializing everything. And I love, as someone who born and raised in Pine Castle and still lives in Pine Castle, what we don't remember is the history of Orange County. Everything came in and out on the railroad tracks. So it made sense that you had things along the railroad track, like this property, but you also had houses right on the railroad tracks because that was the way goods came in and left. What wasn't discussed, and I appreciate you, I was a little bothered by the one picture you show, which is a car mechanic shop across the street, because that doesn't give a full story of what that area is. because Cornerstone just invested 1 block away in increasing 1,200 students of their school. There is a gallery a block and a half away. There's the Women's Council, less than a block away. There's the Pine Castle Safe Neighborhoods, less than a block away. And 2 years ago, we're trying to create this Main Street, which included Pine Castle, like Lockhart. So here we have, contrary to what the county says we should have been 20 years ago, actually converting. And if you really pay attention to the satellite map, what you don't see is all the houses surrounding this area too, or the church right next to the property as you go into it. So when you discuss industrial, what you're missing is so much more to this community than what is being portrayed on a screen. And this is, I won't be here long enough, but this is something that we started digging into, which is these future land uses that were created 20 plus years ago and are eating at our communities. And I'm so thankful that you guys stayed. I'm so thankful that you guys came. And with that, I am proud to put a motion to deny this application for our Pine Castle community.
Okay, I think the second I heard was Commissioner Simrad.
She was louder.
Okay. All right. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. All right, the motion passes, and it is unanimous. We're going to move forward to the next item on our agenda, item A12. Going to open the public hearing on this item. And Mr., what did I say? I-12?
I-12.
I-12? Yeah. I'm going to call on Mr. Julian Gedanik to also frame this item. With that, you're recognized.
Good evening again, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. Julian Gedanik with the Planning Division. At this time, we are discussing small-scale future land use map amendment SS 2603009 and concurrent rezoning case RZ 2603009. The applicant is Rebecca Wilson of Lowndes Law Firm. The specific request is to change the future land use from medium-density residential to commercial, and the rezoning from R3 restricted, which is a multifamily district, to C3 restricted. The current restriction on the multifamily district only allows the use of place of worship or a church. It was previously owned by a church. They've, from what I understand, sold the property to the current owner. And the proposed restriction on the C3 district is to allow for C2 uses with the addition of one C3 use, which is flex warehousing. The acreage is 2.48 acres, however, 0.48 are wetlands, so there's 2 net developable acres on the property. This is where we're located. It's in District 2. This is an aerial view of the subject property. You can see it's a very unique configuration. It's extremely narrow and very long. And as mentioned, the existing future land use is MDR. You can see to the west and southwest, it's abuts commercial future land use, and then to the south there is a multifamily development, and to the north is the town of Eatonville and its commercial designation in the town of Eatonville. The current zoning, as mentioned, is R3 restricted, and as discussed, they are requesting C3 restricted. This is the subject site. Again, it's a place of worship, but no longer operable at this location. You can see to the north or the left of the screen is Napa Auto Parts. This is the interior of the subject site. This is looking northward along Forest City Road. You can see the commercial corridor. To the south, this is a vacant, unimproved commercial property. Again, already has commercial designation. I believe it is under common ownership with this applicant as well. This is south of the site, the multifamily. I want to point out that any commercial development adjacent to multifamily is required to provide buffering, so this applicant would be required to do the same, and the particular buffering would be worked out at time of permit. East of the site is the lake. There's no proposed impact or modification to the lake, no dock or connection to the lake as far as I'm aware. And then west of the site across Forest City Road, you have a mix of office and commercial uses. There was a community meeting held on March 12th. One individual was in attendance. They did not support or oppose this request. It was more so informational, and they asked some questions, and with the applicant's responses, they had no concerns. We have not received any letters of opposition or contacts regarding this request. With that, staff recommends you to adopt the future land use map amendment and approval of the concurrent rezoning with 2 restrictions. Billboards and pole signs shall be prohibited, and uses shall be limited to C2 uses and the C3 use of flex warehousing, along with associated infrastructure and parking. And I'm happy to answer any questions as needed.
All right, stand by. Is the applicant or rep? Once again, Ms. Wilson.
Mayor, thank you so much. Rebecca Wilson, 215 North Eola Drive, here on behalf of the applicant. And it's my first project in Commissioner Crabb's district, so happy to answer any questions that he may have. And to Commissioner Simrad, this is the project that has the wetland determination, and we are not requesting any impacts to the wetland.
Wetland impacts on here? This was, okay. Thank you.
Yeah. And I'm happy to share the site plan. It's an unusual piece of property if you have any questions about that, but we agree with the staff report, and we're here to answer any questions the board may have, Mayor.
All right, thank you very much. With that, do we have members of the public present who should be heard on this item?
We have no speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right. And then we'll close the public hearing. Commissioner Crabb, we'll go to you for a potential motion or questions.
Yes, thank you. This piece of property, the conversion to commercial fits well in the area. With the buffer, the required buffer between the apartments, I'm confident that this will turn into a nice piece of property. So with that, I move that it be approved.
Second, Wilson.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Opposed, no. And the seconder was Commissioner Wilson. Vote is unanimous. All right, with that, we'll move to the next item on our agenda, which is J13. We'll open the public hearing on this item. I do realize we have a number of persons from the healthcare industry who've been here for a while now, so welcome. Mr. John Goodrich, our Deputy Director of Health Services, will be framing this item. And with that, Mr. Goodrich, you're recognized.
Good evening, Mayor Commissioners. Today I'm here to discuss some proposed modifications to the Local Provider Participation Fund Ordinance. Oh. Okay. So the Local Provider Participation Fund Ordinance was approved by the BCC on August 21st, 2021. It authorizes a non-ad valorem special assessment to be imposed against private, for-profit, and non-for-profit hospitals in Orange County. It provides that proceeds be used only to benefit the assessed hospital properties through enhanced Medicaid reimbursements for healthcare services provided to the Medicaid-eligible population. The assessment does not financially impact the county or the county's residents, and currently all hospitals must participate and sign an indemnification agreement with the county. And 28 jurisdictions have an LPPF program, including Hillsborough, Palm Beach, Broward, and Miami-Dade counties. Funds that are collected in the LPPF are sent to the state's Agency for Healthcare Administration and used to fund the state's directed payment program. Participating in DPP allows hospitals to receive a higher Medicaid reimbursement rate. Currently, hospitals are only reimbursed 60 cents on the dollar for Medicaid expenses, and participating in DPP increases reimbursement closer to $1. The program is administered by ACA and must be approved by CMS at the federal level annually. So this is just a list of participating hospitals in the county. And this is the LPPF budget over the last 6 years. I just wanted to point out that although this is pass-through funding, it isn't included in the overall county budget number. And that's close to $600 million this year. Recent negotiations with ACA and CMS require the following ordinance revisions to ensure compliance with current and anticipated program requirements. The first revision will allow certain hospitals to be exempted from the LPPF assessment. The second revision will allow LPPF for approved programs in addition to the directed payment program. And the third revision clarifies the timing and formula of the assessment resolution, and I'll discuss each of these more in depth. So currently the assessment must be broad-based, which means it must include all hospitals in the county. This has created a statewide challenge for smaller hospitals due to significant upfront costs. And to mitigate this, the state has requested waivers from CMS to exempt smaller hospitals from this assessment. If these waivers are approved, it would exempt 4 hospitals in Orange County, and these hospitals make up less than 1% of the current assessment. So the hospitals pending removal are Aspire Health Partners, University Behavioral Center, Select Specialty Hospital, and Central Florida Behavioral Hospital. So we are proposing to amend the ordinance to allow these waiver hospitals to be exempted from the assessment resolution. Importantly, this exemption applies just to the assessment. The 4 hospitals will still receive the increased Medicaid reimbursement rate. So the second revision we are proposing, propose amending the ordinance to make clear that funding can be used for any CMS authorized, supplemental or quality incentive program. And this brings us to our last revision. The current ordinance has some administrative language that the ACA LOA must be fully executed before the assessment resolution is approved. This is not always possible and may lead to delays in approving a future assessment resolution. So we propose amending the ordinance to make clear an executed letter of agreement is needed before funds are transferred to the state and not before the board approves the assessment resolution. Additionally, the ordinance specifies the calculation of the percent of the aggregate net patient revenue is based on a countywide amount. Recent federal guidance has clarified this should be calculated on a statewide basis, and the formula and ordinance needs to be updated to reflect this change. So we propose amending the ordinance so the percentage of aggregate net patient revenue for all assessed hospitals is calculated using that statewide amount. In summary, staff recommends approval of ordinance revisions to allow CMS to approve hospital exemptions, authorize the use of funds for any CMS and ACA approved supplemental or quality incentive program, and clarify current language to update the timing and formula of the assessment. There is no cost to the county to these revisions. This concludes my presentation. I have a proposed action requested for your consideration. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Do we have members of the public present who should be heard on this item?
We have no speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right. Then we'll close the public hearing, and we have the action before us. We do have Commissioner Wilson. You have press your button. Okay. All right. Commissioner Scott is making a motion for approvals. The seconder is Commissioner Wilson. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Opposed, no. The motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right. Thank you, Mr. Goodrich, and all of those from the healthcare industry. We have an item, the next item that is scheduled, this discussion agenda item B1. We had a public hearing scheduled that was supposed to begin at 5:01. We're obviously well past that at this point. And this is regarding an item K14, but this morning we pulled item I7 that was in tandem with K14. I'm going to go ahead and this item should move fairly quickly, and then we'll have the discussion agenda item that will take a bit longer. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing at this time on K14, along with the item that was pulled this morning, I7. Mr. James Gray, the Assistant Project Manager from the Zoning Division, is going to come forward and frame this item, and then we'll have public comment.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. Thank you.
Good evening.
As soon as we get the PowerPoint up here we go. I'm James Gray. I'm the Assistant Project Manager with the Zoning Division here, and I have for you today the second of two public hearings regarding an ordinance related to mobile temporary overnight shelters. Quick outline, we'll look at the background, proposed code amendments and ordinance amendments. There have been some minor changes to that. The fee resolution that was pulled earlier, that's going with this item now, and the requested action. The background, back in May of last year, we had a memo from District 1, Commissioner Wilson, requesting that the board has a discussion on a zoning ordinance to address the parking of buses, trailers, and other mobile structures supporting homeless shelters and transitional service providers. On February of this year, there was a board discussion where they directed staff to create some proposed code amendments. And then on June 1st, BCC work session, June 18th, PZC work session, July 17th, PCC public hearing, and then on August 4th, we had the first BCC public hearing. First of two, again, this is the second one. So the proposed code amendments / ordinance amendments is to create a new definition in section 38.1 where the definitions live for mobile temporary overnight shelter, that's MTOS, which would be a self-propelled vehicle, including a bus, lawfully registered and operable for use on public roads that has been retrofitted for temporary overnight sleeping accommodations and sanitary facilities, and that is operated as part of an approved social service program. We don't have a picture of one here, but just for illustrative purposes, imagine a Greyhound or a motor coach or something along those lines where the seats have been taken out and you have basically bunk beds lining the aisle. We are also proposing to add the MTOS as a specific use in the use table, section 3877, and they would be permitted outright in commercial and industrial zoning districts, subject to the general requirements. Those general requirements are as follows. I will note that initially we were planning to put these in subsection 7 of 3879, and legal has advised us that they should go in subsection 183 instead. They must be operated by or pursuant to a written agreement with a governmental agency and in coordination with a bona fide institutional use, such as a nonprofit or social service organization, church, or school, and shall function as an extension of the services provided by such institution. The arrival and departure of occupants shall be conducted by or under the direction of the governmental agency or affiliated institutional partner operating the MTOS as part of its coordinated service program. And then occupancy of the MTOS shall be limited to people referred through the program operator. The overnight parking location site must have an existing lawful principal use and shall provide access to backup water and restroom facilities for the MTOS occupants in the event that onboard facilities become unavailable or inoperable. So there has to be a primary structure there on the property. It can't just be an empty lot. An MTOS may be parked overnight, excuse me, at the site of an approved social service provider, so long as the provider's location is in a zoning district that permits the MTOS and the unoccupied MTOS is located in an approved parking area during the hours of 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. So here making a distinction between the occupied and unoccupied MTOS and where it's allowed to park when it's occupied versus when it's unoccupied. We'll get into a little bit more of this with some of the other standards, but essentially if it's unoccupied, the property would need to be zoned somewhere where you could store a dual rear wheeled vehicle if it's unoccupied. If it's occupied, it would need to meet these standards. And some of those times, some of those properties might meet both standards and some of them might not. Electrical service shall be provided by either a lawful electrical connection to the overnight location site or by a built-in generator that is internal to the MTOS. Portable or external generators are prohibited. So these buses have a way to add a internal generator for their power where it wouldn't be outside of the bus. We are prohibiting those external generators, but obviously you would be able to do the internal generator. The overnight parking location site shall have frontage on or direct vehicular access to an arterial and or collector roadway. So these are going to be along major roadways, not tucked back into neighborhoods. Occupancy of the MTOS at the overnight location shall be limited to the hours of 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. Parking of the unoccupied MTOS, once again making that distinction, during the hours of 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. is permitted where the parking of dual rear wheel vehicles is permitted. That's a mouthful. Must be parked on an improved surface, so a paved surface or something else that can handle the weight. There would be a distance separation of 1,000 feet to the nearest residential use, measured from property line to property line. And the MTOS and overnight location sites shall comply with all applicable fire, life safety, health, sanitation, and vehicle operability requirements. So there have been some ordinance amendments too. This is mostly related to codification and how this ordinance is going to find its way into Orange Code. So it modifies, there was a modification to the codification provision in Section 5 to more clearly describe how the MTOS amendments will be incorporated into Orange County Code if and when Vision 2050 and Orange Code and the related implementing ordinances become effective. The modification does not change the substantive MTOS standards if approved by the board. It just clarifies Municode's instructions for placing the MTOS definition, permitted use provisions, and operating conditions in the appropriate locations within the restructured code. So here are those revisions. I won't read them all out to you, but what's being done here is essentially what I just summarized. There's also the fee resolution. So there's a resolution to establish a permit fee and to amend the fee directory with a proposed fee of $93. And on to the requested action. We request that you make a finding of consistency with the comprehensive plan, to approve and adopt an ordinance pertaining to land use in Orange County, Florida, amending Chapter 38 zoning of the Orange County Code, amending Section 38.1 to create a definition for mobile temporary overnight shelter, MTOS, amending the zoning district use table to establish mobile temporary overnight shelters as a permitted use in the zoning code, creating subsection 3879.7 to establish operational standards for mobile temporary overnight shelters, providing for severability, providing for codification, and providing for an effective date as modified in all districts, as modified referencing the changes that I illustrated earlier. And to allow staff to correct any non-substantial grammatical or Scrivener's errors and amend the ordinance to include the ordinance number and effective date. There's also a requested action for the resolution to approve the proposed resolution, approve a fee of $93 for the review and processing of the MTOS permit, and to allow staff to correct any non-substantial grammatical or Scrivener's errors and amend the resolution to include the resolution number and effective date. That concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
All right, thank you, sir. Do we have members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
We have no speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right, then we'll close the public hearing. Commissioner Wilson, you have a motion.
Thank you. Do I need more than one motion, or can I combine them for, combine? Okay. I would like to make a motion of approval.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Wilson, second by Commissioner Uribe. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The motion passes, and it is unanimous.
Thank you.
All right, thank you all very much. All right, we're going to back up now, and Mr. Renzo Nastasi.
Yes, sir.
Was
Good
on
evening,
deck.
Mayor, Commissioners. This evening's discussion item has to do with a unsolicited proposal that we received regarding a promenade concept at the intersection of International Drive and Sand Lake Road. This concept was submitted to us by Mr. Josh Wallach, who's a proprietor of several properties along International Drive, and Mr. Wallach is here as part of the audience. So in regards to the presentation itself, just to go through the introduction, statutory public-private process requirements or procedures, the promenade concept itself, considerations for the board, and then options or next steps, a summary, and then finally board direction. So in terms of the introduction, Mr. Wallach's submittal came through his Gateway 2040 LLC as a unsolicited proposal that we received in April of this year. Essentially, the promenade concept is to significantly improve the pedestrian environment on the approaches of the intersection of International Drive and Sand Lake Road, and clearly it would enhance the gateway to International Drive. Certainly, a promenade concept would complement the I-Drive pedestrian bridge, which is currently soon will be under design. And again, it will function as a placemaking enhancement to the bridge footprint, expanding the footprint quite a bit. So just to give you a quick refresher on where we are with the pedestrian bridge, the conceptual study was approved by this board back in June of 2025, and we had invested approximately $700,000 for that study. As I said, the design will soon be underway. We have budgeted $8.79 million for that project, for the design, and we anticipate the design to be completed in the summer of 2028. Right-of-way acquisition, we don't anticipate acquiring any right-of-way for the bridge itself. We are presuming that the right-of-way will be provided to us at no cost to the county from the various property owners. And then finally, construction is budgeted at $32.5 million, and the planned completion date for the bridge is in late 2030. So I'd like to ask Ms. Wallace to come up and discuss the statutory process for public-private partnerships.
Good evening. Heather Wallace, Assistant County Attorney. Section 255.065 Florida statutes provides a process by which government agencies can engage in a public-private partnership in order to meet the needs of timely and cost-effective public projects by improving schedule for delivery, lowering the cost, and providing other benefits to the public. The statute provides general guidance for the process, but allows government agencies to adopt their own more detailed process, including an application fee that will help defer the cost of reviewing unsolicited proposals. The statutory requirements for an unsolicited proposal are listed on the screen. As you can see, they're fairly general. We do believe that this particular submittal does meet the minimum requirements of the statute. Gateway 2040 LLC intends to finance the promenade with private funds, but seek reimbursement from the county subject to a negotiated agreement. So if you all decide to move forward with this project, we will have to negotiate a contract, which will involve reimbursement for the costs of the project.
Thank you. So onto the promenade concept itself. So as I mentioned a little bit earlier, it's going to require the reconstruction of existing sidewalks and very extensive landscaping features at the intersection and beyond. The required right-of-way and easements are to be donated by the property owners in coordination with the Gateway 2040 LLC. This rendition sort of illustrates for you the concept itself and the general improvements that would occur at the intersection and both north and south of International Drive. In regards to the again specific proposals, concepts that was submitted, the idea is to enhance and widen sidewalks, include decorative D-walls and retaining walls, fountains, irrigation, small public parks or gathering spaces, public art, gateway clock, and so forth. So again, clearly these are not all items that the county typically would install as part of an improvement to an intersection. But regardless, this is the concept that was submitted and of course is subject to further discussion and negotiations with Mr. Wallach and the affected property owners. The submittal as currently stands today proposes that these improvements be maintained and operated by the county, but we can discuss that a little bit further down in the presentation as to what the county might recommend in regards to O&M. Just to give you a sense of the extent of where those improvements are going to take place, the areas that you see in blue or purple are the foundations or the location of where the bridge piers are going to be located. And as I mentioned earlier, those are going to be donated by the property owners for the installation of the pedestrian bridge. The rest of the highlighted area that you see along International Drive to the north, and then Sand Lake Road going east and west, what's highlighted in blue is what's proposed to be part of the promenade concept. So as you can see, the improvements go well beyond the footprint of the bridge. Sand Lake Road is a state road, so we will have to have extensive coordination with the state as well. So this is the northern segment. Mr. Wallach's property is on the northeast property, and then on the, next slide. This is the southern piece. As you can see, we still have the proposal that has improvements both along Sand Lake Road on the south side and on International Drive. So in terms of cost estimates, now these are costs that were submitted to us as part of the proposal. These have not been vetted. That's part of something that we'll do in the future should the board decide to proceed with the negotiations. But this is just to give you a sense of what the potential costs might entail. So for planning and design, $700,000, construction $13.8, a contingency of $4.8 million, and the total project cost is approximately $19.3 million. Again, these are very preliminary planning costs, and we will work with Mr. Wallach to refine those costs as we go along should we proceed with the project. In terms of public benefits, certainly the enhancement is going to provide some additional mobility and accessibility and safety features to the public. It will certainly highlight the iDrive experience, and certainly we would anticipate that property values would be increased. And then I want to emphasize that the property is to be donated to the county at no cost. Now, a preliminary evaluation of that property is $8.8 million. Again, that's a preliminary cost that was submitted to us, but I just want to indicate that the donation of the right-of-way is a key element of this project. So just to give you some information in regards to the schedule of both the promenade and the pedestrian bridge, you can see there's some significant overlap at the beginning of the process in terms of the design and somewhat of the right-of-way phases. But the intent is to complete the construction of the promenade well in advance of the construction for the bridge so that there aren't any conflicts that could take place. So again, the promenade project is relatively simpler than a much more complex project than the bridge. So we'll just make sure that's done before final construction of the bridge takes place. So on to considerations. So on the face of it today, the concept is consistent with the comprehensive plan, the iDrive code, and the CRA plan. Specific to the CRA, this proposal appears to be consistent with adopted policy and CRA plan and funding already earmarked for this part of investment. And the next slide, we'll get into the potential investment that might take place. So within the CRA itself, there's $26.7 million that is in the budget, 15.5 of which is either programmed or already spent. And then on the beautification and aesthetic side of the CRA, there's $17 million that is in the budget, and $13.3 million of that is already programmed and or spent. Basically, that leaves us with $14.8 million that could be available to fund the promenade. And also, as you all know, there's the original cost that was submitted as part of the plan was $14.4 million. So there's a bit of a delta there, but as I mentioned earlier, the the $19.4 million are very preliminary, high-level planning costs, so we certainly can go through and refine those costs further. So in terms of the project and the scope, the county would recommend that should this proposal advance, that the final scope and cost be approved by the county, in addition to the approval of the design firm to make sure that contractor has the proper qualifications. And then construction, coordination, and oversight not only take place between Mr. Wallach and the county, but as I mentioned earlier, Sand Lake Road is part of the state system and will require some extensive coordination with the state as well. Again, assuming that this proposal would advance, the other things we want to make sure of is that future O&M be funded as appropriate by the property owners or some other entity. As I had mentioned earlier, as the proposal stands today, the assumption was that the county would take on the cost of the O&M. That is not something that staff is recommending. We would recommend that this could take the O&M take place in the form of a separate maintenance agreement through a special assessment MSBU or TU. And again, these are negotiation points that can take place should we move forward. In terms of the right-of-way and or easements and the production schedule, as mentioned earlier, the pedestrian bridge is fully funded today. It is on schedule. And we want to make sure that the right-of-way issues are separate from the promenade. So the issues directly associated with the bridge have to pertain to that project and deal with the promenade as a potential two-step process. So again, right-of-way for the bridge should remain separate from the promenade, and all right-of-way commitments should be obtained before extensive design efforts have been expended. As I mentioned earlier, the DOT will be part of our coordination process, and I'm sure as everybody is aware, aside from the Sand Lake Road ownership by the state, there's a huge interchange project that is currently underway at the intersection of I-4 and I-Drive, or Sand Lake. And we have had several conversations and meetings with the state, and they have submitted a set of issues that they want to coordinate with us, which are listed there. So for instance, the maintenance of traffic would have to be approved by the Florida Department of Transportation prior to the execution of any agreements. We want to make sure that the promenade does not interfere with the pedestrian bridge. Again, we've extensively coordinated the pedestrian bridge with the state. So again, I want to make sure that those two issues are somewhat separate. Maintenance of the sidewalk and landscaping agreement for anything that affects Sand Lake Road. Address any operational changes that would happen on Sand Lake Road that would require FDOT approvals. And then schedule coordination of projects. And then, as I mentioned earlier, the proximity of the interchange is an issue for the state and for FHWA. So we will need to coordinate all those issues with the state and potentially with FHWA as well. So continuing on the considerations, public involvement is a part of what was submitted to us as part of the proposal. And should this proposal proceed, staff will continue and consult with the iDrive CRA Advisory Committee before any decision is made. As you can see, there are many entities that pertain to the advisory board, the iDrive Business Improvement District, the iDrive Chamber of Commerce, Efficient Transportation for the Community of Central Florida, Universal Boulevard Property Owners, Tangelo Park, the mayor's appointed member, and membership and mission review board appointed member. So again, it will be extremely important to have the coordination and conversations with the CRA Advisory Committee even before any final agreement is reached, should the board direct staff to proceed with negotiations. So beyond the CRA discussions, we want to make sure that we reach out to the entire community in the iDrive area and that, that the goals are defined and identified for the partners and property owners and any interested parties. And that coordination just needs to take place all the way from the conceptual planning stages all the way through construction. So this is a long-term commitment that needs to be made to the community to make sure that everybody's informed and is aware and hopefully supportive of the project. So in terms of options and next steps, I will ask Ms. Wallace to come back up and discuss those items.
Okay, as I said earlier, the statute does allow local governments to have their own process for P3 proposals. We do not have one here in Orange County at this time. We have drafted one, and it's currently under review and will be coming to the board in the next couple of months. So because we don't have our own process, we are following the statutory process. And again, we believe this proposal does meet the minimum statutory requirements. However, we feel additional details are necessary for us to proceed. We are going to discuss 3 options for the board. Option 1 would be to take no action. If you all decide that this is not something you're interested in moving forward with, we would provide written notice to the proposer that the county just does not wish to proceed at this point. Option 2 would be to advertise for additional proposals for the proposed work. This would not be our traditional competitive solicitation that we normally do in the county. It would be a very abbreviated process where we would open it up to others who might want to make a proposal. However, that package must include a design criteria package, so it would take some time to create that design criteria package. Or option 3 would be to proceed with this unsolicited proposal, including the donation of the right-of-way. If you choose to select this option, we would need to come back to the board at another date. At that time, the board would be required to make certain findings under the statute, which are listed on the screen. They include benefits to the public. You have to approve the financial structure of the proposal, the qualifications and experience of the private entity, the project's compatibility with regional infrastructure plans, and also we would have to address any public comments made at a meeting. That would probably come forward in the form of a resolution that we would present to you at that second meeting, should you decide to move forward. While staff would normally recommend option 2, which would be to open it up for additional proposals, with this particular proposal, we are not recommending that because the LLC involved has indicated that they will not provide a donation of the property needed for the project if they are not selected to construct the project and if we don't move forward with this public-private partnership. So again, you have 3 options at this point. Option 1 would be not to move forward. If you do that, we will provide written notice to Mr. Wallach that we're not prepared to proceed at this time. If you select option 2, we would return to the BCC with a recommendation after evaluating any other proposals that are submitted. Again, we are not recommending this option in this particular project. If you select option 3, we will proceed with creating the report that's required by the statute in the form of the resolution. We would engage the adjoining property owners and we would return to the board for findings and then we would publish the report in accordance with the statute. If approved under either option 2 or option 3, we will engage an engineer and begin negotiating a comprehensive agreement, which will also be brought back to the board for final approval. So basically, you would see this at least 2 more times after tonight if we were to move forward with this project. As part of the statutory requirements for a comprehensive agreement, the board must determine that the proposed project has been determined to be in the public's best interest, that the proposed project is one that will be conveyed to Orange County. We have received that representation from Mr. Wallach. That it has adequate safeguards to ensure that any additional costs or service disruptions would not be imposed on the public in the event of a cancellation of the agreement that we ultimately negotiate, and that it has adequate safeguards in place to ensure that the public or private entity has the opportunity to expand capacity to the project. Again, if direction is provided to advance the proposal and continue negotiations on the proposal and eventually a comprehensive agreement, in addition to the safeguards that I just mentioned, staff would recommend addressing the following in any agreement that would result. Renzo mentioned these earlier: county approval of the design, maximum amount that the county would contribute, and also cost reasonableness, county approval of the design firm, the contractors, and construction oversight, agreements for maintenance of the landscaping and other improvements by private entities as opposed to the county, early commitments for right-of-way from the property owners separate from the right-of-way for the pedestrian bridge, and also a commitment to meet FDOT and FHWA requirements and enter into any necessary agreements. And so I will turn it back to Renzo.
Thank you. I know this is a little repetitive, but just want to make sure that we outline everything that was discussed. So just in summary, Gateway 2040 LLC submitted an unsolicited proposal in April of this year. The promenade includes enhancements to the area surrounding the International Drive pedestrian bridge. It is a key gateway to the International Drive district. The proposal meets the statutory P3 requirements. The promenade is proposed to be privately funded initially with a provision for reimbursement, and the estimate cost of the improvement is $19.4 million. While rights-of-way are to be donated, most costs and maintenance obligation could fall to the county and taxpayers via the CRA. If the proposal is advanced, key issues require clear board direction. So at this point, I would ask Mr. Wallach to come up for a second, and I believe he has a very short video.
Good evening, Mayor Demings, members of the Board of County Commissioners, Joshua Wallach, 8126 International Drive. I know it's been a long day, but this is a very wonderful moment here for us, and I just wanted to thank staff for this tremendous work that they've done on this project. We started out with an unsolicited proposal. I've owned property at this intersection since 2012, and I'm sure we all know and have heard all the statistics about all the car crashes and all the pedestrians and bicycles, and we've all been down there and we've all seen it. I believe I have tremendous institutional knowledge of this area, both in construction and mobility, and our property and the county's bridge together created a much larger, amazing vision, which we're calling Gateway 2040. The county's bridge is an iconic work of art, and met with Mayor Demings last summer and just talked to him about the bridge and everything regarding the bridge, and with Roseanne, and we just sort of fluttered through this idea of, I had already drawn one promenade in a drawing, and it was mentioned, why don't we just do this on all four sides and divide and conquer? And I just took that and ran with it, and between the idea and submitting the unsolicited proposal took 57 days. I worked 24 hours a day, basically, with my team, and was able to submit the unsolicited proposal, and that's how it just flowed through me as far as the need for this, because this is a community. This is not just a tourist district. We've had so many people move here in the last 5 years, even though it's slowed down a little bit because of the economy. This is a community, and this is part of Dr. Phillips as far as I'm concerned. This is where I like to take my kids, just walk around and get lunch, and and right now, obviously, it's two highways that meet each other, but we're putting in a beautiful bridge. But what this partnership does between Gateway and Orange County is that it just expands the vision geometrically in many different ways, and it takes the iDrive 2040 vision, which has been law since 2017, and it really starts to turn it into reality. So when people come off of I-4 through that beautiful new intersection that we're building, a beautiful new interchange rather, and they come on through the Divergent Diamond, the first thing that they're going to see is the promenade. They're going to come under I-4, and they're going to see that they're somewhere else. I don't know if this will play. Miles will display. But the reason that I don't have a static rendering and then I have something like this is so that people can live inside this vision. People can see what it will be like when you're standing on the promenade, eating at a cafe, just walking past people that are having lunch, and there's the pedestrian bridge. And where are the cars? They're on the other side of those royal palms, which have beautiful lighting on them. And it really, really looks like an amazing place to be. There's another, just a JPEG. So this is something that you guys haven't seen yet. It's just something that, again, the beautiful drone bridge, the beautiful promenade. You still have zillions of cars coming and going, but no more people in the street. They're all on the promenade. They're next to the shops, restaurants, and cafes. They're nowhere near the cars any longer. And so now you have more mobility with the cars double timing through the lights because they're not waiting for pedestrians at grade any longer. The pedestrians are walking next to shops. And so the sales and shifts and jobs are going up. People can upgrade their tenants. People on iDrive right now are walking on a sidewalk right on the street, and then there's 20 feet of nothing, and then the windows. So people are walking, they don't even see what's in the shops right now. We're going to completely change that over, because why? Because that's what tourists and conventioneers and these great cities that we compete with, and certain areas within our city like Disney Springs and City Walk and other places like what will become hopefully Church Street as a pedestrian promenade. This is what people expect. They want to be safe. They want to not be near cars. They want to have no danger with their children, and they just want to shop and eat and relax and not have to deal with crossing a highway. So the bridge is an amazing enhancement to the area. It's going to be iconic. It's going to be between you and me next to Cinderella's Castle and Spaceship Earth. It's this building, I mean, this is going to be the icon of this town. But the promenade makes the bridge work in a much more profound way, both in form and function. And the entire gateway, all of the businesses, all of the development, it needs infrastructure to grow along with it, because right now our roads and our sidewalks are stuck in the 1970s, and we need to kind of quantum leap them into the future here, and that's done with a master planned project like a Gateway 2040 vision, which will be sort of a combined layered project between the promenade and the bridge. So it'll come in as a master plan, and you will have this master result. And this you're looking at is the iDrive 2040 vision plan. Mayor Demings has supported this, his entire administration. And we've pushed this along, but we're still early within the 2040. We still have 14 years of till the year 2040. But this is what it should look like in 2030. This is the year 2030. So we'd be 10 years ahead on the gateway. And then if you make a left turn, you can see, as mentioned, the biggest promenade, which is on the bottom left, is in front of Perkins. We're donating land in front of Perkins and 7-Eleven and Burger King, going all the way down. We'd like to do something for North iDrive Gateway, Rosen Hotels and Resorts. They were here a little while ago. They wanted to come and speak also because they're so very for the project, but they're looking to get involved with their hotel somewhere along the north side. We'd like to do some sort of cultural trail. We think that there are some great people like Harris Rosen, the late Harris Rosen and his son Adam, as well as Ron Dowdy and Donald Huber and other people like that deserve their place in history on International Drive. There are some great names that have done a lot for the drive. Maybe we can find some little area for them to take some, do some sort of cultural trail. We have some very cool street art. But all this stuff is just conceptual. Obviously, we'll come back to staff and we'll go through these finishes. We'll choose the finishes that are wanted. And I've talked to the iDrive district, with which I've been on the board of directors of for 9 years now. And we do a lot of landscape maintenance on International Drive. So we realize that the county is not going to be able to take care of whatever tree package. Again, in this one we have beautiful royal palms, but we don't know that will be what we ultimately choose. But we believe we can find suitable maintenance for all this that won't fall on the county. And again, we have commitments. Renzo mentioned the commitments for the bridge. I was helpful to assist Luciana in contacting the owners of the other corners so that the county can obtain those corners. They had to do some bird dogging to find out who these people were, but we got to them. And I'm also pledging to obviously not only deliver the voluntary conveyances, but also we've spoken to McDonald's about similar voluntary conveyances, not just the corner, but also some areas of the promenade that they could donate land, and then also some other the International Shops area right there where you see the billboard, where you see that beautiful promenade coming down. All that land is there and it's available. And she's also believes this will be an iconic thing. And I told her, I said, you don't even have to redevelop your building. You just put that promenade right there, and all of a sudden some of those shops that are there will become Starbucks and the highest rent you can possibly get versus, some of the stuff that's there now. So I'm extremely excited about being involved with Orange County on such a wonderful long-term community project. This is a steady hand that's going to get this done, and obviously we're highly invested in this area. We have the support of all of our neighbors and all the organizations, and we're hoping to get your support as well. Obviously, staff, thank you so much for your incredibly hard and diligent work in this amazing endeavor, and we hope you will look favorably on this proposal.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Wallach. Can you go to the last slide, please? Just to finish off, Mayor, so staff is seeking board direction on options for the unsolicited proposal. Again, to repeat, option 1, no action. Option 2, the county solicitation of additional proposals. Option 3, proceed with negotiations for the unsolicited proposal. Staff would recommend that approach, given that essentially there would be no project without the right-of-way being donated to the county. If option 3 is selected, staff will coordinate with the iDrive stakeholders prior to returning to the board and prior to final consideration of a comprehensive agreement. Staff additionally seeks authority to negotiate the following terms and conditions to include in a future comprehensive agreement before a final decision is made. County approval of design, maximum county contribution, and cost reasonableness. County approval of design firm contracts and construction oversight. Agreements for maintenance of the landscaping and other improvements by private entities. Early commitments for right-of-way from property owners separate from the right-of-way conveyance for the pedestrian bridge. And finally, commitment to meet FDOT and FHWA requirements and enter into any necessary agreements with the state and or federal government. With that, Mayor and Commissioners, that concludes our presentation and are here for any questions you may have.
All right, Renzo, good job on the presentation, and Mr. Wallach, thank you for your foresight and your vision. I can tell you that overall, the International Drive Corridor has come a long way. We have been very successful over time. We learned over time some of the mistakes made, I want to say, in the development phases of the northern portion of iDrive, and the southern portion is much more aesthetically pleasing than the way it started out many years ago. As a young police officer 45 plus years ago, we had to deal with all kinds of traffic congestion, and teenagers and young adults will come out and they would just take over the roadway, and we would have to shut down the roadway. They would joyride and just create all kinds of challenges for the business community there that made it unfriendly. Perhaps Commissioner Wilson was in the group, but no. But it was a hangout spot. So I rode motorcycles and horses out in that area. Because of growth and our own success, International Drive has become a destination unto itself. People used to come here to the area to visit our theme parks, and they would sometimes stay off site and stay on International Drive and go to Wet 'n Wild and some of the other attractions. But now, because we have a wonderful convention center that brings in a lot of people, we have world-class hotels, we have Icon Park, and a lot of other things that makes it a destination unto itself. But bringing in all the vehicular traffic as well as the pedestrian traffic at this particular intersection of International Drive and Sand Lake Road, it has made it inherently unsafe because of so many pedestrians that have to cross at grade. And there have been a number of tragic accidents there, motor vehicle versus pedestrian, et cetera, there in the area. And so I don't believe that option one of taking no action is in the best interest of the public from a safety perspective and even from a business perspective. I think we'd be very short-sighted to do nothing there because of what we are experiencing. I don't believe that the visitation in the area is going to decline. It's unlikely anytime soon. So we have to look to the future. And in order to, I believe, have the right balance of costs, we do have to invest more in public-private types of partnerships, and that's what this really accentuates. However, there needs to be certainly the right balance of the investments between the private partners and the public partners, because at the end of the day, we use the public taxpayer dollars to make our investments. And so this is an unsolicited proposal, one that I do applaud Mr. Wallach and his team for bringing forward here to the county. They need us, and we need them. And so to me, option three is perhaps the right option at this time to involve our staff in having further conversations with the existing iDrive stakeholders because we need to hear from them. You know, we have the initial investment of building this intersection, this elevated intersection, but also a crosswalk, I should say. But we also have, I think, the responsibility to make sure that the businesses who are operating in the area, they're going to benefit from their bottom line, I think, will go up. And when we talk about operations and maintenance costs associated with this going into the future, that needs to be a conversation about how we pay for that. Certainly the county will be engaged, but I want to hear more about the potential for some sharing in the cost to maintain this area and the aesthetics of the area. And I believe that some type of MSBU other funding mechanism is going to become appropriate. And so we need to have those conversations with the potential stakeholders and hear directly from them, not through Mr. Wallach, not through anyone else, but directly through them, where we discuss publicly what the vision, the true vision is for this project going forward. And to me, option three allows staff to continue moving forward. I think there's some synergy with some of the construction with the Florida Department of Transportation that is already underway in the area, just west of there, we have the new interchange with Interstate 4 and the Sand Lake Road area that is providing some relief there. but we then need to carry it forward into this International Drive and Sand Lake Road corridor as well. So Icon Park is continuing to grow. Today we even talked about Icon Park and some of the new businesses and expansion going on there that's going to bring additional people there. And if people don't feel safe, they won't want to come to the area. So to me, safety is a paramount issue. I'm going to open it up for questions by members of the board, and we're going to start with Commissioner Scott, then Commissioner Wilson, Commissioner Uribe, Commissioner Crabb, Commissioner Gomez-Cadero, and then Commissioner Martinez-Simrad. So everyone has some questions or some comments that they'd like to offer. So we'll start with Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Josh and company. I appreciate you all doing the work. Renzo, I don't know if this is you or County Attorney. From the process standpoint, you want direction. So will that direction be in the form of consensus, or will we need to make a motion?
No, sir. We're not looking for a formal motion. What we're looking for is just the authority for staff to continue negotiations and discussions with Mr. Wallach and the rest of the property owners. So not necessary to have a formal motion, but just give us authority to do so.
Okay, you got 2 out of 7. I'm sure the rest of my colleagues are on board as well, but option 3, let's go. Thank you, Mayor.
Commissioner Wilson.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Wallach, and I want to say for the people who have been here since the beginning of the day, thank you, because I know these are really important issues that will, leave impacts for years and years and years to come. And I want to say that like pedestrian improvements are near and dear to me, and it's a heartbreaking thing a little bit for me to look at this because all of the renderings that are so engaging, the one thing they all had in common was there was no 12-lane, 10-lane road that was interrupting really the commerce, which is what you all are kind of navigating in that area. The most 70s thing about that area is, quite frankly, the fact that it is completely auto-centric, that it was designed and continues to really operate in an auto-centric way. And I said this as a, I have a love-hate relationship even with the pedestrian overpass because it is an incredible project that has taken a lot of time and partnerships, but it's because we weren't willing to give up a single bit of automobile traffic to give way to pedestrians. And so I just wanted to put that out there as what I feel like is something philosophically and culturally we're going to have to really navigate when we look at destinations around the world and what is attractive and what attracts my eye to these things is that it's people, it's humans out there enjoying one another, it's natural landscapes, the automobile is a mechanism for getting there, and how do we make sure that that's not the focus of all the design. So that's just my sort of little bit of a lead up to this, but I do think that you are exactly right in looking for ways to take advantage of what is already a paid for opportunity to keep people safe, and then also to bring more foot traffic into that area. I think my concerns, and thank you all for the briefing and for spending some time listening to my questions, is that we are a public entity, and therefore the process of procurement is rightfully very much competitive and public, and it's something I feel pretty strongly about making sure that we have all of it open to the public, and I know that's a difficult thing in this set of circumstances. So my question is, if there, would there ever be an opportunity to sort of separate these things and think about the land right-of-way conveyance as one piece, the design and construction of the improvements as a second piece, and then the ongoing operations management, the maintenance, if you will, as a third piece, so that the parts that can be competitive right away and that we can make part of a public procurement process, that we can do that with some assurances.
So, Commissioner, I'm not sure. I'll answer the first question first. So I'm not sure that we can separate the design from the actual project moving forward, precisely because of that right-of-way donation. So the preliminary cost or value of that right-of-way is $8.8 million. I don't know that, certainly the county does not have that in its budget today to engage a design firm to implement the concept or design the concept and then go out for construction without the right-of-way being in place. So that's something that we discussed at your briefing. And again, I think Mr. Wallach's been pretty clear, and as you saw on the slides, that he would not be willing to proceed with the project any other way. So the right-of-way is key to the success of this process. And then as to your second question regarding the maintenance of the proposed improvements and features, certainly from what you saw on the slides, and again, as we discussed in your briefing, a great many of those features are something that the county typically would not build or maintain, whether it's, you know, fountains or statues and so forth. That's something that we believe as staff that would require a MSTU or BU or some mechanism that would pay for the maintenance of those elements that are outside of our typical maintenance program. That is not to say that the county would not participate in some of the improvements, like potentially widening the sidewalks, and something that we would typically do anyways. But that's going to be part of the process and the negotiation to determine what's a public benefit versus more of a private benefit.
Right. And I guess, you know, the question is, would there be anything, and let's, I mean, we sort of are also looking at a local government, you know, funding, a lot of funding uncertainties, you know, in local government right now. So would there be anything from the county's perspective that would prevent the private entities from pursuing this project independent of county contribution?
One more time.
So the private entities that are there, and I understand we're working with one person that is a landowner, but also is really a champion of a project. But there is more than one entity that is obviously would be participating in this project moving forward. Is there anything that prohibits them from doing the project independent of county's financial support should the uncertainties that we are?
Yeah. So I don't know that I can answer that question without, if the county would not invest in the project itself. But what is clear is that the state will want to negotiate with the county and not with the property owners. So when we get into maintenance agreements and costs, the county has to be involved. Okay. And that's when we decide, well, who's responsible for what?
As part of the transportation
and who's going to be paying for it. Yeah. So I guarantee you the state will want to deal with the county. They've already expressed that sentiment.
And to me, the second piece of it is staff has to begin to engage with the stakeholders.
I fully agree. I
know Mr. Wallach has had meetings and conversations with property owners and other stakeholders in the area. But we really need to get it first person from them about what their potential tolerance is for making an investment into this area. Again, if it's a true public-private partnership, we're not talking about just one partnership with one private entity, but we're talking about potentially with multiple ones. And we don't know what we don't know until we really have that full engagement.
And I want to make sure I'm being clear. I'm very much leaning in the way of making sure that we're empowering staff to go through that process. I think the part that I want to make sure that I can go back and explain to my constituents and people who want to know why they don't get this help at the entrance of their own neighborhoods is why is this different? If there's a group of citizens with private property that are willing to donate some of their private property the right of way and design their landscaping, and then the county, it's kind of going to pay me back for that. I made it beautiful. It's now worth more. You're getting more ad valorem. So how do we distinguish those types of opportunities, in an equitable way, and understanding that kind of have to look at it holistically, right? I mean, has this ever been done anywhere else? Is there a model we can use? And But I do agree with you, Mayor. We have to speak with the stakeholders.
I agree with you also in that part of your point was that we need to look at multimodal solutions to the traffic going into the area. So I believe that is something that has to occur concurrently with what we are talking about here, because, you know, we have an intermodal center that is planned, and we've had conversations in partnership with Universal and others about getting, Sunrail from the airport or some type of connectivity from the airport into the International Drive corridor and beyond. All of those conversations need to continue if we really want to get motor vehicles off the roadway and turn that area into a more pedestrian-friendly area. So I think that all of those conversations for future boards are going to have to continue. Obviously, we had multiple conversations about a penny sales tax, a half penny sales tax to try to advance the solutions to our transit challenges forward. And, timing is everything. Our community didn't feel that we had, with the economy being what it was at the time, the ability to go forward with that. But I remain optimistic that as traffic congestion worsens, I believe that the interest and the desire of our community for a real multimodal solution to our traffic problems is going to go up. and so keep that in mind. I know in your tenure remaining here on the board and others that this is going to not go away. It's going to be part of the conversation. I think we can't solve housing without solving transit. We can't solve the economic issues without creating jobs, good paying jobs, and we're working on all of those fronts to make that whole area a better area and our entire community better.
I agree. Thank you.
All right. Commissioner Crabb.
Were you ahead of me?
Yours went out.
Cautiously.
All right. Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate it. Mr. Wallach, thank you so much for bringing this forward, having the vision to do this. And although I agree with Commissioner Wilson on transparency and opportunities for people, you're the one that brought it forward. Other people had an opportunity to do it, and they didn't. So I appreciate the vision. I'll certainly have some questions about how we're going to pay for this and what are some maximum dollars that the county would commit to it. And Renzo, too, I forgot to say hi to you. I haven't seen you in forever, but I'm glad to have been able to see you today. This is an unbelievable project. And for those who don't know, I worked down on iDrive for many a year at the convention center. Very familiar with the issues down there and very familiar with what's needed down there. And so I will always be a voice of common sense for some solutions down there and agree with the mayor for all of those transportation issues that we need to have a discussion about. But thank you for bringing it forward, and I am a yes on option 3.
Commissioner Gomez-Cordero.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon or evening, everyone. Thank you for being here. So late. We are tired, too. I know that. Yeah. For sure. Okay, so I have, Renzo, I have several questions. Number one, do we know how much the county will save if we do unsolicited proposal than solicitation of additional proposal?
So I don't think the savings is necessarily in the nature of the proposal. The savings is really the fundamental piece to this project, which is the right-of-way. So it's approximately $8.8 million.
8.8 million?
$8.8 million. So that's the benefit that Mr. Wallach and other property owners bring to the table. Without that right-of-way, frankly, there isn't a project.
So the right-of-way belongs to him?
So I can let Mr. Wallach answer specifically, but he has at least 2 properties there, and that there are other property owners both along Sand Lake and along International Drive. So it's a group of property owners.
Okay, but not all of them are going to be donating.
Well, conceptually, the idea is yes, those folks that will see improvements on their property will be required to donate the right-of-way. Otherwise, those improvements are not going to take place on their property.
Okay. Then, okay. My other question is, I still have to get them.
That's fine.
In one of the slides, it says landscaping and the other improvements will be done by private entities, right? That's in one of the things. So who decides this? It says, she said not the county. So who decides who's going to take care of that?
So that is part of the negotiation. So as the proposal was submitted by Mr. Wallach, the assumption was that the county would pay for the operations and maintenance. County staff is recommending something very different. We're recommending that the O&M be primarily funded by the property owners through an MSTU or BU or some other instrument. The county could potentially be responsible for those elements of landscaping or maintenance that we would typically maintain anyways, but nothing beyond that. But again, those are discussions and negotiations that still need to take place. So we assuming the board directs staff to continue our conversations and negotiations with the property owners, that is one of the key pieces that we will be discussing.
Okay. And I wanted to ask because I like the pictures that Mr. Wallach showed.
Yes.
And it looks very pretty and all of that. But I was going to ask, the people that go in e-bikes, scooters, will they be able to go through the bridge or they will have to go?
So any motorized vehicle would not operate on the bridge.
Okay.
No, at least I don't think they would. I think we would have some issues with motorized vehicles on the bridge itself. So they would have to be part of the typical operations on the road itself. That's the assumption I'm making. I can't fathom having motorized scooters on the bridge.
Okay. And then my last question, and maybe this is too early to ask, but I'm going to ask anyways, because Sand Lake, like Commissioner Wilson has said, have been in construction like for a long time right now, like very long. Okay.
Good.
So then I just wanted to know what specific impacts does Sand Lake we are anticipating doing construction? Is that going to be, if we are ready?
So we've had some discussions with the department, primarily, for example, on the bridge, right? So, there's no way that they're going to shut down Sand Lake Road and I-4. So that is part of the discussion that needs to happen with the department as to how that maintenance of traffic is going to be managed. And if you saw in one of the earlier slides, that's one of the first things the department wants to be in place, is an agreement on how that management of traffic is going to take place. Equally, that's important to the county on our system. How are our roads and our operations going to be impacted? These are all agreements that will be subject to negotiations as we go forward.
So my last question, and can you explain if we decided on option 3, what does that mean?
What does that mean? That means that this board will authorize the county to continue negotiations with Mr. Wallach and the rest of the other property owners, and to enter into a series of agreements with him and the other property owners on a myriad of issues, and don't want to exclude the numerous agreements with the state. And
sorry. Actually, it means after we go through negotiations, we will come back to you again so you can make the findings to determine that it's in the public interest, and we can publish the report that's required by the statute. And then when we have an actual agreement, we would come back for a third time with the contract that governs how it's going to move forward. So
Okay.
we would get additional details now so that we can bring it back to you later, and you can actually make a decision as to whether you want us to move forward and enter into a contract.
Okay, so I understand all of that, and so, but for the effect that people are, listening to this, and they would like to know why Mr. Wallach is here and why we are negotiating with him here, what should we tell them? What is the point? Why him and not the others that are around there?
Because he submitted the proposal.
That's what I wanted to.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Simrad.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much for the presentation, and I want to tell you, thank you to Mango's. A long time ago in Miami when I was a grad student, every time I had a friend come into town, we would go to Mango's, and it was always a fun place, and more importantly, it was always a safe place. So
Don't tell too much here.
So everything I say with love for Mango's. That's my prelude. So, so I subscribe to the philosophy of what you do for one, you have to do for all. And so if we're entering into an agreement with one company regarding, in exchange for safety improvements, we have to be consideration of the precedent that we then set moving forward for all. And if we think about what is being said here, Commissioner Wilson, I think that procurement process is sacred, because it's our transparency to the public to say that everybody has the same fair shot at getting contracts with Orange County government. And so when you get an applicant that says, play by my rules or I won't play, I can tell that when you present, it's coming from a genuine place. So I don't mean to insult that, but when I hear that type of language in writing, or when I read that, that's difficult for an elected official to digest, because you're asking us to deviate from a process that on any other day we uphold with pride. So the way that the District 5 team and myself, when we read this arrangement, and I want to say that before we got the briefing from the county, when my team briefed me on this, I said, pull all the property owners in the area and run the owners against the name of the company that made the application of an unsolicited bid. Because things like that don't resonate well with the public, and they also don't resonate well with the people and the small businesses and the other companies who don't get the same type of deal. So if you look at the actual contract, what we're committing to here is that they're going to donate, and I put in air quotes, donate the land to the county on the condition that they get to build what they want, decide who builds it, and then the county reimburses them and maintains what they build. Whoa. We can do so much better for the people of Orange County than that type of negotiation. And I'm not comfortable with abandoning a process that we uphold with pride every day in our procurement by giving every single company that resides within Orange County a fair shot at getting deals with Orange County. So I'm a real firm no on the way that this is presented. Now, safety is an issue, and we shouldn't, if safety is an issue, we need to address it. And if Mango's wants to do some type of a deal with Orange County where somehow we're profiting off of this deal as well, because it's no secret, you guys are going to profit a lot. So I want to profit too for the people of Orange County. So I don't like this deal at all, and I think we can do a whole heck of a lot better. So I say try again and come back, and let's hear what's in it for the taxpayers of Orange County, the small businesses in the area of Orange County, the other companies in Orange County, and the tourist district. So we can do a lot better, and I know that we can, and I think that this could be successful. But this is far away from, I think, being in the best interest of our bosses, the people of Orange County. Thank you.
Well. It may be I understand the point you're making, but it may be somewhat premature, because we don't have a deal yet. And the way you characterize that is that we already have, the deal is one way. That's not what we're saying here. What we're saying here is they came forward with a concept. What we're doing is going to go further to explore, is there a balance? Is this in the best interest? And we're empowering our staff to do so. There's no agreement. There's no procurement contract at this point. These are discussions that will come back before this board to have all of those conversations about, is this appropriate? And we do this, Commissioner, all the time. Even today, we had essentially a public-private partnership with the hospitals. Those are private entities. And it is a partnership between the federal government, the state, the local government, and those private hospitals, okay? So until the devil is in the details, all we're saying here is, let's take a look at the details here and see, is it appropriate? This is something that is allowed under Florida law to happen, and it's allowed for a reason, okay? So you don't know what you don't know until you sit down and have a conversation, a business conversation with the individuals, and that's all we're saying at this point. There's no obligation here. We're not obligating to do anything. Everything will come back to this board. And that is when you have to look and make the determination whether or not what is being proposed is in the best interest of the public. That decision is really not today, in my humble opinion. You don't have enough information to make that decision today. Absolutely.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'm not far away from what you're saying, but what I'm saying is that we could please go back to the slide where it talks about why option 2 is not a option. So when you say, like, we're not entering into any type of a deal, we actually are, because if option 2 was selected, they said, no, the reason why option 2 couldn't be an option. So here we go, sorry. So while staff would normally recommend option 2, opening a public process for additional proposals is not recommended with this particular unsolicited proposal because they indicated that they will not provide a donation of the property needed for the project if they are not selected to construct the project, so a public bidding process is not recommended. So that is a deal because what it is saying is that we're deviating from our regular procurement process, and essentially it's telling us, if you don't play by our rules, we're going to take our ball and go home and just not play. So I don't like walking away from what we would normally do, which is, it says right there, we would normally recommend option 2. I don't like walking away from what we would normally do because that's the transparency in what we do. So I'm very uncomfortable with option number 3.
And all I'm saying to you is that this part, even under option 2, is not necessarily off the table. You have to sit down and have the conversation. Right now, there's been really not a full conversation. Our staff has listened to what they have proposed, and they brought it to you. They have to go back now, hopefully that's where we'll end up, to say to them, okay, go back and have these conversations. Do you really mean that you won't do this or do that? Those are parts of conversation. That's all we're doing at this point. We do for all, and so that's why I don't think the way you characterize it is, the reason we're having this very public conversation is to make sure that the public is engaged and knows about the process. That's all. But, all right, where did we leave off? Commissioner Uribe.
First of all, Josh, I want to just say your excitement for what you're doing here is amazing, and you've always been consistent on your commitment to iDrive and what you're doing. I will say the one thing that excites me is if you really want to get something done, don't get government involved. So and that's what you've done. But I gotta say, I respect what Commissioner Semrod said. But if we don't know what's gonna happen, I don't want to end the conversation here. So I feel okay moving forward so that you all could find out more and really realistically. I know off the bat, privately, if this is done, it'll cost us cheaper than if we did it ourselves. I know that already because I'm in construction and I see what the county pays for things and I see what the real world pays for things. And if the real world paid what county and government pays, we wouldn't be building anything. But the idea of we normally wouldn't do this with option number 2 does leave me uneasy, but it's not uneasy enough to not want to further the discussion and find out more. So I'm a cautious number 3, only because I think this warrants a lot more than just saying right here, yes or no. Okay? So I wanted to make that because over the years, if there's been anything consistent in my 8 years here, has been Josh Wallach trying to fix the corner of Sand Lake and International Drive, okay? I think the first day I ever met you in 2017 or early 2018, you had this vision for there, and I appreciate that. But I think all of us it's like if we completely just turn away and say, yeah, that's fine, what kind of precedent are we setting forward for government as a whole? But at the same time, I think it's warranted, and I would like to know more before making a final decision. So I'm okay with proceeding to see what viability. I do have a question. And now I realize DOT is what's happening on I-4. We've been very involved with that project. But at the same time, Sand Lake Road is a DOT road.
Correct.
You know, how have we had conversations with DOT? I actually asked Secretary Perdue 2 weeks ago. I said, Secretary Perdue, do you know anything about this I-4 thing? He goes, no, I don't know. How extensive have those conversations?
We've had several conversations with the state.
He just didn't know the details.
Well, I understand that Secretary Perdue may not be aware, but Secretary Tyler here in District 5 certainly is aware, as well as his staff. And there have been conversations with Tallahassee staff, not at the secretary's level, but with.
But you know Secretary Perdue lives all the way down Sand Lake Road where it dead ends, right?
Understand, but again, we've primarily dealt with District 5. I've had a conversation with them as recently as last week. We've had multiple conversations. I know that Mr. Wallach and his team have had a conversation with the district.
With John Tyler?
I beg your pardon?
With John Tyler?
Well, not with him specifically, but with his staff.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll be glad to share that information with you.
I would like to know that information.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Commissioner Scott, I don't know if we kick you out or not, but
No, I think
you were
you got
in and then it disappeared, so I'm going to go back to you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I just wanted to provide perspective for Commissioner Semrad's comments. I think you are a fierce protector. I feel like if we were in a branch of service, I'd want you and Commissioner Wilson on my side because y'all be great fighters. I don't know if you remember this, Commissioner Semrad, but Mr. Wallach, when you came to town, you were not liked. You were viewed as an outsider. There were a number of negative or not so great articles written about you. And it took time to build a relationship with the members of the iDrive community and our county at large. And so I thank you for staying the course because you certainly could have kept your business elsewhere and moved. Commissioner, your points are valid. I think when I'm looking at these processes and these options, the things that stick out to me is like specifics. Proceed with negotiations, not agreement or decision, but proceed with a conversation. And then staff will coordinate with the iDrive stakeholders prior to returning to the board and prior to final consideration. So they may come back and say, hey, this is what was discussed, this was agreed upon, and say, hey, you know what? Mayor, commissioners, we need to do something else. Hey, you know what? We need to go through everything is still on the table to what the mayor has shared. I know when we acquire right-of-way, and likewise for like Disney and Universal and other larger entities, when someone knows that you have maybe a nice pocketbook, that price gets inflated. And so outside of this process, if we were to do this, we would have to spend money on lawyers' fees and things like that just to acquire the property. And then there would be additional things with design. I think one clear benefit is the donation of the right-of-way. There may be other benefits to the taxpayers that we haven't realized yet because they haven't had the authority to have the conversation. And so I think as they start to have the conversation, Renzo will have briefings, you and other commissioners and the mayor may give input, and they may come back with, hey, here's some additional things we can do to add value to this agreement, should we go in this direction, that will enhance the value to the taxpayers. So like the mayor was saying, while we are deviating from the process, we are deviating for a reason, and we're really deviating just for a conversation, not necessarily for a decision, because when the decision is made, a conversation will be had with the board to determine whether or not we move forward based on what is negotiated or whether we go back to the option 2. And so I just wanted to give that perspective. As we've shared before, I think you asked me when we had a vote about the school, and you asked me specifically, are you supporting Commissioner Wilson in her advocacy for her district? And so likewise, I would just ask for your support in my advocacy for my district and the residents and businesses that are there, because I haven't heard any bad feedback about this. They've been discussing this. And again, as the mayor just iterated, this is just allowing staff to proceed with negotiations and the conversations. They may come back. This is just like TimberScan. They may come back with different options and be like, hey, we need to go on a different route. But we're just giving them, empowering them to continue this conversation on a more formal level to then bring back additional options and perspectives for you. And like I said, you're going to have briefings with them. They may find some additional benefit to the taxpayer that we haven't yet determined or thought of because they haven't engaged in the conversations on this level that we're hopefully about to give them today. So I just wanted to share that perspective with you. Like I said, I'm in favor of option 3. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Commissioner Simrad.
He called me out by name. So first of all, there was just something in the way what you just said about, did I ask you if you were going to support Commissioner Wilson? And it kind of implied like a sunshine violation or something could occur. And I want to.
That was during the meeting. That's what he did.
In an open meeting, just so we're clear, in an open meeting, when we were talking about a land use for, I think it was the Winter Park Prep, you asked on the record, Winter Park Prep or whatever, are you when there was confusion about the vote, that's what that was, not a sunshine. Sorry about that.
I wanted to clear that up.
That was a public thing. Sorry,
statement.
No sunshine. But
right.
That was in the meeting. You asked me, was I so I'm just asking for the same.
Okay, so
we've
let me,
been here a
just
long
because,
time.
I know, but I have to say something, Mayor, because you called me out by name, and I had said my piece, and I was going to button up, and I was going to be done for the night. But, again, I just want to say, I'm coming at this from a perspective, you're asking for my support, but this is a values issue for me. And when we talk about going into a negotiation, you want to make sure that we put the county and the government at not a deficit level in the negotiation of the deal, but we want to be on a playing field where we have a chance to make an outcome of something that is beyond what has been presented today. So again, I want to reiterate what has been presented in terms of what we're doing. They donate the land to the county on the condition that they build what they want, decide who will build it, and then the county reimburses them and maintains the costs that they built. That is not a place where I think we're putting the county government at a position of power in a negotiation. And that is why I'm saying I'm not opposed to it, but I want something to come back that sounds a lot different than what we heard today, and then move forward with some form of negotiation. So that's a value statement for me. So please don't infer my position as not being supportive of you. I'm just simply saying this is a values proposition an issue for me. And so I'm trying to get us to a point where when we talk about bargaining power, and Commissioner Crabb, you're part of your union, I was also part of my teachers' union and involved in the bargaining, we put our county government at a better position than what this deal gave to us today. That's my point, and that's why I, with love, am a no today, but I hope that we get to a point where we're at a better level for negotiation for the people of Orange County, period.
So, Mayor, if I could, I just want to reiterate that, as you said, what staff is looking for this evening is just, should the board decide to give staff authorization to continue having discussions and negotiations with Mr. Wallach and the rest of the property owners. I do want to make one thing clear, though. We've already identified issues that we would not be willing to compromise. That is on the paying for features that the county would not build in the first place or maintain in the first place. So these are just some of the very small items that we've already identified where we need to have further discussions on. And again, for this evening, we're only seeking authority to proceed with the negotiations, nothing more. And as Ms. Wallace said earlier, we would come back here at least 2 more times following meetings with the community in the International Drive area. So that's what we're looking for.
And whatever they build, the county has to approve. Okay, so the consensus is, even though, Commissioner Simrad sounds like she may not be all in here, is option 3. Oh, okay. Okay. So option 3 is the general consensus of the board. Okay. And that's where that's the direction you have today to move, to continue to bring it back. There'll be additional conversations. So thank you all. Thank you all for your presence. Before we conclude our meeting, however, Commissioner Crabb asked that he be given the opportunity to make a statement, a brief statement. Commissioner.
He's working on it. First of all, I survived my first meeting, and I want to thank the mayor and all the commissioners for your support. I appreciate it. Mayor, your staff has been unbelievable in helping me get settled and get briefed. Byron, thank you so much. So anyway, I just want to thank everybody. I so appreciate all the support and help. Thank you.
Okay. No. Right. We moved that one ahead. Is that the one you? Well, I don't know. But if there's nothing else, Byron, anything else you have today?
No, sir.
All right. Then we stand adjourned.